The meeting schedule for Monday, March 24, 2025, for the Committee on Government Operation, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection has been called to order. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
That's a lot better. First, let me acknowledge my colleagues. Senator Novell Francis, Jr., thank you for being here. Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Carla Joseph, and on St. Croix, I have Senator Frankie Johnson. Good morning. No non-committee members. Non-committee member Angel Bolkers. I do apologize about that. Good morning. Blessed good morning to the wonderful people of the Virgin Islands, invited testifiers, the listening and viewing audience, and the legislative dynamic staff working on this meeting today. Special good morning to my amazing staff. I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for your unwavering support and active participation in bringing these committee meetings together. Your contributions have been invaluable, and I look forward to your continued collaboration. As we begin today's session, let's remember that love, hope, and prosperity are the values that strengthen our community. Love connects us, hope inspires us, and prosperity ensures that everyone has the opportunity to thrive. When we hold these values close, we move forward together, united and resilient. Let's carry these principles with us as we work together toward a brighter future. In the last 30 days, I've attended 7 committee meetings, hosted a very crucial meeting with the Water and Power Authority CEO and Executive Director Carl Knight and his leadership team, traveled to the BVI to meet with Premier Natalio Whitley and his leadership in an attempt to achieve parity for the USVI and BVI marine environment instead of tariff and fee war. Participated in a ribbon-cutting ceremony of the AARP VI surfing, the new playground in Friedenhoy, the Vet Center, dedication located in the Builders Emporium building, open house for JMD's Henrysville complex, and attended various meetings, also to include the UVI investiture activities. I want to congratulate again our new UVI president, Dr. Sophia George. Our university system has entrusted Dr. George to lead, and she has my full support to foster the system's growth. In the spirit of Women's History Month and Virgin Islands History Month, I want to take a moment to acknowledge just 2 of the many exceptional Virgin Islanders. Miss Aaliyah Boston, who hosted her annual basketball clinic this weekend, and former Senator Donna Fred Gregory for her International Women's Day celebration. Your achievement are a statement to our collective effort. Still, it's what makes our community unique and vibrant. This month is a time of jubilation as we reflect on the struggles, triumphs, and contribution of those who paved the way for a brighter future. Your role in preserving our roots and traditions is not just crucial, but makes the community vibrant. As we continue to rebuild this community, let us remember to remain hopeful and optimistic. Happy Virgin Islands History Month and Happy Women's Month to all of us. Also in the month of March, we also celebrate nutrition, social workers, National Medical Billers Month, Consumer Protection, and National Vietnam War Veterans Day. I would like to go a step forward and say it is with deep sadness that we extend our heartfelt condolences to the family and friends and fans of former lightweight world champion Livingston Bramble, who has passed away at the age of 64. Additionally, we acknowledge the impact of another loss in the boxing community with the passing of legendary heavyweight champion George Foreman at the age of 76. Both athletes left indelible marks on the sport, and their legacies will continue to inspire generations to come. Our thoughts are with their loved ones during this difficult time. I must say, I really and truly thought Bramble were from St. Croix. Eh? Well, my son, I see St. Kitts and everybody claiming him now, but I was going with a crucian, miss. I say, Bramble, go Bramble. Yeah? Okay, good. Go Bramble. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of non-committee member Senator Kurt Vele. Am I missing anyone else? No? Great. Oh, sorry, and Senate President Milton Potter. Good morning. Madam Clerk, can I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Mr. Clerk. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Here.
Senator Johnson, present. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Present. Senator Joseph, present. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, present. Mr. Chair, there are 5 members present, 2 members absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, are there any correspondences from any committee members to be read into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
Letter dated March 24th, 2025, to the Honorable Avery L. Lewis, 36th Legislature, Chairman on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, from Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Greetings, Senator Lewis. Please note for the records, I will be tardy to the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection scheduled for 9:30 a.m. on Monday, March 24th, 2025, in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall due to a previously scheduled appointment. I will arrive as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Regards, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, 36th Legislature, Member, Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of your correspondences.
Madam Clerk, are there any correspondences from any invited testifiers to be read on the record today?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Today's meeting has 2 blocks. In Block 1, Carl Knight, CEO and Executive Director, along with his leadership team of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, WAPA, will provide a comprehensive update on the state of our water and energy infrastructure. Additionally, Executive Director Ms. Sandra Satori of the Public Service Commission, PSC, will update the committee members on regulatory concerns related to the telecommunications, waste removal guidelines, PSC assessment disputes, and energy matters, among other topics under discussion. In Block 2, Honorable Joseph B. Bushelty, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands, Department of Tourism, will set the tone for the St. Thomas Festival and provide important information you will need as you traverse the roadways. This information is crucial as it includes details related to the use of government resources, services such as those provided by the Waste Management Authority, vendor relations, and Department of Public Works projects that may impact road safety initiatives. Madam Clerk, please read the agenda into the record.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Revised Agenda 1. The Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection has scheduled a meeting for Monday, March 24th, 2025 at 9:30 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to provide updates on the following agencies. Block 1. The Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, WAPA, will provide a comprehensive update on the state of the following: the current operational status of the territory's power plants, resolutions to customer service and billing issues, any further projects, costs, and management initiatives, WAPA's procurement policies and guidelines, update of the clean water infrastructure, repairs and maintenance planning, any new conversion of power generating units and associated costs, and any other matters relative to the discussion of the status of the authority. Invited testifier, Mr. Carl Knight, Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. The Public Service Commission, PSC, will provide an update on regulatory concerns as they relate to telecommunications, waste removal guidelines, PSC assessment disputes, and energy matters. Invited testifier, Ms. Sandra L. Satori, Executive Director, Public Service Commission. Block 2, the Virgin Islands Department of Tourism will provide a comprehensive update on the following: cutting-edge upcoming events, festival and carnival projects passed by the legislative body, use of government resources to host St. Thomas Festival, services such as the Waste Management Authority and Department of Public Works projects that include trash removal, contractual executions, and road safety projects, diversification of tourism product, and any other issues, concerns, and relevant to discussion. Invited testifier, the Honorable Joseph B. Bishelti, Commissioner, Department of Tourism. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of today's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. CEO Knight, starting from could you introduce your team? I would like to do a mic check, so after you say your name, ask them to say their name and their position, please.
Okay. Carl Knight, Executive Director, CEO.
Lorraine Kelly, Chief Financial Officer.
Morning, Noel Hodge, Chief Operating Officer, Water.
Anthony David Thomas, Chief Administrative Officer.
Lemuel Lavinier, Chief Operating Officer, Electric Systems.
Julius Obane, Chief Information Officer.
Good morning. Dion Sinclair, General Counsel.
Mr. Torrey, could you, good morning.
Good morning.
Put your name and position on the record, and then have the team do the same thing as well.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Sandra Satori, Executive Director of the Public Services Commission.
Good morning. Boyd Sprain, General Counsel for the Public Services Commission.
Good morning to Sean Hendricks, Assistant Executive Director for the Public Services Commission.
Good morning. Brenda Connor, Accounts Maintenance Officer, Public Services Commission.
Thank you. I'd also like to recognize this morning Senator Hubert Fredericks, non-committee member. Thank you, Senator, for coming. Mr. Knight, you prepare, you ready?
Yes, thank you.
You may proceed with your testimony this morning.
Good morning, Honorable Avery L. Lewis, Chair of the Committee on Government Operations and Veteran Affairs, Consumer Protection. Good morning to the members of the committee, to the other honorable senators present, good morning. Listening and viewing audience, good morning. My colleagues at the Public Services Commission, good morning. I am Carl Knight, Executive Director and CEO of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, hereinafter referred to either as WAPA or the Authority. Joining me today are members of the Authority's senior leadership team, the Chief Operating Officer of the Electrical System, Mr. Lemuel Lavinier, the Chief Operating Officer of the Water System, Mr. Noel Hodge, our Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Lorraine Kelly, our Chief Administrative Officer, Anthony Thomas, our Chief Information Officer, Julius Arbane, and our Chief Counsel, Ms. Dion Sinclair. We are here at your invitation to provide a comprehensive update on the current operational status of the territory's power plants, resolutions to customer service and billing issues, future project plans, costs, and management initiatives, WAPA's procurement policies and guidelines, an update of the clean water infrastructure repairs and maintenance planning, any new conversion of power generating units and associated costs, and any other matters relative to the discussion of the status of the authority. Financial update. The Water and Power Authority remains in a fiscally challenged position. The only source of operating revenues for the authority is the collection of monthly charges for the sale of electricity and water to our customers. At present, the authority spends more to provide service than it collects and charges to those customers. The authority runs a monthly operating deficit of approximately $2 to $3 million. This situation exists because, despite increases in the cost of fuel, goods, services, labor, and other costs. The authority has not substantially increased its electric rates in almost 6 years. The residential electric rate in July of 2019 was 42.9 cents per kilowatt hour. The rate this morning is 43.4 cents per kilowatt hour. That half a cent adjustment was made in March of 2022. The water rates were last increased in August of 2023. Closing the operating deficit solely through rates would likely require a rate increase of 8 cents or more. The authority is mindful of the negative impacts that occur once electric rates start to exceed 50 cents a kilowatt hour, as they did in January of 2013. We understand that raising rates to this level actually has a deleterious effect on our revenues. From our past experience, we can expect to see increased business closures, more customers disconnected for non-payment, and governmental entities falling back into significant arrears. Therefore, the decision not to petition the Public Service Commission for a rate increase has been a deliberate policy of the authority. Instead of increasing rates to cover our operational expenses, the authority is aggressively moving to reduce those operating expenses. However, operating at a budget deficit has required the authority to manage cash flow through deferring vendor payments at times to align with actual revenue receipts. It became apparent last April that this strategy was unsustainable and that direct financial support would be necessary to offset a portion of the deficit until more substantial operational efficiencies could be achieved. That prompted the declaration of the state of emergency in April 2024 by Governor Albert Bryan Jr. in response to the real threat to the community presented by WAPA's fiscal decline and its impact on power generation. That declaration allowed the central government to mitigate the authority's ongoing liquidity crisis at crucial moments last year and aligned government entities in support of the authority. The good news is the intervention by the government of the Virgin Islands has bought the authority precious time to effectuate operational savings and provided critical resources that have begun to reverse the negative fiscal spiral. In March 2024, this time last year, the monthly budget deficit was approximately $8 million a month. In September, that deficit was approximately $6 million per month. As stated earlier, that deficit is now closer to $2 to $3 million a month. The authority, and there's a couple corrections I want to make, Mr. Chairman, that was brought to my attention by my CFO. The authority has approximately $101.7 million in past due accounts payable. That number has gone up since my last reporting. And the long-term debt is actually $188 million, and that's a typo in my presentation. So the authority has approximately $101.7 million in past due accounts payable and $188 million in long-term debt. We estimate that deferred maintenance in our generating assets amounts to about $27 million. The EY turnaround management team has, as commissioned by this body, has suggested that the authority needs a cash infusion of approximately $375 million over a 5-year period to fully resolve its financial liabilities. The first step in curing the authority's fiscal challenges is to reduce its operating costs to fit within reasonable rates without further compromising our service quality. We have made great strides in this regard and can make further progress in the next fiscal year. We are currently in the process of finalizing a 2-year contract for a new fuel oil supplier at a rate that is less than our current fuel oil contract. We are releasing a solicitation for a new liquefied propane gas, LPG, provider next week. and we are optimistic that we will receive viable proposals that are competitive with our current contractual relationship. We also anticipate bringing online additional renewable resources this year at power purchase rates that are considerably less than our current avoided costs for power generation. The next step in addressing the authority's fiscal woes is the consolidation and refinancing of our outstanding debt. There are several preliminary steps that must be taken to optimize the benefits of this strategy. That includes shoring up our billing and revenue collections, closing that previously mentioned operating deficit, coming current on our financial audits, and meeting our financial reporting requirements. Demonstrating a relatively stable regulatory and legal operating environment will also be crucial. That requires the buy-in of the Public Services Commission and this body. For example, recent statements of the Public Services Commission and their consultants using questionable logic to suggest adjustments to the rates creates an uncertainty that could undermine the government's efforts to improve the authority's financial condition. The authority has recently engaged the services of a municipal advisor for the first time in 3 years to advise us in our financial decision-making moving forward. We also have the benefit of the EY turnaround management team that was commissioned by this body, and they should be producing their recommendations to this body shortly as well. We are taking a methodical and purposeful action to bring the authority back from the brink of insolvency, and we will be successful. Operations update. The average daily peak load in the St. Thomas, St. John district is approximately 60 megawatts. The base load, which is the minimum demand at the low point in the day, is approximately 33 megawatts. These numbers are approximate and subject to seasonal variations. The primary source of power generation in the St. Thomas, St. John district is the Randolph-Hawley Power Plant in Crum Bay. The authority owns and operates 3 gas turbines and 7 reciprocating engines at the Hawley plant for a total generating capacity of 123 megawatts. And I provided a chart and a breakdown of those generating units. WAPA also purchases, in addition to that, WAPA also purchases power daily from the Dunu solar farm, which has a potential capacity of 5 megawatts. That facility is currently owned by Inter Energy. Additionally, the Hawley plant has an 18 megawatt hour battery energy storage system that can dispatch 9 megawatts of backup power for up to 2 hours once fully charged. The authority is preparing to release a solicitation next month for at least an additional 40 megawatts in capacity in generation for the Hawley plant. That will be the replacement for Unit 15 and the previously retired Unit 14. This project will include additional battery energy storage, and it is funded by the FEMA Disaster Assistance Program. I know of note to the committee, and by way of update, of the 4 Phase 2 Wardzillas, 2 of those have been returned to service going a little over a week now. The third of the 4 should be returned to service later this week, and the final one should be returned to service within 2 to 3 weeks from that point. While there's currently no power generation on the island of St. John, the authority has several projects that it is pursuing to bring power resiliency to that island. This includes the installation of battery energy storage systems for the island. That solicitation should be released by July. The authority is also pursuing standby generation for St. John as well. Both projects are federally funded. Finally, the authority has an executed power purchase agreement with VI Rapsi for the purchase of up to 18 megawatts of solar energy on St. John. The average daily peak load on St. Croix is approximately 43 megawatts. The average daily base load is approximately 28 megawatts. Again, those numbers are subject to seasonal variation. The primary source of power generation on St. Croix is the Richmond Power Plant in Christiansted. The authority owns and operates 3 gas turbines, and we lease an additional 20.4 megawatts of generation for a total generating capacity in the Richmond Power Plant of 80.4 megawatts. The authority also has a power purchase agreement with InterEnergy for the purchase of an additional 4 megawatts of energy at Estate Spanish Town. There is also an active power purchase agreement with VI Rapsi for the purchase of 10 megawatts at Estate Petronella. That project has a battery energy storage system that can discharge up to 4 megawatts for a 2-hour duration. FEMA has approved funding for the full replacement of the Richmond Power Plant, which includes at least 86 megawatts of generating capacity. The authority is preparing 86 megawatts because in addition to the 3 generators that we own, they're also replacing Unit 16, which has since been decommissioned, so for a total of at least 86 megawatts of generating capacity. The authority is also preparing a solicitation to secure an EPC contractor to lead the planning, the design, the procurement, and construction of the new Richmond Power Plant. That solicitation should be ready for advertisement in April. A customer service update. The authority has experienced significant challenges with its metering infrastructure in recent years. Those challenges include meters that can no longer be read remotely and require a manual read, and meters that simply can't be read at all. The authority has recently selected a contractor, Itron, to rebuild the automated metering infrastructure completely. The project is being funded by FEMA as part of the Disaster Recovery Prudent Replacement Program. The contract is currently being negotiated with an anticipated start date on or about July 1st. The project rollout will begin with the island of St. John and likely will take approximately 18 months from start to finish for the whole territory. In the interim, the authority replaced approximately 1,000 electrical meters in the month of December. Another 2,500 electrical meters are currently being installed for new services and replacement of malfunctioning meters. And there's an additional 2,500 electrical meters that have been procured and are en route. These meter purchases are also funded by FEMA. WAPA has also initiated negotiations with our current AMI provider, Tantala Systems, to restore remote read functionality to as much of the network as practical as an interim measure as we proceed with the full AMI replacement. The authority is undertaking a similar meter replacement effort with our water meters in both districts, this time utilizing EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, funding. We believe that the convergence of these efforts will greatly reduce the over-reliance on estimated billing and provide greater consistency in customer bills. A capital projects update. The authority continues to harden our electrical transmission and distribution system through the installation of composite poles. Phase 1 for St. Thomas, St. Croix, and Water Island are 100% completed. St. John Phase 1 is 87% complete. The authority has already replaced 9,196 wooden poles with composite poles. Phase 2 of the composite pole project will see the installation of an additional 1,350 poles. In the more densely populated areas, the authority continues its hazard mitigation strategy with the burial of electrical lines. Work has begun on Feeder 5A on St. Thomas and Queen Mary Highway Phase 1 and Hannah's Rest on St. Croix. The authority is also upgrading the East End substation, the Donald Francois substation, and the two substations on St. Thomas. This includes HUD funding for battery energy storage systems at all 3 facilities. A similar battery energy storage system is also planned for the Gregory Willock substation on St. Croix. Those projects should be out for solicitation in June of this year. On the water system, there are multiple system improvement projects in progress. On St. Croix, water line replacement projects are underway in Hannah's Rest and Campo Rico. On St. Thomas, proposals are being evaluated for water line replacement projects at Blackbeard's Hill and Mahogany Estate. Requests for proposals are being prepared for water line rehabilitation on Noragata, Sarah Hill, and Hospital Ground. Proposals are also being evaluated for the first bundled utility project to be done under the Office of Disaster Recovery's Super Project Management Office. This project includes the installation of water lines from Tide Village on St. Croix along the North Shore Road to the Lorraine intersection. Legislative requests. The end of the state of emergency on December 19, 2024 also ended authorization for the direct financial subsidy from the government of the Virgin Islands without legislative approval. However, in addition to financial assistance, there are additional measures that this body can undertake to help put WAPA on sound financial footing. We have prepared proposals for legislative amendments in several areas. Amendments to our quorum requirements, amendments to our reconnection fees and initial service fees, amendments to our competitive bidding requirements, amendments to the back billing provision, amendments to utility setbacks and easements, amendments to the street lighting fund, and amendments to the PSC's exercise of oversight. For the sake of brevity, I will only highlight the two most financially critical measures, street lighting and back billing. The underfunding of our actual street lighting expenses remains a challenge. There are a few options that we must seriously contemplate. We can either increase the amount of property taxes set aside for this purpose, supplement the property tax set aside with a true-up in the executive budget, authorize the placing of an operating surcharge on the customer bill to make up the difference, or the authority may be forced to reduce the amount of street lighting to work within the approved funding threshold. Also, the current back billing and the provisions limiting the billing cycle to 30 days creates an unintended impact that causes the authority to estimate bills that it would have otherwise read in order not to lose revenue. We have prepared white papers on most of these items, explaining in more detail our suggested language as well as the reasons, purpose, and the impact of those provisions on the authority. And we are willing to share with the committee those white papers, and we look forward to further discussion. We do hope that this body will take serious consideration of those proposals. Finally, in conclusion, the operations of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority are complex, and yes, they are challenging, but they are not beyond our capacity to manage. We understand fully the impact that our delivery of service has on the quality of life for the people of the Virgin Islands and on the economic viability of our community. As a public power utility, we are beholden to this community and look at this as a shared responsibility. Our employees are some of the most dedicated and committed public servants that you will find anywhere. They are also some of the most talented and competent Virgin Islanders as well. They are fully invested in helping WAPA right the ship and improve its delivery of service. They are highly motivated because not only are they employees of WAPA, but they are also customers themselves. They work on behalf of their family, their friends, their neighbors, their classmates, their fellow co-workers. They work on behalf of this community. They work on behalf of you. I thank you for your time, and we stand ready to answer any questions the committee may have of us.
CEO Knight, thank you for your testimony this morning. Like how you ended, strong on the employee side. I'll comment to you for that. Ms. Satori, are you ready to proceed? Speak directly into the mic.
Sure.
You may begin.
Thank you. Good morning, honorable members of the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection. Chairman Avery L. Lewis, Vice Chairman Novelli Francis Jr., Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Carla J. Joseph, and other non-members that are here today, Senator Bolquez, Senator Viale, Senate President Potter, and Senator Fredericks. Also, members of the viewing and listening public. The Public Services Commission thanks the committee for the opportunity to testify. I am Sandra L. Satori, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Public Services Commission, and accompanying me today are team members, Tishan Hendricks, our Assistant Executive Director, Boyd Sprain, our General Counsel, and Brenda Khanna, our Accounts Maintenance Manager. Chairman Lewis, you invited us here today to testify on telecommunications, waste, PSC assessment disputes, and energy matters. Those matters namely are: 1, a comprehensive update regarding regulatory matters of the public utilities under the purview of the VIPSC, namely telecommunications, solid waste and wastewater, and energy. And 2, the status of assessment disputes and violations with regulated utilities, specifically the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority and the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. It is the statutory responsibility of the Commission to undertake rate investigations of each of the regulated utilities at least once every 5 years. We are providing this briefing to outline the schedule and highlight some of the key issues that will arise in completing these tasks. Because the PSC is concerned with overburdening both the utilities and its own staff, the commencement of these investigations is being staggered over the course of this year. Telephone matters. The Commission's jurisdiction over rates is limited to traditional landline telephone. A rate case was concluded in 2023 under PSC docket number 683. In that case, rates were not increased. Instead, the Commission, in cooperation with the incumbent local exchange carriers, or ILECs, via the Commission, instituted a rate cap. The rate cap does not permit VIA to charge more than it had previously been authorized 5 years earlier in 2018. Rather, it allows VIA to reduce its rates to meet the competition from cellular and voice over Internet Protocol, or VoIP, telephone services. More recently, under docket 690, the Commission determined that the Virgin Islands Telephone Company, or Vitelco, doing business as VIA, is now facing substantial competition and should be eased from certain regulatory burdens. 20 years ago, Vitelco had just under 100,000 telephone lines and received about $14 million annually in federal support. Vitelco now has fewer than 20,000 lines, and its federal support has been drastically reduced, with plans to phase it out completely in the near future. Cell phones now directly compete with landlines, and Broadband VI's federal support for a new internet service also require Broadband VI to provide VoIP service to every address in the Virgin Islands. The Commission will be making recommendations for further changes to the laws governing telephone and telecommunications services. Ferry services. The Commission has directed PSC staff to begin a rate review of the ferries in 2024 under docket 691. The Commission has recently appointed SFT Solutions, LLC, Principal John Jed Hope, to serve as hearing examiner for this matter. Several issues have been identified by both the commissioners and staff, and the hearing examiner is holding an initial conference this week with the franchisees and PSC staff to discuss the issues the ferry companies wish to address. Additionally, we note that the newly completed ferry, Spirit of 1733, owned by the Department of Public Works and set to be leased to one of the joint franchisees, will be a key consideration in this investigation. Energy and Water Services. 2 separate investigations will be conducted. Docket 706 was established to review the electric system rates. The last rate investigation of WAPA's electric system concluded in January 2020. This investigation will commence with our next meeting on April 8th. A hearing examiner will be recommended. Commission staff has already held discussions with WAPA's management regarding the initiation of this investigation. 3 additional factors are critical to the timing of the electric system rate investigation. Namely, 1, the final report from the turnaround management consultant, Ernst & Young, Turnaround Management Services, LLC, evaluating the financial and operational performance of the Water and Power Authority is due on March 29, 2025. Nearly every factor the legislature required to be addressed in the report falls within the Commission's jurisdiction and is relevant to rate setting. While the Turnaround Management Consultant's report will not conclude the Commission's decision, the information gathered and the analysis conducted will be taken into consideration as it represents work we should not have to duplicate. 2, the Water and Power Authority has also reported that it would receive over $800 million in grants from the federal government. $660 million for St. Croix electrical generation, $205 million for St. Thomas electrical generation, and $30 million for automated metering infrastructure for the entire territory. The continued availability of those funds, as well as funds for undergrounding and storm resilience of the distribution systems, will be addressed in the rate investigation. 3, the increased use and reliance on renewable and alternative fuels have seen significant advancements. Since the Commission mandated the Water and Power Authority to move ahead with solar and wind power agreements in 2023, significant progress has been made. By the end of April, St. Croix is expected to have more than 25 megawatts of solar power available, along with some battery backup. St. Thomas is projected to realize another 10 megawatts, along with substantial battery backup before the end of 2025, and another 10 megawatts in 2026. While wind power faced delays due to land leasing issues, its financing is now being finalized. This wind power is expected to come online in the coming years, well before the next mandated rate investigation. Docket 700 was established during the water quality crisis on St. Croix in 2024. The formal rate investigation is scheduled to begin this summer. Although the Commission has previously commenced investigations into the water system, it has been some time since one has been concluded, as the emergency issues with the electric system have consumed resources. The water system is in need of substantial investment and replacement. While line losses on St. Thomas and St. John have been relatively low, they are beginning to increase. Line losses on St. Croix are clearly unacceptable and continuing to increase. The delivery pipelines on St. Croix are a significant factor in the quality of the delivered water and in the amount of water necessary to deliver usable water. WAPA has previously reported that federal approval of replacement funding for much of the St. Croix water system had been obtained. The continued availability of those funds will be addressed in the rate investigations. Waste management services. Similar to the Water and Power Authority reviews, 2 separate rate investigations will be performed since the operation of solid waste disposal, which includes landfills, recycling, hazardous waste, electronic waste, etc., are separate from the operation of wastewater systems, including sewers. Each will undergo a distinct investigation. Once again, PSC staff has discussed this bifurcation, the initiation of investigations, and their overall scope with Waste Management's Interim Director, Darrell Griffith. Before the passage of Act Number 8471, the Commission's role was limited to approving the fees and charges of the Waste Management Authority without broader regulatory oversight. With the authorization of Act Number 8471, this process and jurisdiction have significantly changed. The Commission has been actively seeking information on the total fees, charges, and activities of the Waste Management Authority, but until recently faced considerable resistance. On the contrary, that posture seems to be shifting as we recently had a productive meeting between PSC Management and the Waste Management Authority's Interim Director, Griffith. Docket 704 was established to review the wastewater system rates. The investigation will commence this 2025 summer as well. A few years after the creation of the Waste Management Authority, the Commission conducted an investigation into its proposed environmental user fee and wastewater user fee. The Commission conditionally approved the wastewater user fee, or the WUF, which has been included in property tax bill for many years. In 2016, the Commission approved a temporary increase in the user fee to $110.77 per equivalent residential unit, and this amount remains on current tax bills. Docket 708 will focus on the solid waste investigation. The Commission understands that the intent behind Act Number 8471, placing the Waste Management Authority within the jurisdiction of the PSC, was due to Waste Management Authority's significant failure in fulfilling key aspects of its missions. Neither landfill has been closed or made legally and environmentally compliant. Waste collection facilities have not been established. No major recycling operations have commenced. Tires remain a significant issue and hazard. Landfill fires remain a threat. Sewage systems continue to fail. Information on the outstanding consent decrees, judgments, and other issues with the US EPA and other agencies or courts remain insufficient. The information provided by Waste Management Authority to the Commission on the fees and funds it collects does not correspond to the fees approved by the PSC or the legislature. Vendors are frequently paid late, if at all, and perhaps most importantly, Waste Management Authority remains overwhelmingly dependent on the legislature for its funding. In recent testimony before the legislature, the Waste Management Authority disclosed its plans to institute a residential fee for solid waste collection and disposal. The Commission staff has advised Waste Management that any petition for new or increased rates must comply with the ratepayer's Bill of Rights codified under Title 30 of the VI Code. and this mandates public notice through publication in the news for at least 4 weeks in advance of submission to the Commission. The Bill of Rights would normally also include mailed notices to customers enclosed with current bills. This provision does not apply since Waste Management Authority does not currently issue bills by mail. The Commission anticipates that any fee for residential collection will be included in the scope of this rate investigation. As seen from the brief list of issues above, there are substantial issues of revenue, policy, and planning to be considered in this matter. The Commission is currently conducting a request for qualifications to seek technical consulting assistance for solid waste, wastewater, electrical, and water systems. External expertise will be required for each of these areas. The Commission has intended to commence its oversight activities for Waste Management Authority earlier, but Waste Management Authority's failure to meet its assessed financial obligations to the PSC made it impossible to do so. The Commission could not responsibly enter into a contract with another party without the assurance that the Commission could pay its obligations. We believe that the question of whether the Waste Management Authority is subject to assessment, including both the annual assessment and the docket-specific assessments, which cover the cost of outside services incurred in these dockets, has now been resolved. Until this year, the Public Services Commission has never been funded by direct appropriation of general fund resources. Instead, the PSC is funded by assessments on the utilities that it regulates. This approach is a long-standing method used by regulatory commissions throughout the United States and is done for 2 main reasons. First, the burden of the regulatory cost is borne by the benefited parties, the regulated utilities, and their customers. And second, to safeguard the Commission's independence and ensure that it can carry out its functions without undue external influence. The legislature established the formula for calculating the annual assessments, with the key point of contention in the dispute with the Waste Management Authority being the term revenue. Title 30, Section 25A specifies that the annual assessment is based on the gross operating revenues of the utility. From its inception in 2004 until 2021, the Waste Management Authority consistently paid its annual assessments. Prior to Waste Management's creation, the Commission raised concerns with the legislature about the issuance of assessments and the expectation that Waste Management Authority would require substantial financial support from the government for an extended period. However, it was also anticipated that Waste Management would gradually become more reliant on fees and charges over time. In 2021, Waste Management ceased making any effort to pay its annual assessment and instead asserted without filing any petitions for reconsideration or appeals that revenues should not include appropriations from the legislature. Because no appeals were ever filed, the annual assessments for fiscal year 2021, fiscal year 2022, and fiscal year 2023 are final, due, and owing. In 2023, Waste Management for the first time filed a petition for reconsideration of its fiscal year 2024 annual assessment, and the Commission denied reconsideration. Waste Management failed to file a timely appeal with the Superior Court, and the appeal was subsequently dismissed. The fiscal year 2024 assessment is now final, due, and owing. In 2024, Waste Management Authority filed for reconsideration of its fiscal year 2025 annual assessment, once more asserting that appropriations should not be considered revenue. However, the legislature, in establishing the Waste Management Authority, expressly stated its position that appropriations are revenue. Act number 6638, as codified under Title 29, Section 495, states, the term revenues means all charges and all receipts derived by the authority from the operation of the wastewater or solid waste management systems and from all activities or properties of the authority, including but not limited to proceeds of bonds, grants, gifts, or appropriations to the authority, investment earnings and proceeds of insurance or condemnation, and the sale or disposition of real or personal property, provided, however, that amounts paid to or for the account of the authority shall be included in revenues unless the authority shall elect that such amount or any portion thereof shall be segregated from other funds of the authority and applied directly by the authority or the trustee for the authority's bonds to the payment of the debt service thereof, in which event such amount or portions shall not be included in revenues of the authority for the purposes of this chapter. As the laws of the Virgin Islands expressly reject Waste Management Authority's argument, we do not expect any appeal to be filed, and if one is filed, we expect it to be denied. The impact of this dispute has been to deplete the PSC of its carefully developed reserve and restrict its operating funds. However, as discussed above, the Commission considers the matter resolved, the dispute closed, and is moving forward in performing its assigned task. We should also acknowledge that the Commission did not receive any of its annual assessment from the Water and Power Authority in fiscal year 2024. WAPA has presented no legal argument and filed no petitions for reconsideration. WAPA simply asserts that it is too financially strained. To date, WAPA has also not paid any of its fiscal year 2025 annual assessment. With the most recent electric LEAC rate, WAPA should now be recovering more than its current fuel costs. While the Commission has not yet determined how much of WAPA's asserted deferred fuel cost should be collected from ratepayers, WAPA's rate for the second quarter of 2025, April through June, should allow it to begin reducing its accounts payable. It is important to note that in a bankruptcy proceeding, regulatory fees such as these are given the highest priority, second only to taxes. The Commission expects WAPA to make the necessary payments for the assessments owed. In conclusion, the Commission has a full agenda with its regulated utilities and will be addressing many critical issues for the territory. Improvements in handling waste are essential for our economy, our tourism, our environment, and our overall quality of life. Likewise, improvements to our electric and water systems are, again, critical to our economy, tourism, industry, and our quality of life. St. John cannot function or thrive without cost-effective transportation and reliable connections to the services and facilities available on St. Thomas. Additionally, no modern environment can function without high-quality telecommunications. Mr. Chair, here ends our report, and we are available to answer any further questions that you and the other senators may have.
Thank you, Mr. Torrey, for your testimony. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 7-minute round. How I have it this morning, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Franklin Johnson, Senator Novell Francis, Senator Carla Joseph, Senator Angel Bolquez, Senator Kurt Vele, Senator Milton Potter, Senator Fredericks, and I'd like to recognize the presence of committee member Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Madam Clerk, mark Senator Gittins as present, please. Chief Knight, CEO Knight.
Yes, sir.
On page 8 of your testimony, if you don't mind, this would be the last part that you end out real strong with. So I want to get this part out of the way. You talk heavily about your employees.
Yes, sir.
And I really commend you for that, for really understanding the gravity of what they do every day and really taking it into consideration and praising them. But I have to ask you this. How are we with your collective bargaining arrangements with the staff?
As far as I know, we're pretty solid. I think we are in negotiations with the supervisors. We have 3 collective bargaining units. We're in negotiations with one of those. They had paused it as we had change in leadership. I've since asked them to restart those negotiations, and so we should be concluding that one before the end of this fiscal year. And I've met with my in-house unions and their leadership. As far as I know, the relationship is solid. We all have one understanding and one accord.
Okay, great. I know the authority, based on your testimony, is going through some financial strains, but I just want us to take care of our employees as well.
Yes, being able to recruit and retain the talent that we have is critical, and to the extent that the fiscal crisis has allowed our salaries to lag, I'm going to do my best to correct that so I can continue to recruit and retain.
Great. Again to you, Mr. Knight. Earlier this year, if my memory serves me correct, you had a ribbon cutting for you to commission your Wadzilla units.
That's correct.
And shortly after that, they went down.
That's also correct.
I mean, I really started to praise WAPA last week, but then you look 8 C out, 9 C out, all kind of C out. Don't trouble the A. But anyhow, Chief, on a serious note, the Wadzillas, you said in your testimony that one of them has been recommissioned.
2 of them. So they ran for about 6 weeks after commissioning. Then we experienced the issue that caused the 4 to go down. Actually, 3 went down, and we took the 4th one out in an abundance of caution. We have since gotten 2 of those repaired, like I said, going on maybe 2 weeks now. We're working on the 3rd one, which we expect to have by the end of the week, if all goes well. And the final one, which probably suffered the most damage, is probably another 2-3 weeks behind. But we are slowly restoring full capacity.
Well, are these Wadzillas under warranty?
Yes, they're being repaired as part of the warranty maintenance. We have 8,000 running hours of warranty, which is the equivalent of about 1 year, and so they're being repaired as part of that warranty obligation.
So the authority didn't incur any cost?
Not a cent.
Not 1 cent?
The only cost that we are incurring is we have our technical consultant. As they wrap up the repairs, they are going to be doing a root cause analysis to make sure it doesn't reoccur, and we'll have somebody sort of looking over their shoulders to make sure we concur with their root cause analysis.
Are we leasing these generators?
Sorry?
Are we leasing these generators?
No, these are owned by the Water and Power Authority.
So we wasn't making no payment, no lease payments, anything?
No.
During this downtime?
No.
All right, thank you. PSC, Mr. Tory, on page 9 of your testimony, if I'm not mistaken, you talked about to the bottom, you were talking about your assessment costs. And in that sentence that you said, however, as discussed above, the Commission considered the matter resolved. The dispute closed and is moving forward in performing its assigned tasks. You want to expound on that a little bit more for me, please?
We've determined this strictly on the law. and how the law reads, the intent of the law, and what the law specifies. Based on, and I'll let our legal counsel expound more on it, but based on the legal decisions that's been made, we are very well positioned and poised to move forward because we honestly don't believe that Waste Management Authority has a case.
All right.
The assessments are due. The assessments were approved through our commission, submitted legally to the utility. Based on the allegations by the Waste Management Authority, we believe that they're faulty and flawed, and so therefore we will proceed with our activities as per the law.
All right, legal counsel, one other way.
Good morning, Boyd Sprain. I could go further into that, but that's a very accurate summary.
No, you're going too further. Just a little further. Not too further. You're carrying me down the road all day today. But yeah, I mean, she said proceed, so tell us in a little more details on that.
The commission did not engage in the rate cases which have been due for waste management because we did not have assessments being paid, and we were not comfortable engaging any technical consultants or incurring the expenses of conducting those investigations because we would have to pay those bills. We did not believe that Waste Management would reimburse us for those expenses as provided in law. Now that we've gone through this process of the appeal and our reconsideration and reviewing the laws of the Virgin Islands and are very clear that appropriations are considered revenue for the Waste Management Authority, we don't believe they have any case to present on appeal. And if an appeal is filed, we expect it to be dismissed promptly. And we, in anticipation of those actions, have gone ahead and started our investigations and have begun our solicitation for qualified consultants.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Senator Ray Fonseca for his 7 minutes. Senator Fonseca.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman Lewis. And a pleasant good morning to all the testifiers, the PFC and to WAPA. And I wanted to get in first to your statement here where Mr. Carl-Knight, Director Carl-Knight, you mentioned that WAPA last year in March, they had a monthly deficit of $8 million. 6 months later, of course, you know, the WAPA state of emergency was declared. Your deficit went down to $6 million. Now, 6 months later, it's $2 million. That's great. So by this trajectory, we can assume that in another 6 months, it'll be zero. Of course, we know better. You are listing $87 million in accounts payable. You got $88 million in long-term debt, $27 million in deferred maintenance for $202 million. But the turnaround management team claims you need $375 million over 5 years, so that's a difference of $175 million. However, I want to go to page 6 of your testimony. Before I go to that, we also got testimony from Executive Director Ms. Satori of the PSC saying that basically the rates for the second quarter of 2025, it should allow you to begin reducing your accounts payable. So there's a little difference in that. I'm going to ask Ms. Satori to expound on that on the chair's time. But I'll go on to page 6, Director WAPA, of your testimony where you're stating the automated metering system. That's the AMI. The metering system will be replaced in 18 months. So WAPA is giving us testimony today that 2,500 electrical meters are being installed. And some of them will be for new services. You know, you're getting a new electrical meter. Well, some of them is for new. But some of them will replace malfunctioning meters. They're going to be replacing your malfunctioning meters. Well, Sir Papa. So some of the meters them was not functioning. This means that the meters were no good. Malfunctioning means that the meters was no good. This means that your electricity meter was billing you wrong. Your meter was billing you wrong. So I want to ask WAPA, since you're replacing these malfunctioning meters that was billing the people them wrong, remember you're getting them billed for $1,000 when you're only paying $80 the next 2-3 months, and it pop up $100, $1,000. Well, Sir Papa. So WAPA, tell us how you're going to start reimbursing the residents for the amount of money you overbill the residents.
All right, Senator. Let me start from where you began, because I did try to correct a couple of things on the record. Current accounts payable as of this morning was $101.7 million. And I did point out the typo. It's really $188 million in long-term debt. And of course, when you see that EY figure, they are looking at those projected deficits over a 5-year period. And so that's how they get to the number that they put forward in their assessment. As far as the meters malfunctioning, I want to be clear on what that means. I spoke to two issues that we have. One is meters that we can't read remotely, but we can actually walk up to it and take a reading. And then there's another situation where we can't take a reading because the display is not displaying. It doesn't mean the meter has malfunctioned. It just means that we can't get a reading in the way we could traditionally get a reading off of that meter. We have estimated based on prior readings in those instances. Of course, the over-reliance on estimating causes the true-up to sometimes be large, and that's where those large bills are generated. Once we finally do pull our actual reading, those readings do become considerable if we've been underestimating for a period of time. I want to warn you, Senator, that it goes both ways. When we overbill, we apply a credit, but there are times when we underbill, and that means that's a service that we've provided that we haven't collected proper payment on for the service that we provided. So it goes both ways. It's not a one-sided affair. And I want to also add, I suspect that we've been underbilling quite a bit, and that explains part of the revenue picture where we are seeing an increase in demand on our generators, but our revenues are stagnant or declining.
Thank you for that testimony. I wanted to ask Ms. Satoria, because, you know, the PSC is a very important agency, and you're charged with a great task of regulating WAPA, waste management, amongst others. And you ultimately look out for the people's interests. So I want to ask you, were you aware that some of the meters, based on the testimony here in page 6, where I'm reading word for word here, 2,500 electrical meters are currently being installed for new services and replacement of malfunctioning meters. So are you aware that the meters were malfunctioning when the clients then come to you? And tell me, what have you been doing in your process?
Good morning, Sandra Satori, Public Services Commission. To go back to one of your comments about resolving the issues and having the responsibility of looking out for customers, the PSC is charged with dual responsibility. We look out for the best interest of all of our ratepayers as well as all of the regulated utilities. So we don't just look out for the interest of ratepayers only. We have a responsibility to look out for the utilities that we regulate as well. We are aware of the We are aware of the issues that the Water and Power Authority has with its meters. We are aware, as Director Knight mentioned, that they are replacing meters. We have the authority, the Water and Power Authority, before us on a monthly basis. We do get updates from them regularly. The information that was shared by the director on the record is accurate information, and yes, the PSC is very much aware of the issues, the replacements of those meters.
Yes, thank you. So, and Mr. Chair, if I can allow the director of the PSC to answer her statement in her testimony when she says WAPA's rates for the second quarter of 2025, that's April through June, should allow it to begin reducing its accounts payable. If you can allow her to answer that question, how should that affect WAPA's current deficit, which is now at $2 million?
And that is an excellent question. Based on staff analysis, that is correct, as we testified to. Again, the bulk of the information shared and the crux of the analysis, the data, will be covered in our rate investigations, and we will be able to provide the legislature with much more detailed information. But yes, based on our analysis done by staff, it is determined that with the servicing and operations of the renewable energies, they are in fact at the point now where they are making their accounts receivable, reducing their accounts receivable. And I'm sorry because I'm hesitating, because again, as I said, a lot of the information will be reviewed properly during our rate investigations, and we will be providing much more detailed information to the committee as well.
You meant accounts payable, not accounts receivable.
Accounts payable.
Yes. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair, for your leniency.
One second. Mr. Knight, you had something to say?
Yeah, so I just want to point out a couple of things. So one, there is a conversation on deferred fuel balances that is not being mentioned. We have under-recovered for quite a period of time compared to our actual expenses on fuel. I think that may very well become a point of contention with us on the Public Services Commission as to what extent, as was stated in the testimony, to what extent will they allow us to recover some of that under-recovery over the last few years. But most importantly, a reduction, we are moving in a direction where we can see a potential reduction in the LEAC in the near future, but our base rates are also under-recovering. And so at the end of the day, the total rate is still less than what we need to cover our true expenses. And the EY turnaround management assessment bears that out, which is their third-party view of this points out that it'll be a while, and they have it as 3 years before we break even on rates. We hope to make that a little bit sooner, but their third-party assessment of this, and you'll see that in the report. It's in their assessment report, and you'll probably see that in their final report to you.
Point of information, Senator Gittins, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all. I'm a little taken aback there with the response just now. My colleague spoke to faulty meters, etc., and the CEO spoke of, in his response, actually overbilling and underbilling. Correct. So when you underbill and you go back 3-4 months later and you bill someone, isn't that considered back billing?
Good morning, Lorraine Kelly, Chief Financial Officer. The current legislation only allows us to back bill for 35 days. So if we have indeed overbilled the customer, we give them a credit. If we have underbilled the customer, we are only allowed to go back 35 days. So if that estimate might have been for 2 or 3 months, we are not allowed to collect that, and we do not collect that money beyond 35 days.
And so in our testimony, we point out the fact that that is lost revenues, because if we we will estimate if we can't fit within that window, rather than having to come back outside of that window to make that adjustment. And if we don't catch it, it is lost revenues to the authority. So while it is a customer-friendly policy, it is a source of lost revenues.
So you don't go back past the 35
No,
days?
we cannot because the law prohibits us. So we do not.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Point of information, Senator Vele, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, testifiers. Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning.
In reference to that, I had a next question, but I got to go there. Is the responsibility of WAPA to send out bills that are correct? So the premise that you should be allowed to back bill for months at a time, I honestly don't understand, because the goal should be to send out bills that are correct. So you don't have to use the process of back billing, sometimes to consumers that amount to $1,000, $1,500. Why isn't the goal more to make sure that your bills on a regular basis are correct, instead of blaming the legislature for trying to mandate that you do the job right?
No. It's not a matter of blame. You're absolutely correct. There are circumstances, under normal circumstances, where a meter might have malfunctioned. There might have been a clerical error, which has happened, and there are rare examples of when there is legitimate reasons. However, we are not under normal circumstances. I think there needs to be a recognition that we do have an issue that is causing quite a preponderance of meters to be incorrect, and that causes a loss of revenues. At the same time, we're trying to dig ourselves out of a hole. As we move into a replacement of our metering infrastructure, I expect that those sort of errors to be the exception, not the norm. But the authority that I inherited, that was the norm, not the exception.
So are you asking for amendment of the bill with a sunset date? It can't be just an open, that you're just going to openly allow for the practice to continue.
You can place a sunset to revisit it, but there are, even under normal circumstances, requirements, especially on the commercial end. If there is a clerical error that we catch, it's just in everybody's best interest, all of our other customers' best interest, that we be allowed to correct that error. Putting an artificial limitation on us being able to do that, it really just causes us sometimes to have to eat a loss and pass that on to every other ratepayer. So I would hope that we can demonstrate that our billing accuracy is much improved, and there wouldn't be a need to revisit this provision because of the deterioration in our billing accuracy that promoted or prompted this. And I would, you could put a sunset, but I don't think it'd be necessary to have a sunset. I think our billing accuracy will prove out once we rebuild our metering system.
Well, lastly, what's your under recovery amount in terms of fuel?
We estimate our under recovery in fuel to be about $130 million over the last several years.
Despite the $100 million infusion from the GPI?
Some of that went towards that under recovery. Some of that was operating costs. Some of that was hurricane preparedness. A portion was fuel subsidies, and we can back that out of the under recovery.
Okay, thank you.
Point of information. Point of information, Senator Angel Bulkes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd like to raise a point regarding the different billing models used by many utility providers across the country and other island nations. And as we explore ways to improve our affordability and predictability and energy efficiency for our residents, it's worth noting that WAPA primarily uses a standard monthly billing model, and there are several alternative options successfully used across the nation and other island districts, such as budget billing, time of use rates, prepaid metering, tiered billing systems, which gives greater flexibility or fairness to the consumers. So my question is to CEO Knight, are you looking into alternative ways of billing for our consumers?
Yeah, we have had some initial light discussions. My new Chief Operating Officer, Mr. Lemuel Lavinier, could provide a little bit of color to some of the conversations we've spoke about as far as prepaid billing. His experience in Domlec, which is the utility company in Dominica, he says it's a practice that has worked well, and maybe Mr. Lavinier real quickly can speak to to how that would work in the VA?
Yes, good morning. Lemuel Lavigne, Chief Operating Officer, Electric Systems. In Dominica, we use the AMI system that is being developed, deployed in St. Thomas, where customers can then pay for their usage on as needed every day, just like you would with a cellular, where you pay this $5 and you get $5 worth and you top up as required. That is something that we've discussed and that is fully implementable once the AMI system is completed.
Yeah, so Senator, there are some alternatives from what we have traditionally done that we can consider, but it all starts with us rebuilding the metering infrastructure to allow some of that functionality, and that's what we're working towards.
Okay, very well. I'm happy to hear that, and I think we do need to have a little bit more of out-the-box thinking because, you know, we know that these alternatives exist, and perhaps the one that we've been using historically is not working for us. So thank you for the time, Mr. Chair, and I'll be asking my questions when my time is provided. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'll recognize Senator Franklin Johnson for his 7 minutes. Good morning.
Mr. Chair, good morning to my colleague. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the viewer and the listening audience. But before I start, I definitely wanted to weigh in and extend my condolence to my very good friend, the Livingston Bramble family. And yes, Bramble might have born in St. Kitts. I met Livingston Bramble when I was about 9 to 10 years old. We both are the same age. He make birthday September 3rd. I will make it on the 9th. I've been in the ring with Livingston Bramble many times, and that wasn't something I wanted to keep up. But we both also left the island around the same time. He probably left in 1978. I left in 79. He went to pursue his career in boxing. I went to pursue my education and my vocational. And we both end up in New Jersey. Many times I went over and see him box. Wasn't boxing far from where I was. I saw when he won the Golden Gloves in the state of New Jersey. I also saw a couple of his professional fights, but I must say he was a determined individual when it comes to what he wanted to achieve and what he wanted to do in life. I was in very long depth communication with him, and after he fell ill, me and the family maintained communication. And on Saturday, when I received that call of his passing, it made me go back and just look at his fight. I brought up the fights with Mancini, and I just look at those things that sometimes it brought tears to me because we did lose a champion here in this territory. And yes, when he won that championship fight, he brought his entire team to the Virgin Islands, Louis Duvoir, throughout Government House, throughout St. Thomas. So I could go on, but we have WAPA here, somebody that we definitely need to have some conversation with. So without any hold up, I'm listening to the testimony about these payments and stuff like that. And what's sad is when folks get these bills, especially our seniors, not knowing better, that go in and pay those $1,000 bill. And I'm saying this without even fear that I know what I'm speaking about. Folks have come to me, and some of them come after they pay. And I say, you don't pay those bills, you have to contest them. Now, this is my question to CEO Knight or any of his personnel there. Have you ever looked at those bills when folks come and pay them and try to give them a retract or give them back their money in any way or fashion? Because many times that's not the correct bill. So what you do about it when folks running hesitant, don't want the light to go off? What do you do about that?
Yeah, certainly, Senator, that's something that we encourage folks to come into the office. If they don't feel the bill is correct, give us a chance to take a look at it. In many instances, we do a readjustment of the bill. I've instructed my staff that if it looks wrong, let's assume it's wrong. Let's not assume that the customer is always wrong. That we should take another look at it and make sure it makes sense. In some cases, it's an obvious error, and we should not allow obvious errors to go out and double down on obvious errors. So we do adjustments when it makes sense. When the bill is accurate, we then negotiate payment plans. But certainly we have adjusted bills when they were obvious errors.
I know you do, because I've called on behalf of many of my constituents, and we have got adjustments. So that I won't challenge, because once folks reach there, they call me, we assist them, connect them with the right folks. So I know that do happen. You spoke about St. John. You spoke about battery backups. And if my memory serves me right, after the 2017 hurricanes, St. John was the first island that should have been getting their own generator. It was supposed to be 2 of them. What about the status of those generators for St. John? St. John should not have to continue relying on St. Thomas at this day and stage. We cannot continue going on these roads. What is the status on those generators for St. John?
Yeah, Senator, you're absolutely correct. I provided some timelines, and I'm pushing the staff. When I came in, that was one of my priority items, to understand why we hadn't proceeded as we had agreed to, or as I had heard we had agreed to. I now have a better understanding. Apparently, there was a technical report that put pause to the direction that WAPA had been heading in. I've since given some guidance as to how we proceed, and that includes the 3 projects that I outlined: the standby generation in Cruz Bay, battery backup in Coral Bay, and ultimately working with our third-party independent power provider to put in a solar array on St. John. The impact of those 3 projects should be to allow St. John to be able to function independently of the Harley plant for periods of time. And the first step in that is the battery backup, which I think is probably the quickest to deployment. So Mr. Lavinier and his team are moving post-haste to make that a reality. But you're absolutely right. That project was spoken about for quite some time and did stall out. And we have gotten to the bottom of the issues, and we are moving forward now.
What time frame we talking about for completion for St. John? Let's start with that battery pack that you're talking about. What time frame?
Go ahead.
I would say about a year.
Oh, St. Johnian. Let's go ahead. In your testimony on page 6, Mr. Knight, you spoke about some work that's going to be done on the island of St. Croix, and that's on the Queen Mary Highway, but you didn't speak in depth about it. And I remember that press release that was sent out on March 17, where Benetton Constructions was awarded that contract to carry out the project on behalf of WAPA.
1 minute.
We'll start the material stage and on-site preparation on March 24th. This is a very serious situation here, because when you read about it, it says very clearly, once work begin, the eastbound lane on Route 70 will remain closed throughout each phase of the project. And that's right in adjacent of complex going down towards our Paradise traffic light. School is going on. How do we mitigate the traffic in that area? How do we do this? Because there's only one spot you could get off to avoid that traffic. That's by the agriculture and the public safety intersection. Other than that, from that to Paradise is a long route to be having a one-way on the island of St. Croix. How do we make out with this? And is there any other way that can be alleviated instead of having this one lane closed? And it's scheduled to happen from April 7. Mr. Chair, may I conclude cross here?
Yeah, man.
Thank you. It's scheduled to start from April 7th and will be finishing in the first quarter of 2026. That's a long time to have a one lane on that Queen Mary Highway. Very long time.
So we are mindful of that. This is a project. We have a very experienced local contractor, Benton Construction. We're also working, of course, with VIPD. We don't anticipate having to close the entire stretch. It'll probably be sections by sections. We understand the potential disruption, and so we will try to minimize that disruption as much as possible. I think that's one of the reasons we had to wait for East Airport Road and other arteries to open up to allow us to be able to alleviate and avoid some of that congestion. We are aware it ties in our substation. It ties that into the underground that we did in Golden Grove Park. This is our continued attempts to bury lines along the main arteries that solve the power, our customers, the electrical customers on St. Croix, including feeder 8B, which is one of our largest electrical feeder. It's going to be disruptive, but we have said that this period of spending a couple $2 billion in infrastructure upgrades is going to be a fairly disruptive period. What I can say, though, is with every one of these projects that gets done, our system and our resiliency improves and becomes hardened. So I ask the community's indulgence as we try to execute this project. We think we have one of our better contractors on the job, and we will be working hand in glove with VIPD to try and minimize the disruption. Thank you, Senator, for putting out that public notice once again and helping us to get the word out that, yes, this is in fact coming. I saw the conduits being dropped off this morning as I was leaving the island. I saw the trucks with the conduits staging, and we are getting ready to bury those lines from overhead to underground in the vicinity of from Kings Hill right on down to Lower Love.
Well, I sure hope you do some good detouring signs, because there's some little route that you could get by. And in closing, I would like to ask about the situation on the western end of the island. Especially on weekends, the water level is very low. The pressure is low to the point of dripping. And when that pressure gets that low, sometimes it brings back up a lot of that rusted color water. What seems to be the problem with the water line, especially on the western end of the island?
So there's, of course, we're changing out. I always tell people the reason why the water looks rusty is because it is, right? We have aging pipes that we're changing out. I mentioned changing out pipes in Camporico and Hannah's Rest. But in addition to that, I think one of the major issues we've been experiencing recently is low levels in the Kings Hill tank. That Kings Hill tank above Central High School really feeds most of the western side of the island, even more so than the tank at Mountain. And the fact that the levels have been low have resulted in a low water pressure. We are doing an investigation to try to figure out if there's something that we're missing, which I do believe we are, whether it's a leak or maybe the tank is in some way compromised. But Mr. Hodge, the Chief Operating Officer on the water system, could probably speak to that.
Before Mr. Hodge speaks, because I'm going to close on this. This has been going on for quite some time. This ain't just this week, this year. This has been going on for a while. Yeah. And we have not resolved that problem.
We've had low pressure complaints from as close by as Clifton Hill. We have had low pressure complaints from Central High School. You're right, there is something that seems to be a little bit more pervasive. Mr. Hodge?
Yes, so what we...
One second, Mr. Hodge. I'll ask the testifiers before you speak to place your name on the record, please.
Yes, Noel Hodge, COO, Water Systems, WAPA. So we do suspect major leaks in the Mid-Island area, in and around the Kings Hill tank. We have purchased some equipment to do some data logging so that we could pinpoint the leak. That equipment, those parts have been received, and we received of last week, and we're going to start deploying those so that we could find this leak that's contributing to the problem. And in addition, we do have some issues with some pumping stations. We have some parts on order that are being expedited for the Contentment Pump Station and Concordia Pump Station, so that we could, meet up with the increasing demand, which is, seasonal, as we are well in the dry season annually, and so that, between those two things, we can, improve the storage Mid-Island.
Mr. Chair, may I ask through the chair that WAPA present a written statement showing the loss, because we have to pay Vital for the water that is being leaked out. And no place in the testimony it shows the amount of water that is being lost based on charges from Vital. There's a meter. Vital know exactly how much water they are selling. WAPA know exactly how much water they are charging for. So that loss that we have to pay for, I would like through the chair to get a report, an extensive report as the amount of lost water based on what WAPA just said about the tank being low at all time, and this going on for at least maybe about 2 years. Thank you very much, Mr.
Senator
Chair.
Johnson, I think if my memory serves me correct, you meant 7 Cs.
That's correct. 7 Cs.
7 Cs. Not Vital. 7 Cs. Good. Ms. Satori, while we are on the line about water loss, in your testimony on page 5, you talked about the water loss and the good senator from St. Croix just talked about that. Where is this loss coming from? On the plant side or on the infrastructure side? And who's paying for this loss?
The water loss, and we're speaking about water loss.
Yes, water, not the electric, water.
Okay. There is significant loss, as CEO Knight has mentioned, and Mr. Hodge, that stems directly from old pipes, ancient piping, and different other issues. There is some water loss, and we're not sure exactly to what extent or what degree or how much. That's on the ratepayers' side as well. When we get complaints regarding excessive water bills, etc., we go out and we investigate the properties, and we seek to determine exactly what the cause of the loss is. In the case of water losses, the ratepayer is responsible, of course, for having a certified plumber come in and try to detect if their ratepayer is actually experiencing the loss as a result of something within their pipes. In the majority of the cases, and I probably can ask our Assistant Executive Director to speak a little bit more about this. In the majority of the cases, the losses are not determined to be on the ratepayers' side. We do have several testimonies and documentation in our records that stem from questioning at our meetings, our regular monthly meetings, that supports exactly what Mr. Hodge and CEO Knight indicates about the line losses that are caused on their side. But to respond to your question, we do have some losses that are attributed to our customers, in which situation customers are responsible for correcting that situation. But the majority of the case is on the side of the utility.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Knight, before you answer that question, Seven Seas is your vendor?
Yes, Seven Seas is a vendor on the water side.
You're producing sufficient water. You have reports of you losing water in your end. Are you dumping water? What's going on?
Seven Seas, we don't have an issue with Seven Seas and their production. Like I said, we have an aging system. That's part of the prudent replacement. FEMA has deemed that the entire water infrastructure, most of the water infrastructure on both islands is to be replaced because of the condition that it's in. And that's welcome news. I mentioned earlier on St. Croix, moving from Tide Village all the way to Lorraine. That's about 30 miles of pipeline to be replaced on St. Croix alone. We do have leaks in the system. I want to just put one critical point. In our rates, the PSC does cap what we can recover as far as acceptable losses. Everything else we have to absorb in-house. So that is our incentive to get the losses down. We are pursuing rehabilitation projects to curb those losses, and to the extent that we have the data loggers, that'll help us to furnish the information to this committee that the Senator has requested.
Thank you, Senator Novell. Francis Jr., recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the folks from Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, as well as the Public Service Commission, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. CEO Knight, thank you for your testimony this morning, and I too want to thank the employees of WAPA. I think that a lot of times they get caught into the issues of WAPA, and that there's little appreciation for the work and the risks that they continue to take on as the dangerous work that they perform. So I too want to join in thanking them for their contribution here in this territory. I would imagine as the system continue to be challenged and faulty, that of course we increase the risks of these individuals exposure being in the plant. So, Godspeed, and certainly we want to keep them well. So in your fiscal challenge position, you talk about being $2 to $3 million in deficit. Is it 2 or 3? That's a big difference to me when you count in money, right?
It's somewhere in between there.
Somewhere in between 2 and 3.
Yeah. It's so the good news is that the number is moving rapidly in the right direction. So we're trying to give our best estimate as of today. That's what we're looking at.
So is it your position then the declaration of the state of emergency was in fact beneficial to WAPA?
I'm sorry?
Would you say that the declaration of the state of emergency was in fact beneficial to WAPA?
Yeah, it was critical. I don't think WAPA would have survived the year without government support.
And how are you doing it now that you're not receiving that subsidy?
The Wartsillas was quite a saving grace. We saw the difference in our cash flow in January when we had a full month's production from those systems. The solar farm on St. Croix also was very helpful. And so I think a large part of the reduction in that deficit is attributable to those two projects.
And talking about the Wartsillas, I think that the startup of the Wartsillas was being heralded as a critical step forward in regards to WAPA and the ability to take some of those other generation offline. And I think the public needs some clarity in regards to how is it that now that you don't have the Wartsillas, what's the issue or problem that they continue to face?
Because of the announcement, because I said it's a very big project, a very important milestone. So there's a lot of attention paid to the Wartsillas. I want to reiterate, 2 of those units are back on and operating. A third one will be back on later this week. So they're being restored to service. Things happen, especially new things, sometimes have some flaws and defects that we have to sort through. We're going through the growing pains with them, and we're getting them fixed and repaired. Wartsilla, which is a pretty large company, has their reputation at stake, and so they've worked very diligently. So that is showing, we are seeing the benefits of that. In the same time period, we've had other units, Unit 20 on St. Croix, other units that have gone down. They just aren't as publicized as the Wartsillas, but we are returning to normalcy, and when those units are on, it allows us to take off our more inefficient units, particularly Unit 23 in the St. Thomas District. By the time I get Unit 6 back, I'll be able to shut down Unit 23 and perform some light maintenance on that unit.
So you believe that the restart of the Wartsillas will in fact allow for some sustainability over the next few months?
I know so, because we experienced it in January.
Okay. So again, we know that they ran down, or they were taken down in 6 weeks. We don't expect that to continue.
No, sir.
Good show. You talk about you talk about being $101 million past due in your account payables. In that, of course, we saw where Vital was taken offline in terms of payment to Vital, as well as the RUS loan was also...
the CDL loan.
The CDL loan. Mm-hmm. So we still, of the 101, what does it account for? Trafigura, we're talking about maybe the bank's loans, are that included in the 101 as well?
No, that would be included in the debt figures. That 101 is a lot of vendors, some large like a Trafigura and some small, but those are really vendor payments. They are included, and that number includes the GRS. The GRS and the IRB obligations are also included in that number as well.
Anticipating the turnaround company providing some position and where you're at, have you done anything to kind of prepare yourself in terms of what's expected? Have you had any conversation with them in respect to some of the challenges that may come about in terms of the turnaround management company?
Yeah, they have been very gracious in sharing some of the assessments that they would have done and making sure that there aren't any egregious errors or assumptions that they're making. And we've been able to point out things that where I thought they were off base. There's still a few things that slipped through in the assessment report that that's slightly incorrect, and we'll see what they have in the final report on recommendations. But certainly, I mentioned bringing on a municipal advisor. The report is ultimately going to point in the direction that we have to look at that long-term debt and what we do with it. And the only way to approach that is we do need to bring in a municipal advisor. We need to get back to the credit market. We need to get our financial hygiene in order.
All right, real quickly as my time run down. In regards to the your testimony as well, you talk about the new Richmond plant. There, are you saying that you intend to have a new Richmond plant, or are you open to putting some of that industrial over in the South Shore?
Bird in the hand versus the bird in the bush. I own the Richmond plant in the state penitentiary land. So the bulk of that generation that we have funding for is going to go in Richmond. But we are exploring the opportunity to work in some private-public partnerships with our partners over on the South Shore to see what we can do as far as locating some generation over there as well.
All right, well, my time wouldn't allow it, but I'll definitely want to talk a little bit more about that. In regards, Mr. Chair.
Proceed, Senator.
Well, two things. We had a recent outage on St. Croix last week, and I'm hearing it might have been an island-wide. What happened there?
Mr. Lavinia?
Lemuel Lavinia, CEO Electric. What happened is we lost Unit 19.
Unit 17.
Unit 17, sorry. Because of the amount of renewable energy we have online, we have the Agreco units and the solar units. They are load following units. So once we lost Unit 17, the remaining units went offline.
So it's, in layman's speak, our generation that we own kind of sets the frequency, and it's what we call grid forming. Everything else kind of stacks on top of that. When you lose one of those gas turbines, the other units fall off. And so that outage lasted as long as it took us to start up another one of our gas turbines. So we are highly leveraged on St. Croix between the Agrecos and the solar farm. I guess another way to say it is those units can't provide power on their own. They need that signal coming from one of the gas turbines. And when they lost that signal, we lose those units. So it is something that we're trying to mitigate, but that will happen from time to time. It took us about 15 minutes to get another unit started, and within an hour, we had the island back up.
Very well. On the chair's time, if you could just talk about real quickly, provide to the public how the solar farms, work in consort and the interoperability between the solar farms and the generation unit. I think the public could be able to have a better understanding how that works. Thank you.
So the solar farms.
Place your name on the record.
My name is Carl Knight, Executive Director at Water and Power Authority. The solar farms provide additional capacity on the island during the daytime. At points at midday, we have about 15 megawatts of solar resource on 14 megawatts of solar resource on St. Croix, about 4 megawatts in St. Thomas. The resource on St. Croix allows us to run most of the day with just one of our gas turbines online. So it's a fairly efficient mode. And then there's a battery backup that allows us to kind of extend that solar resource into the evening. So that has been quite a cost savings for us. The rate that we're paying, 10.9 cents a kilowatt hour for the solar. And when the battery is discharging, it's 5.5 cents per kilowatt hour. It's has been pretty helpful. The challenge, of course, is the batteries provide about 4 hours of backup. The farm at Petronella is a 10 megawatt farm. When clouds come over, I lose 6 megawatts at least one time, right? So we are trying to mitigate that by putting some additional battery storage on the system. And also it requires us to have some backup generation to make sure that if we do experience cloud cover, we don't lose the grid. And so that's been a learning curve in how we operate with those solar farms.
Point of information, Senator President Milton Potter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just regarding the whole issue of renewables that you were just speaking about, Mr. Knight, what percentage of WAPA's generation currently comes from renewables? And what's your target for the next 3 to 5 years?
I have to crunch those numbers, but on St. Croix, like I pointed out, the peak generation is about 43 megawatts. Base load is about 28. We have about 14 megawatts of that at peak is solar. We're also adding another 10 megawatts probably in the next couple months. I'll send you the invitation. So that'll be 24 megawatts on St. Croix. Over on St. Thomas, we have 4 megawatts of solar, and we're looking to add another 10 or so before the year is out on St. Thomas. I haven't broken it down percentage-wise yet. That is something that we're targeting. I will be able to get you that figure on a megawatt-hour basis, but I don't have that handy with me today.
What would you like to see for the next 3 to 5 years?
We're trying to push the envelope. There was a goal that when I was director of the Energy Office that I had established for a 60% reduction in fossil fuel production. 28% of that 60% was supposed to be from renewables. I want to eclipse that because I think technology has improved. Back then, batteries were not really an option, so it was an intermittent resource. Batteries allow us to base load that energy for all intents and purposes. And so we want to really push the envelope. I want to take St. John 100% renewable. And I think we can really probably push, 20, 25 megawatts on St. Thomas. And of course, 25 or so megawatts or more on St. Croix. So we're going to the extent that technology allows us to do so without compromising the stability of the grid, we're going to continue to push the envelope.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Before I recognize Senator Carla Joseph, Chief Knight, I'm glad a minute ago you talked about, speaking in layman terms, the people of the Virgin Islands want to know. Mm-hmm. I have a bill for $200. When are going to be $150? Let's be straight up. I know the authority is working towards efficiency. We add in the renewables and everything, and you're starting to realize a cost saving on the authority side, not to the point that you would like it to be. But at some point in time, we have to look over the people of the Virgin Islands, to the ratepayers. So they want to know. My bill is $200. I'm going to see $175, maybe $190, $180, $175. What are we going to see?
I hope this time next year to be able to say that we've passed on some sort of reduction. It's probably going to be a token amount because by all financial estimates, real ability to pass on relief is probably 3 years out. Of any substantial rate reduction is probably 3 years out, and is also contingent on what we can do with that long-term debt so that we could continue to meet debt service, right? To the extent that we're able to do something there and still meet debt service, we might be able to pass on some real rate reduction in 3 years. I hope to be able to pass on something by this time next year, but it'll probably be a token amount, right? So it mightn't be 200 to 150, which is a 25% reduction, but it might be something. We are moving in that direction, but so I'll tell you this. My priority is reliability and stability. I want to address the issues of the power going out too frequently, get the system reliable, get the system resilient, and I want to kind of secure that. Once we can do that, and part of that is paying vendors and buying spare parts, dealing with some of the deferred maintenance on those generators, I wouldn't feel right passing on savings when really and truly we have lots of obligations that are important for us to really make the grid stable. I think we're going to get there sooner rather than later. I think I can get there sooner than EY has stated in their assessment report, but it's hard to predict. And the other variable, we're watching the cost of energy. And of course, we're diversifying very quickly with solar, maybe potentially some wind, but we still have to look at oil prices and fuel prices and make sure those markets are heading in the right direction. If those markets start to go down significantly, then that probably speeds up the time frame.
It's your testimony today from you and the executive team that after all this prudent replacement, this solar farm, that solar farm, everything. The people of the Virgin Islands don't see some type of reduction in a bill.
We already heading in that direction.
No, Chief. That was yes or no. That was yes or no.
Yes. I mean, that's the mission.
Good. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tonight, on page 4 of your testimony, you spoke about facilitation for at least 40 megawatts in additional generation at the Harley Power Plant. My question to you is it a 40 megawatts turbine you're interested in, or 215 and a 10 to come up to that 40?
I think the engineering team has agreed that we want that generation in increments no larger than 10 megawatts. So units no larger than 10 megawatts. So this would be about 4 10-megawatt units or smaller.
Thank you very much. I appreciate hearing that, because I know going to those major big turbines, when it comes time for maintenance, it's hard to fulfill those gaps. And if you have smaller turbines, you could repair one while one is ongoing.
You're absolutely correct, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize Senator Carla Joseph for her 7 minutes. Good morning.
Thank you. Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good morning to my colleagues, the people of the Virgin Islands, and the hardworking local men and women from both the Water and Power Authority as well as the Public Services Commission. I am a little bit insider regarding the Public Services Commission, because our dear and good president of the 36th legislature has again appointed me as the ex officio member to the Public Services Commission board. I want to also say that I see our men and women working hard, our local people, working hard to assure that our power stays on. I see them. Everyone sees them. And that we have water uninterrupted. I know they're out there working in the hot sun many a times. They're doing a lot of overtime and doing their very best, because they are serving their people. It's not only for a paycheck for most of them, it's because they are serving our people, and I really want to commend them for that. I want to begin my questioning on page 2. I'm going to ask all of my questions derived from your testimony, Mr. CEO Administrator Knight. Kindly indicate for us, and if you don't have the information here, you will send it through the chair. On page 2, you indicated that there's a 2.3 monthly operating, 2.3 million, 2 to 3 million, let me say that, monthly operating deficit. Kindly indicate what the majority of that expense is from.
The majority of our expense in any month is fuel.
Fuel.
That is the bulk of our expense. And that fluctuates. So today, the price of LPG per gallon went from 85 cents to 87 cents. That cost me $175,000 for the month.
Okay, thank you. Just keep it succinct, because I have plenty of questions. And you opened up the question regarding fuel. You said on page 3 you have a fuel contractor. Who is that fuel contractor?
The current fuel contractor for diesel is Borinquen. We are negotiating right now with a company called Peerless. The current LPG contractor is Vitol.
Okay, how much are we paying the diesel contractor?
The current rate for diesel, Ms. Kelly?
Good morning, Lorraine Kelly, Chief Financial Officer. We are currently buying diesel, and it costs us about $2.2 million per shipment. With the Wartzillers back online, all 7 of them, we will only need to buy 1 per month. However, with the Wartzillers, when they were down, we had to buy 2.
And how much is it per gallon, or how much you normally purchase it? Could you break it down per gallon so we could see it in the minutia and understand completely how much we're paying, because we pay a fuel cost on our bills. So we could have that. Okay, so that's one of my other.
Yeah, we'll provide that information. I think it's like $2.90 per gallon. But
Can you place it on? You have it? Excellent.
Yes.
Give it to us, please.
We're currently paying $2.15 per gallon.
$2.15 per gallon
for diesel.
For the diesel.
And we currently pay an additional 71 cents for transportation cost that is in addition to that.
71 cents. Okay, and transportation, that's for the diesel.
That's for diesel.
Okay, now when is this company contract ending for the diesel?
it actually ends at the end of this month. We're about to take on our last shipment from them.
Okay. And what about the VTOL now? What are we paying them? Those human beings who wrap out our money.
Right.
With
And
a really bad,
and
with
just-
a bad agreement.
And Lorraine Kelly, Chief Financial Officer. And just as a clarity, we pay spot based on a pre-agreed international rate, and for both diesel as well as LPG. The current LPG rate is 85.88 cents, or at least our last purchase last week was, with a 59 cents in addition for transportation. That cost this morning went up by 2 cents a gallon.
Which one?
The 85 cents.
Okay, for the transportation?
No, for the cost of the fuel.
Okay.
So that cost of the fuel every Monday, we have an agreement where every Monday we get a spot rate, and the purchase for that week is based on the Monday price, and that's why the variability of that 2 to 3 million that we've estimated, it depends on what the price of the fuel is, which next Monday may go up again. Today it went up again.
And these fluctuations are based on current market costs.
Correct.
So fuel has two components. One is commodity market price plus transportation price.
Okay, I got you. Thank you so much for that. Now, I wanted to ask you for the 101.7 million that you said is past due. Did you send, through the chair, could you send us the
1 minute
accounts payable? I have a whole bunch of questions. Okay.
Certainly.
Yes, through the chair. And now I want to also go on to page 3. I'm only on page 3 with these questioning. Page 3, you talked about a municipal advisor. Your statement said you have recently engaged.
Yes.
And who is this entity, and how much you're paying them, and what is their scope of work?
Sustainable capital systems.
Wait, sustain. Who is that? Where they come from?
That is a firm out of, I believe they're based out of Washington, D.C. They're $29,000 per month is the fee.
29. And what are they providing? And we would need to get a copy of their contract. Sorry, Mr. Knight, because my time is running. I'm trying to be within my time.
Financial advisory as it relates to our indebtedness.
Okay, thank you so kindly. Could you please send their contract, a copy of their contract, to the chair? Mr. Chairman, I have run out of my time, but I have some other questions.
You can follow up with one additional questions and then save the others for the second round.
Okay, thank you. Page 5 of your testimony, you mentioned that there is some batteries by VIRAPS. I don't know how to pronounce that. VIRAPC. Who owns those backup energy storage batteries?
They're owned by VIRAPC. So the developers of the solar farm. Okay. The ones on St. Croix, on St. Thomas, the batteries in the Harley plant are owned by WAPA.
Okay, thank you so kindly. Mr. Chairman, I have one final burning question. The battery in St. Thomas that is owned, how much did you, by WAPA, how much did you purchase those batteries for? I
don't have that number off the top of my head.
Kindly provide it to the chair at at your leisure before I have to ask a point of information.
About
Thank
six-
you.
okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time and your leniency. I deeply appreciate it.
Yes, I'll recognize Senator Angel Bolkes for his 7 minutes. And also
Thank you, Mr.
recognize,
Chair. Good
sorry,
morning.
1 second, Senator, I apologize. I'd like to recognize Senator Clifford Joseph, who's been here, non-committee member, and committee member Alma Francis Heiliger. Good morning. Now, Mr. Bolkes, you may proceed with your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience, and good morning to the testifying panel from the Water and Power Authority before us today. CEO Knight, good morning, and good afternoon. It's 12:01. 12:01.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Mr. Knight, thank you. With WAPA carrying $175 million in payables and long-term debt, operation expenses that fluctuate between $2 to $3 million per month, and facing $375 million in cash needs over a 5-year time span. We got some work to do, but also I'd like to commend you on your efforts with you and your team and your employees at the Water and Power Authority for advancing in the area of green energy as well. But I must say that throughout this government, we seem to be disrespecting ourselves. It happens in every institution, every department, and we continue to do it. And what I mean by that in your specific case is that we provide monies to agencies and departments to be able to pay for utilities as well, but yet some of the largest amounts of monies that the Water and Power and authorities owed is from these very departments and agencies. Is that correct or accurate to state?
The government, of course, is our largest customer. When the government is late, that does have an impact on our cash flow.
But you are owed many a large sums of money.
The government has done a much better job. We're actually...
yes or no?
No. I am owed money, particularly by the hospitals and waste management. The rest of the central government is current.
Okay, so you have two entities.
And then
Can
the
I have those
street
numbers,
lights,
please?
we're also behind on street lights.
Can I have the figures associated with that, please?
Certainly, we could send you that government accounts receivable.
Very well, through the chair for that. CEO Knight, what concrete
You're going to
steps
repeat it through the chair.
is WAPA taking to improve collections, especially from these chronic non-paying entities that we just mentioned? Are you getting any funds from them on a regular basis? What is the plan surrounding that, in short?
So I want to be clear, on the single payer account, they have been fairly current. They don't fall behind much more than 30 days. We've had challenges for whatever reason with getting the waste management and hospital accounts paid in a timely fashion. As far as overall receivables, we're bringing on another collector to work on collections. And we continue to try, as it relates to the government receivables, to just maintain a relationship with OMB and finance to make payment as quickly as possible. Every dollar counts in our tenuous cash flow position, and in order to make do without government subsidy, we need timely payments.
Very well. Can you provide me the balance of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority Generating and Infrastructure Fund? Do you have that available with you today?
No, I do not have a fund balance on that. Generation.
How much of the funding has been dispersed to WAPA over the past 3 fiscal years?
Are you referring to the funds for the gasoline tax, or is that something else?
The Generating and Infrastructure Fund, yes. Title 33, Section 039A.
All right, I'll have to make sure we're talking about the same thing. But if it's the gas tax, I don't have an accounting of that right now, but it goes to a trustee to pay the bonds that got us to phase 1 water sellers. It goes directly to that trustee. The outstanding balance on those bonds is 34.5 million. But those funds are dedicated specifically for the debt service on that note.
They are supposed to be for infrastructure. So the infrastructure of the plants is what you're saying is the debt note,
yeah,
correct?
That bond allowed us to acquire 3 generators worth 21 megawatts. That was the phase 1 Wattsilas were purchased with those funds. That was our pre-hurricane recovery days, and so those bonds allowed us to those funds allowed us to float bonds to install those generators.
Noted. Let's switch over to the PSC. Good afternoon, Director Satori. You mentioned in your testimony that you've received no assessments from the Water and Power Authority and Waste Management Authority for several years, which could technically be undermining your ability to regulate effectively. And given this, what enforcement authority will the Commission invoke to compel compliance in this area?
Okay, good afternoon, Sandra Satori, Public Services Commission. We have not, as we stated in our testimony, we have not received any assessment payments from the Waste Management Authority for the past 4 years. We have, in fact, we have not received annual assessment payments from the Water and Power Authority for fiscal year 2025, the
1 minute,
second and first and second quarters.
Okay, well, we have WAPA here today, and perhaps I should switch over to the CEO and find out what efforts they plan to make that process whole on your side. CEO, can you respond, please?
I think we've tried to pay some of the docket-specific assessments, and I think we're going to continue in that effort. We have been challenged, just like the Waste Management Authority, in making those large payments. The Public Services Commission doesn't like to hear me say it, but our priority at the end of the day is providing water and power to the people of the Virgin Islands, and that takes priority over paying assessments to the PSC. I understand their position, and I've offered to jointly lobby this body for the funds that they need or to pay our portion of those assessments. But if I have $1 million in the bank, it goes towards critical vendors, deferred maintenance, fuel, other essential obligations. It's a really hard decision for me to take that, short the critical obligations that I have, and provide it to the PSC. We're going to try I hate owing people, and I hate being shaken down for money from people that I owe. So we're going to do our best to meet our obligations, and I've committed as much to the PSC. But I also need everybody to understand the conundrum that as a government instrumentality I'm placed in when I'm asked to pay another government agency instead of taking care of the obligations that I have out there to provide the service that I exist to provide.
Thank you for your response, and CEO Knight, and of course, Director Satori. I have a great deal of respect for both of you. But in this case, I just want us to, we're all here to work together. And, if the PSC is not able to do their part without your compliance, vice versa, you need them as well. Speaking to the choir, of course. And Mr. Chair, if I may have one quick wrap-up question.
One quick one, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And this goes to Director Satori concerning the Ernst & Young Turnaround Company report, which is shortly due. How will the PSC incorporate these findings into regulatory mandates, and will the Commission use the report to establish new performance metrics or rating conditions for the Water and Power Authority?
Yes, the PSC will, in fact, consider the findings of EY. As we mentioned in our testimony, the rate investigations are very comprehensive, very thorough. We take critical look, very critical look and very close look at the all of the data from the utilities, all of the utilities, whether it's the Water and Power Authority or Waste Management. In this case, as we indicated, because EY is in fact doing much of its own analysis and data crunching. Once that report is released and we get a copy of it, it is our hope that we would not have to duplicate those efforts, and we can rely specifically on the data that's reported on by EY. But our consultants will in fact be taking a very, very close look and scrutiny of the data and records and finances of the Water and Power Authority as well as the other utilities that we will be investigating.
Okay, thank you so much for your responses. And of course, Mr. Chair, thank you so much for the leniency.
No problem. Now I'll recognize Majority Leader Kurt Valley for his 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, Mr. Knight, what's the percentage of propane being utilized by island?
That varies on a daily basis, but typically on St. Croix it's 100%. There was a point in January where we were also 100% on St. Thomas. Prior to the Watsillas, we were probably about 60% propane, 40% diesel.
What was the fuel savings in January when you were 100% on St. Thomas?
We probably, believe it or not, in January we cash flowed positive, and we probably saved maybe about $3 million thereabouts in fuel in January.
Based on the fact that I know the agreement that you had with Watsilla, and then they said they needed additional monies to complete the project. There was some negotiation that took place. You guys came to an agreement. You paid them the monies. They finished the project. But we lost $3 million as a result of those units that being up and running in February. Are we charging them that $3 million because we were supposed to have those units up and running?
That is a conversation. Right now, the priority is getting them up and running.
Okay, I know that, but legally,
but there is a conversation that we have.
Okay, hold up.
Broached, and
no,
that
hold up. We just, because I don't have a lot of time. They stopped work. They said we ain't doing no more work until we get paid. They turned over units to us. The units broke down within 6 weeks. We didn't get a $3 million savings in February. Are we legally going after them? Is a yes or no?
I don't think we are at the legal juncture. I think there's some administrative remedies we could probably pursue first.
Okay. Well, I hope we have those administrative remedies because that's a cost of $3 million. You received substantial subsidies from the government, GVI, almost over a year. I heard you speak about the under recovery. Well, you had to calculate the monies you're receiving from the government. So with that $100 million in under recovery, how much money from the GVI actually went to subsidize fuel? And what is the real amount of the under recovery?
Between April and December.
How did you factor the $100 million? What was the $100 million used for from the government of the Virgin Islands?
Yeah, give me a moment to get the actual breakout, but some of that was for, some of that was vendor payments. So I think there was an Agreco shutdown. Some of that was the incentive payment to bring the Watsilla's projects in early. Some of that was for, yes, sir.
So we gave them an incentive to do the job that they were commissioned to do. From
well, you have to understand that there was a $15 million claim on the authority that we negotiated down to $5 million with a $2 million incentive if they bring the project in early, which saved us that $3 million. Some of that was for hurricane preparedness and inventory. So I do need to break out the fuel part.
I just want the fuel costs. How much was utilized for fuel?
I'll try and get you that as soon as I can. I don't have that.
Well, while she's looking for those numbers, O&M for the Vital propane facility on both islands, we paying like $12 million in O&M?
Yes, we pay to a company named St. Nol's. We own the facilities, so we don't pay Vital. We pay a private company to operate and maintain those facilities for us.
And we renegotiate at what cost? What's the cost now?
We are paying St. Nol's about $1.2 million a month. That is our contract with them. We haven't been in a position. That's the initial contract. We haven't renegotiated anything with them.
So literally the same amount?
More or less, yes.
So this is the same group that was in O&M before?
They were doing it under Vitol. They're now doing it. They're now directly contracted with us.
So now that we own the propane facility, have we put out a bid for the O&M for the facility to see if we can get a price below that $12 million?
I think there's two things. Our primary strategy, Senator, actually is to eventually assume full responsibility for that in-house. So I don't think we are looking so much as a bid for another provider, more so than to get the necessary training and experience to assume that responsibility internally.
What's the time period for that?
3 years.
3 years?
Yeah.
So we can put out an RFP in that 3-year period to see if you could get a better price instead of paying the $12 million?
We can, but I don't know if we're going to find a better operator for the facility. I think they are in a position to train us on the equipment and to hand over responsibility to us.
You won't know unless you put it out. And I don't think that they're the only company that's capable of operating or doing O&M for the propane facility, but it's $12 million a month. So I would suggest
not $12 million a month, Senator. 1.2 million.
1.2, about $13 million a year. If we could get that down, then that is money that would be a savings for the government of the Virgin Islands. In reference to bringing solar power online, bringing the Wärtsilä online, what is now the cost per kilowatt hour of producing power? You said before it was like 51 cents on the residential side, but you bring in Wärtsilä's on, has the cost decreased? What is the cost now?
Our cost is 43 cents on the residential side.
I'm talking actual cost, not what you're billing.
Oh, my actual cost? Yes. It is probably closer to, it's still probably around 50 cents, probably about 8 cents. When I came in, it was about 11 cents less. We were recovering about 11 cents. That was the statements I saw from the prior executive director. From what I see EY's studies put out, and kind of agrees with our studies, is somewhere about 6 to 8 cents still under recovered.
So it's still about 51 cents? So
it's still very much perhaps around there, but we do need to keep crunching those numbers because the cost has been declining. And with the Wärtsiläs, we haven't had a good run to really factor in how that affects that cost.
Okay, with that, we're bringing the Wärtsiläs on and having a $3 million a month savings. If you run that for a year, that's $36 million. How would that affect your bottom line in terms of cost per kilowatt hour?
It 1 penny equates to about what? 3 million is about 6 cents, right? Yeah, so it's about $500,000 per a cent. So that can bring down the rates, but as I said, we've been under recovering on the fuel side and on the base rate.
At some point, we got to have that discussion as to what is the impact of bringing the solar online, what is the impact of the Wärtsiläs coming online, how is that affecting the under recovery, how much was actually spent on fuel, what is that amount? Because we could just go on and on at the same rate, and we're not knowing what type of savings we're having, when the people are going to get some relief, when we're not going to be speaking about under recovery anymore. The under recovery, I mean, we should have all the data for that. Exactly what is it? Because the government of the Virgin Islands put up substantial monies in terms of subsidy. And now we're having these savings, and you have Petronilla coming online, you have other stuff coming online. But when are you going to have that discussion about what is actually the impact on the ratepayer bill, or what is the impact in terms of WAPA being able to collect monies now in excess to deal with all of the outstanding debt? But that conversation, I'm not hearing the conversation, and I'm not comfortable with that.
A lot of that conversation plays out in our rate filings with the Public Services Commission. That's the data, the same information and data that they're requesting, and we've been providing every 3 months. As we file our rates, we go through those conversations.
Let me switch to that. You guys know what's the under recovery? The Public Service Commission, do you know how much? Do you know how much of the government subsidy was utilized for fuel? Do you have that information, the PSC?
We actually have some of the data. I'll let Attorney Spring speak to as much of the information of the data that we do have, and
Good afternoon, Boyd Sprain, on behalf of this commission. We have a fair amount of information regarding both the projected savings and costs and fuel for a number of strategic initiatives, such as bringing on the Phase 2 Wartsillas, how much they should reduce WAPA's monthly costs. And we have fairly accurate information regarding WAPA's monthly fuel costs. We do not have at this time a good grasp of exactly how WAPA has incurred the claimed $139 million, I think it's $139 million last I heard, in deferred fuel expense. We can tell you at least two of the major components of that deferred fuel expense and where those are concerns for us. Over the past 5-6 years, the Vitol contract originally provided a transportation charge of 33 cents a gallon for propane. At some point, while Director Kupfer was managing the authority, that number was increased to 38 cents a gallon. Director Kupfer informed the Commission of that increase, but said specifically that he was not going to ask for that in rates. So we've never included it in rates. By last spring, that number had been changed to 71 cents a gallon in rates. That is a substantial number, probably worth about 1.2 to 1.4 million a month in additional costs.
71 cents, you said?
It was at 71 cents. When WAPA signed the extension on the Vitol fuel agreement, that number was reduced from 71 cents to 59.5. That's still well above the 33 cents that's included in the LEOC rate. That's part of where WAPA continues to lose money. WAPA has never made a filing to try and justify why 59 cents or 71 cents was ever a reasonable number to pay. So it's never been included in rates.
What is it now, Mr. Knight? What is it now? Transportation?
59 cents on the LPG.
Okay, I thought you had said 15 cents.
Sorry?
I thought you said 15 when you gave the numbers.
No, 59 cents.
Okay.
It can potentially, if we ordered large enough quantities, it would actually go down to 55. But typically for what we order, it's 59 cents a gallon.
But included in the LEAC is only 33 cents.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
The other issue that would certainly directly affect the amount that's in deferred fuel and whether or not we consider that reasonable, but again, this is not something that's been decided. This is a question we have. We know that the Wartsila Phase 2 units came on island in November of 21. They, by WAPA's estimates, should save us $22.6 million a month being online. And whether it's entirely reasonable for WAPA to wait, well, I guess what we're at, 3.5 years to bring those online once they're physically on island is a very much an open question about whether or not we would consider that, by we I mean the commissioners, the public services commissioners, to be a reasonable and prudent charge to pass through to ratepayers. So those are two of the issues that are outstanding in what's the appropriate amount of the deferred fuel balance.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Vele. Senator Milton Potter, you're recognized. Mr. President, you're recognized for your...
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. A special good afternoon to the leadership of WAPA and the Public Services Commission. I'm going to start with CEO Knight. I know I was a little shocked when I heard that the monthly deficit has been reduced from the $8 million in March of 2024 to $2 to $3 million currently. That's a positive for sure. My question to you is just quickly, what specific cost-cutting measures led to this reduction? And the question of the day really is, are they sustainable?
Yeah, I think a portion of it is very much sustainable. And as I mentioned, I think the Wartsillas as well as the Petronella solar farm has played a critical role in that regards. We did have a swing in our balance sheet when we acquired the propane terminal from Vitol. So that was a CapEx payment that was due on a monthly basis. We've now that we own the terminal, we've removed that CapEx from our monthly cash flow. So there's a combination of factors that I think have led us there, including just the cash management. We have foregone raises and other things to really get us to a point where we've reduced that deficit.
Okay, excellent, excellent. The testimony indicates that WAPA is finalizing contracts with the new fuel oil and LPG providers. What percentage of savings do you anticipate with these new contracts? And how will these savings impact the overall operational costs, the operational deficit?
So the transportation costs on the diesel contract, it's about a third of what we're paying now for transportation costs that we've been able to get with the company we're finalizing negotiations on. The negotiations really hedge on us getting some sort of payment guarantee, which if we can work around that, we'll be able to enter into that agreement. Perhaps that's something the Senate might be able to assist us with. The savings on the LPG, and this is a bone of contention with the PSC, apparently there was representations that suggested that we can get transportation costs as low as 33 cents. We're putting it out to the market. We're going to go to as many players as we can get to in the marketplace, be as clear and concise with our solicitation as we can, and see if the market can get us to that price.
Thank you for that. What is the current percentage of customer bills that are being estimated versus the actual readings?
Go ahead. Ms. Kelly.
Good morning, Lorraine Kelly, Chief Financial Officer. Currently, we have approximately 29% of our customers' bills being estimated monthly.
What was that percentage again? I'm sorry.
29.
29. Okay.
And if I may just give a point of clarification, that includes approximately 50% of AMI metering that is causing us issues for no reads, plus a lower percentage of the manual reads comes back to that 29%.
Okay. And how does this affect revenue collection?
We talked a little bit earlier with one of the questions in that it forces us to estimate bill our customers each month. If we bill the customer more than they should have been billed, we give the customer a credit the following month. If by chance we have billed the customer not enough, the current legislation only allows us to back bill for 35 days. So whereas all the other utilities have the ability to back bill up to 6 months, the phone company, etc., we have that limitation of only being able to go back 35 days. And so that causes us to basically incur those costs without being a recovery.
Understood. Understood. How have, CEO Knight, how have power outages improved over the past year? How has that looked over the past year?
We're going to work on getting some quantifiable data, so it's not just anecdotal. So we are going to look at our indexes and do a year-over-year comparison. I've only been here for 8 months, so I can't really speak to a full year of operations, but it is improving. We've had great stability. I think that island-wide on St. Croix was the first one for the year. It lasted probably about an hour. And most feeders were restored within 15 minutes. On St. Thomas, we still have some pocket issues, just as we do on feeder 10 in St. Croix. A lot of that is still related to vegetation, but as far as large, prolonged outages, I think we have mitigated that. Once I have full availability of my units, the stability of the grid with our battery storage as well as our solar resources, I think we are doing much better than we had been doing previously. Knock on wood.
And I can too. Just in terms of, and I was kind of trying to see a connection between your maintenance expenditures versus system reliability.
We were able to do some significant maintenance on Unit 19 on St. Croix that has bailed us out, because for a little while we were operating with just 2 functional gas turbines on St. Croix. We now have 3, and that has helped. On St. Thomas, we haven't yet really gotten to do some of the major maintenance we want to do. We still have Unit 27 down. We want to get that back up because that will also add to stability, and that's a fairly quick repair. Unit 23, we would love to be able to take it down long enough do some maintenance on that unit as well. And even Unit 15, which is a workhorse, I don't know when we'll get to take that one down, but there's some minor repairs we would love to be able to do on that as well.
Excellent. And just the E&Y report, they commented about the reduction of electricity line loss from 17.1% right now to industry standard 5%. I wanted to know if there were any immediate steps that could be taken to reduce our current electricity line loss to the industry standard.
The rollout of the automated metering infrastructure should start around on or before July 1st is probably the biggest step we can take. It's going to, one, restore accuracy to my meter reading. Some of those line losses are attributed to we're estimating, and so when we underestimate, that shows up as a line loss because we're not able to bill for that amount. And then theft. That AMI system will once again put me in a position to be able to see anomalies that can point in the direction of diversion of electricity, otherwise known as TFIN.
Finally, Mr. Chair, how can, this is for the PSC as well as WAPA, how can the relationship between WAPA, the PSC, and the GVI be improved to enable more effective regulation?
That's directed at me?
Both you and E.D. Satori.
I think so one of the things I was told I had been a practice that I've made sure I've established, because I was negligent in my first few months, is to have a monthly meeting with staff to make sure that they understand the weeds and the nuances of what we're working with and what our strategy is. I think we've done 2 or 3 of those so far. I have found them to be very useful. I hope that they have as well. There are some key definitions there's a few things that I think are critical. One is that definition of deferred fuel balance. The fact of the matter is, regardless of what the consultants feel we should pay for fuel, what I pay for fuel is what I pay for fuel. My procurements are competitive. I go out, I secure contracts, and then I incur bills. And even if you think the thing should cost $1, but it really costs me $1.50, well, it costs me $1.50. If you only give me $1, that's 50 cents that is in lost revenues. As a government instrumentality, that gets, somebody puts that bill at some point. It doesn't disappear. It's either the government ends up subsidizing me or whatever. So I want to be transparent in how we get into our engagements, how we get into contracts. I want to make sure they understand that these are, when we go out with these procurements, they're market tested, and this is what the market is willing to bear, and that's my constraint. I have to function within that. I can't tell my fuel provider, I think you should charge me less. If I have a contract, I have to honor the contract until it expires. I could leverage that when it gets close to expiration, and I could renegotiate, but I'm bound by that. I think the other thing is the understanding. Well, one, we're triple regulated. This body regulates me. My board regulates me. The PSC regulates me. Public power usually doesn't have that many levels of regulation. We're regulated like a private company, even though we're a government instrumentality. And so we do come into issues of who pays for docket assessments. I owe the PSC $2.8 million. That's 2.8 on top of the 379 million that EY in their assessment saying we're probably on the hook for, right? So some decisions and hard decisions as a government have to be made in that regards. And I think finally, even the authority of the PSC, I need to, when I go to sit with investors, when I go to sit with the folks that I ultimately have to negotiate with, they need to have confidence that the PSC is not going to pull the rug out from under me. So, this only works if the CEO of the power company, his word is bond. If I go and I renegotiate a debt and the PSC says, well, I'm not going to pass that on in the rates, quite frankly, as what happened in VTOL, or happens could happen in any circumstance. It was an agreed upon decision when it comes to fuel. They're only recovering 33 cents, and WAPA refuses to raise the rates by the 20 cents or whatever. But the But when WAPA negotiates, I can't have the PSC having the authority to undermine that negotiation and not pass it on. They need to at least ratify that this was done in transparency, that it was done in a competitive fashion, that it followed procurement rules and sound procurement practice, and they need to look out for the regulated entity, WAPA, just in the same fashion that they look out for the ratepayer.
Thanks for your response. E.D. Satori?
Yes, Sandra Satori, Public Services Commission. We have, in fact, initiated measures more recently, to improve relationships with the utilities that we regulate. One of those being that we have been able to resume our monthly management meeting with the Water and Power Authority. That is something that was initiated a while back. For the last 2 years, the previous 2 years, there was a lag in us being able to meet with them. But we have, in fact, resumed those meetings. We have just commenced meetings with the Waste Management Authority along that vein, and that is working very well. The monthly management meeting, again, is something that we do regularly with the with the telephone company, and that works very well. The meetings are in order to ensure that the utilities know prior to our regularly scheduled public services meeting, to inform them of what is expected of them at those meetings, and to ensure that they are prepared when they attend and participate in our meetings, prepared to offer very direct information, the most current information. And those meetings are working very well. And so we have, in fact, as CEO Knight indicated, seen improvement in terms of what is expected of them and how we can make the process work for each of us. In our testimony, we also indicated that we have, in fact, experienced improved relations with the Waste Management Authority. We have been able to outline for them and show to them that the emphasis of the Public Services Commission is not to be punitive, but to ensure that both the utilities and the ratepayers receive fair treatment. They're beginning to understand this a whole lot better. And so just to answer your questions, yes, we have taken measures, very, very active measures to ensure that the relationship works.
Thank you very much. I'm pleased that you're very intentional in your efforts to improve the relationships and the communication. I think that's a key, to improved outcomes. Thank you very much for the flexibility, Mr. Chair.
Point of information, Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Kelly, in your response to the previous speaker, the graduate from Ivana Eudora-Kent High School, you indicated that 29% of your customers' electrical consumption is estimated due to malfunctioning meters. Kindly indicate for us what internal controls exist to assure that the 71% of the customers that have functional meters are being billed accurately.
Go ahead.
Good morning, good afternoon, Lorraine Kelly, Chief Financial Officer. Just to clarify, the 29% of meters not read does not mean that is 29% of meters that are erroring out. Sometimes we have, just based on head count and based on vehicles being down, we cannot physically get to our customers. In addition to that, the 30-day time limit that is put upon us, we have months that have 31 days in them. And the legislative requirement for 1 meter read every 30 days, sometimes based on the head count and the number of vehicles that we have, just the circumstances are such that we cannot read all of those meters in 30 days. So it isn't that 29% of meters are erroring out. Okay, but your main question is asking regarding the 71%. I think it's fair to say that some of the controls that were in place several years ago have lapsed. When I came on board, I think we have mentioned the fact that there were some adjustments that needed to be done. We had an outsourced company that did very intricate and very, very detailed analytics for us. We were not paying them several years ago, and as a result, that contract was terminated. We have, under EY in the last year, under my guidance, have performed monthly reviews of billing statements for customers, and we have found several indications of non-billing or errors in billing, and we have corrected and rectified those. We also have revenue assurance now reports to me for both St. Croix and St. Thomas, and we have improved our controls and our data reporting to enable us to look for customers' bills that are out of line, in addition to making sure that we've increased the meter reading and the meter checking.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I do have that major concern regarding the accuracy, because just as Executive Director Knight talked about people, using the electrical units for other places, we don't want you to be stealing our customers' money either. So it has to have that level of due diligence as well as trust that you are actually, for that 71%, that you aren't going out there billing, that you are billing our people accurately. And I don't see this, I really can't wrap my hand and my mind around that you have sufficient internal controls and monitoring that will assure that our people are being billed the accurate amount. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Franklin. Johnson, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I understand you're crying and complain about being overregulated, and you use an analysis and you use the VTAL. And I try to understand why you would choose VTAL as an analysis, and I will need the PSC to weigh in on this. Because if my memory serves me right from the information that I receive, WAPA was granted to the authority to go up to $80 million for these tanks that we have. It was an overrun of nearly $200 million. So in the case of the PFC granting you permission for $80 million and reaching up to $200 million, why would you consider that? Use that one as an analysis, because for me, that was the overrun of a project. So I would like to hear from you and from the PSC in regards to that VTEL deal that everyone speaks highly about, which was supposed to be agreed upon for $80 million. There was a certain amount of bonded float based on the PFC and pretty much went far and beyond. So I would like for you to explain that one for me, please. I think just in a nutshell, not relitigating on the VTEL project, which we still depend on to this very day for our most economical mode of dispatch. But, change orders do occur on projects. Some are legitimate, some may be questionable. A lot of the change orders there were related to safety factors because of the location of those facilities. A lot of those were requested by the governing board at the time. I use it just as an illustration that WAPA has to have a certain level of confidence that if I am engaged in a contract, that there is some level of some discernment in determining which costs should be passed on and which. It shouldn't be an emotional response. It should be, and I think the bigger point that I want to get to, Senator Johnson, is that whatever strategy we embark on, there needs to be some collaboration between us and our regulator. We can't get out of this pickle that we're in if those decisions after the fact are relitigated by the PSC and they determine that they want the action to be something different. So there needs to be a collaboration and coordination of our efforts between this body,
the PSC, my governing board, to make sure that we're all on one accord.
Thank you for your
We're
response.
talking from 80 to 200 million. Can I hear from the PSC in that regards?
Good afternoon, Boyd Sprain on behalf of the Public Services Commission. Prior to 2013, the Public Services Commission and WAPA always held discussions and hearings and sought approval prior to the issuance of long-term debt. And in doing so, WAPA always had a credit rating, B or higher, with all the credit rating agencies, and they had revenues in excess of their minimum necessary funds. The 2013 Vitol contract was the start of the deterioration, significant deterioration of both the relationship and WAPA's credit rating. The Commission spent from 2015 through 2017-18 conducting hearings on the Vitol contract, trying to understand the contract and the changes in it, and ultimately the Commission approved the original contract in the amount of, I believe it's 87 million plus what effectively was interest charges on that, but they were never explicitly called that, plus maintenance charges. And that was fully recovered through rates from 2017 through 2022. The Commission did not approve the excess in the changes that you talked about when it went from 87 million to 216 million. And those have never been approved for collection from the ratepayers.
Thank you for your response. Senator. All right, Senator Hubert Fredericks, I'll recognize you for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, listening and viewing audience of the beautiful Virgin Islands. I think I'm going to start off with CEO Mr. Knight. Mr. Knight, what specific steps have you taken since you've been in this role to reduce operating expenses of the Water and Power Authority?
We have fast-tracked getting the Watsilas. When I came in, there was some issues that had caused them to stop work. We have gotten them back to work. I've negotiated the payment plans with a lot of our vendors that had been threatening to cut off service. So we have negotiated payment plans that we think we can sustain, that are at reduction to what was contracted, but actually fits within our cash flow. And of course, getting the Petronella project, that had also stalled. It had been, the power purchase agreement had been signed in May of 2023, but we did not have the benefit of the project, so we got that project online. I think those are a few things that we've done.
Okay, so those are some accomplishments that you've had, but what specific operating expenses have you been able to address since you've been on board?
We've been managing our fuel consumption a lot more carefully. We've just recently put in place a new dispatch model as to how we dispatch our generators to maximize our fuel efficiency. So there are some operational areas that we've looked at. And of course, we continue to manage cash flow and curtail discretionary spending and really focus on critical payments in my tenure.
Okay, so operationally, and I'm diving down on operational expenses because that's the key right there. You know, if you don't reduce expenses, then it doesn't matter how much revenues you keep bringing in. What are you working to? What have you done specifically to start reducing WAPA's expenses so we could realize some of these gains that we think we should be seeing right now?
I think I've given you several examples. The economic dispatch of our units saves us on fuel, which is our biggest operating expense.
Okay.
We have controlled costs by being prudent with our hiring and focusing on areas where we're incurring overtime and trying to right-size our organization. We have diversified our dependence on making sure that we have options that are less costly than our dependence on fuel. Those things have all had an impact on our operating expenses.
So have you hired more employees, or have you reduced your overhead? Have you reduced the number of contracted services that we could do internally? I'm trying to get at costs.
I could try and quantify those. All of those have had an impact, a favorable impact on our operating bottom line. The reality, though, is the company that I inherited in August had over 100 and something vacancies. And some of those, so we have been trying to increase headcount because we're incurring a lot of overtime and a lot of burnout because we don't have sufficient manpower, especially in areas like the plant and the operations and the line department. We're short-staffed almost across the board. So we've been actually trying to increase headcount, including in meter reading, so that we can get to more meters on a monthly basis until we get our AMI system. So that's not a good metric to look at, but we have been trying to address the availability of our units, putting priority on dealing with the maintenance issues so that we can, every time power goes out, I lose revenue. So we've been trying to make sure we've kept our units available. And those have all had positive impacts on cash flow and operating expenses.
So in reference to, and one of your best paragraphs I liked was on page 3, where you really consolidated the second paragraph, what's your next step in addressing the authorities' fiscal woes. You brought it together real nice. Appreciate that. So that's why I was going through to see specifically, what areas we're working on. Like you talked about consolidating what?
So we have a lot of accounts payable out there, and so there's an opportunity to consolidate some of that AP, refinance some of the debt that we have, but even try to amortize that AP out over a longer period of time to make it actually fit within our cash flow. So there is some consolidation of our accounts payable that I'm looking to do.
And those vendors have been flexible with that?
I think that's a conversation in the works. Okay. I think it's going to work for some. Some it may not work for, but those are conversations to be had this year.
Good. So another area, I know, the primary areas is distribution, generation, and water. Mm-hmm. Let's talk about water. I noticed your director has been there, not being asked a whole lot of questions, but water is still coming out brown. We're still having that issue, and it doesn't change the fact that we hear that once the meter turns and it reads the water consumption, whether you need it, whether you could use it or not because it's brown,
1 minute,
you get billed for it. That is a real issue especially for commercial clients.
So what we provide is potable water. That is the standard, and the water that comes through your faucet is potable water. How you use it is a different scenario, but I really want to assure you that this becomes a very contentious issue, but we provide water that is potable. EPA requires us, and there's mandatory testing to make sure that it is ultimately potable. But I'll let Mr. Hodge, since he's been sitting quietly, speak to that.
Media recognize the second mic here.
Noel Hodge, Chief Operating Officer. So yes, we do daily testing on the water system per the EPA regulations. And, we also take steps to, if there's specific areas where we get complaints, that we can do localized flushing in those areas to improve water quality. But ultimately, we have to replace the aging infrastructure, which is what the prudent replacement investment of FEMA into the territory is going to accomplish, to change out those old cast iron, ductile iron pipes with PVC pipes.
Mr. Chair, if I may finish up that line of questioning, one more question.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. Mr. Hodge, so it doesn't address the fact that it might be EPA standard water, potable water, but it's still brown to the point that the consumer can't use it. I mean, if they're cooking, if they're washing clothes, I mean, it's not usable water. And I know, there's a cost to producing this water, but it's bad on the consumer end. They should not be charged for that. I know one constituent that called and said they had to dump all their cistern water because of that. They had a backup on WAPA, and They thought the water was going to be clear. It was not. So they dumped all that water and they got charged for it.
Yeah. You know, all I can say, so let me lead with the reiterating. So first of all, we acknowledge that we have an issue. Second of all, we are taking very purposeful steps to resolving the issue. We are changing out the old rusty pipes that are older than new. And that's just a fact, right? So until those get changed out, and it's just a matter of resources. You know, we have some resources from the federal government. We have some, both FEMA and EPA, and we're moving as fast as we can to change as many pipes out as we can. In the meantime, you only get charged for what you use. If your water quality is deteriorated to a point where it's not usable, don't use it. Use your cistern or use some alternate source. You know, at the end of the day, if it does go through the meter, that means I have to pay for it. So somehow that cost needs to be, I can't just discount and write that cost off. That's just a bigger hole in my revenue. So if you are at a point where we just can't do right by you as far as water quality, then don't use it. We do flush, but that shows up as water losses on my end, right? When I flush lines to kind of clean up the water quality, that also shows up as losses. That's what I do to improve water quality, especially in dead ends. And we do the best that we can. There are times, specific times when we have issues, and there are specific locations where we still have issues. We're doing the best that we can to address that as quickly as we can.
So we have to pay on our end.
Don't use the water. If it's not of quality that's acceptable to you, don't use it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the time.
You know, Mr. Knight, I hear you, but, you know, to get the water clear, you got to flush the system. I don't have a hydrant in front of my house, so I got to flush the system. And all of that's running through the meter. I think that's what my colleague, the gentleman before me spoke about, senator before me spoke about, you know. And all of that's going through the meter, and that's a cost to the consumer. You know.
If you're finding that you're spending an inordinate amount to flush the waters that's coming through, and that is a financial burden, the only advice I can give you at this point in time is use an alternate source of water. I have been clear that we understand what the issue is. We're trying to rectify the issue. I think I laid out maybe at least half a dozen rehabilitation projects that are in progress. So we're moving as expeditiously as we can to resolve those brown water issues. We're going to get there. We're going to get there sooner than later. In the meantime, we really need to make prudent decisions, and that's the only thing I can say from this seat. I can't credit water. At some point, I have to get paid. Otherwise, again, we start to lose money as a company. So you're asking an impossible question. I just say for each customer, it's a decision that has to be made.
Point of information, Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Knight, you know, I have to congratulate you and your staff, because I think the staff there is a staff that's capable of turning around WAPA. And a lot of these things, I don't blame you. These are things that you inherit. And I have to congratulate you for being so transparent. I'm learning stuff about WAPA since you're there that we never know before. But a wrong is a wrong. So let me ask you, so estimating the bills, you said you wanted to go a 5-day cycle, and that would eliminate estimated, you want to extend the billing to 35 days. Yeah. So you can read the meters within 35 days, and that would eliminate all estimated bills. Everybody would now get an actual bill.
You take it to the extreme, but it is very helpful in a number of ways. Ms. Kelly pointed out that there are some months that have more than 30 days. There's also a reality that I incur. My meter got read yesterday, which was Sunday, which means that I paid that meter reader overtime to run his route on Sunday. So there's a savings to me in overtime costs. And then, because in order to stay within a 30-day cycle, we're basically reading every day of the month. We don't take off weekends and Sundays, so my meter reading staff incurs overtime. So not only can I make sure I don't have to, when I get on day 30, estimate everything that's not read, because maybe a vehicle broke down or the weather was poor or whatever the circumstance might be. So I get to day 30, and then everything after that gets estimated if I haven't gotten to it. 35 days just gives me a little bit of wiggle room to not have to do that, and also probably helps me put up meter reading schedule that isn't so dependent on overtime.
Well, good. Since you're talking about the bill, actually, I had to leave a little bit because lady run down. She heard the testimony. She run down here. She said, Fonseca, I want to give my bill now. Her last month amount was $235.20. Her current month now is $2,158.66. So I'm going to give this bill here to the PSC. She's claiming just she and her boyfriend alone, they can bill $2,000 a month. So quickly to St. John. This is that?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, most senators.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
No. Well, stop, Opa. I'll recognize our Vice President, Senator Kenneth L. Gideon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to all. You took it right out my mouth. And to the previous speaker, I really want to sit here and tell you, Mr. CEO, that I like the movement that I'm seeing with you and your team. But we got so much work to do. So much work to do.
We do.
And I'm going to take off the real negative part on what I used to call WAPA. But I must still refer to you as the $1 Million Club. Because every time I'm looking at it, I'm looking at where the majority leader spoke to the Watsella, how much millions we lost. I'm thinking of the over 100 million in the cost overrun with the Vital. I'm thinking on the more than $2 million in this phishing scheme that went to an offshore account. I'm thinking on the millions of dollars that gone to this still non-functional AMI that have you estimating and in what I call still back billing customers because we don't have that accuracy. Now, WAPA spent millions of dollars on this, advanced metering infrastructure system to provide customers with accurate billing, correct? Based on actual usage.
That would have been the purpose, but I wouldn't have been there to know what it cost.
So, no. I'm saying that's the purpose, yes.
Yes.
And then they also got rid of all, most if not all, of the meter readers.
They were repurposed and reassigned.
You had to, okay, and now you have to bring them back in the fold because you don't have this AMI up and running. Where we spent how much millions of dollars? I know we got somewhere in the tune of $13 million from the USDA for this. How much did we pay initially for this AMI system that's still not functional?
I would have to get back to you on that. That's
to the chair. That's a request. How much millions of dollars we spent on the initial AMI system that's not in place.
And Senator, don't put me in a position to be defensive, but I must point out that there were portions of time when the system was working. It was damaged by the hurricane. That is why we were able to replace it with hurricane dollars. Right. Even after the hurricane, there were portions of time when it was reading upwards of 90-something%. So I don't want to give the impression that it has never worked.
So I was never a boxer, but that was in the martial arts. If you got to get defensive, get defensive.
All right.
Defend your institution. Okay. If I am wrong, let me know where I'm wrong.
All right.
But to my understanding, this AMI system have never been 100% completed.
It has been more than 90% functional, which is
stop right there. Stop right there. So to my point, it has never been 100% completed. Who was the initial contractor for this AMI?
Our current AMI provider is Tanzla Systems.
No. Not who is your current. You're going ahead of me.
Well, there's only been one AMI system, and it's the one that Tanzla's installed.
So, Tantalus. And who is the company being contracted now as we're going forward again now to try to do this once again?
Itron.
So Tantalus and Itron weren't there also before?
No, that media report kind of conflated two things. Itron is a very well-established brand of meters, so we do have Itron meters in the system. The Tantalus approach to AMI was to put a module onto existing meters, so there was modules attached to Itron meters. The component part that has given problems is not the Itron meter, it's the module that Tantalus put on the meter. And so Itron has not provided an AMI solution until now. Itron does provide complete AMI solutions, and that's what we have contracted with Itron. Itron was not, their meters have not been the issues or have been overly problematic beyond what would be reasonably expected at all other utilities.
So you see a light at the end of the tunnel, and this is not an oncoming train, correct?
No, there is a light. It's federal dollars, so that investment will be through FEMA's Prudent Replacement Public Assistance Program. And the technology has changed in the 10 years since WAPA first contracted with Tantalus. There's been improvements in the technology. I think that hardens it against some of the issues that the original first generation AMI ran into. I do see a light at the end of the tunnel.
Okay.
Itron is a much bigger company than Tantalus. They have a lot more these systems deployed around the country and elsewhere. I think we have a good vendor and a good partner moving forward.
I'm counting on your expertise, but federal dollars or no federal dollars, we see what's happening in the federal government now. Everybody getting fired. So we know who watching who. All the IGs gone. And that said, Act 8731
1 minute.
mandates that your entity gets audited by our Inspector General's office. Are you guys fully cooperating with the Inspector General's audit? And is there any hiccups at this time?
That's a question for the Inspector General. I don't know of any hiccups. We have cooperated.
I'm asking from your end. Are you fully cooperating?
We are cooperating. We have been in communication, and we are cooperating with their audit.
All right. Now, going back to following up on a question from my fellow colleague from WIM about the water pressure and the rusty water. It came up several times. Now, you said you're changing the water lines on the western side of the island, and you specifically name, if I may, Mr. Chair, you specifically stated that you're changing out in the Wim, Camparico, and Hannah's Rest area. I said Wim, Camparico is the same estate, and Hannah's Rest. But are you replacing all the lines from Kings Hill, the top where you'll be flushing going down, or you are changing in between? Because this is like the second or third time I'm hearing this. I'm no engineer, but I'm thinking if you're flushing from Kings Hill going west and you're changing the lines between Wim, Camparico, Hannah's Rest, if you're flushing from up top and you have any muck up top, it's going to come right down to the part where you're fixing now. So my question is, why not fix from the flushing point westward and complete the whole thing?
So some of the residential neighborhoods like Wim, Camparico, Hannah's Rest, those are being done through EPA dollars that allow us to do some of those smaller neighborhood projects. There's two routes to get to the west, one from Contentment down Center Line Road, the other from the North Shore down the north side going through Mumbiju, Grove, etc. That leg on that north side road is being completely revamped as part of the FEMA project. That's that one big project with sewage, electrical duct banks, everything. So it's been a while to get it off the ground. The bids, the proposals are in. That's going to provide us with a leg that connects into that, close enough to that Kings Hill area. There's a second underground project, the extent of which I don't know if Mr. Hodge can speak to.
But hopefully Mr. Hodge is going to tell me exactly what I'm asking, though. I want to know, why aren't you replacing from that flushing point westward to complete it? Because if you start west and you have the muck coming from up top, you're still making a muck of the whole thing.
Agreed, Senator Noel Hodge, COO. So the project bundle with the super PMO is going to take care of that gap that you referenced. So the between Kings Hill and everything heading west along Center Line, that's going to be taken care of under the project bundles, under the super PMO for the prudent replacement projects that we have now. So the EPA projects that Mr. Knight referenced is specific and localized within Campo Rico and Hannah's Rest and WIM, but the next phase now, we're already in the planning and design phase, will take care of the gap in between.
But if we're planning, why can't we complete what needs to be completed first and then go to that other phase that you're talking about? I'm still not understanding why we're doing it that way.
Two different funding sources, Carl Knight, CEO, two different funding sources.
I realize that.
One easier to access, which was the EPA grants. The FEMA project has been a long time in the making because we're trying to coordinate with the other utilities. We have started the design, but because that project was part of that overall design build project, that one was a little bit longer in the making. Again, the first phase of that coming now, and hopefully the second phase won't follow too far behind that.
Okay, and so I could wrap it up right here. Just right there. The CAD system that I've always been asking about, I've been asking WAPA, DPNR, Public Works, same thing over and over, because you just spoke about doing these in these residential areas. Now, they just paved WIM Campo Rico area into Hannah's Rest. Right after they pave it, here comes WAPA again, or Waste Management, to come and dig up the road to put in these pipelines. When are we going to have the conversation so that we can have this CAD system so that we can coordinate with each other and not have this overlap all the time? We're spending too much money.
So we do have utility coordination ongoing. The prudent replacement project, the reason why it's taken so long is because it's one dig, one contractor, everything goes in, they're responsible for everything, and when they're done, everything gets paved. So it's not that I come in, then Waste Management comes in, then VIA comes in, we all going in at the same time, one contractor amongst all of us, and when they're done, everything gets paved. For those areas that are not part of that super PMO process, we have utility coordination where we're trying to align what we're doing, like I think Frederick said, downtown Frederick said, King Street, Queen Street. We're trying to align all projects with our other utility partners so that when we go in, they're in soon after us. Sometimes there are problems. We went into Christianstead, we did the water lines. Waste Management wasn't quite ready when we were done. They got delayed in their project. There was a contract to pave Christianstead, but we had to wait for Waste Management to get out of there before they could pave. So sometimes the coordination is a little bit off, but we're trying our best to sync that coordination.
CAD system, Mr. Chairman.
We do have an inventory system. We do have a CAD system. We do when we've done a project,
as-built,
the as-built drawings, all of that is part of it. We have a good GIS mapping system. We have all of that functionality in WAPA right now.
Thank you, because the millions of dollars we pay, we should have the best power system in the nation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Knight, CEO Knight, before I move on to the next senator, you plan to bury electrical lines too?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. And let me ask you, either you or Mr. O'Bain, as we talked about our prudent replacement, I'm learning the jargon as we go along. We talked about it on the water side, and we talked about certain things on the electrical side. And I'm getting more at the AMI, the meter reading part. Are we getting the same thing we have currently? Or are we getting the up-to-date model where the ratepayer could check on their phone, or WAPA could look on their phone? I mean, we're getting out of the day and age where you know, right now I see the fellow looking to drive by with a, I don't want to say a gun, but something to stick out and slow down, pick up a reading. Sometimes I see going too fast, that's why the numbers can't collaborate for mine properly. But on a serious side, just tell me the improvement and don't tell me we're bringing back the same thing again.
So, good morning. Sorry, good afternoon.
Wait, hold on 1 second. Recognize Mr. O'Bain, Mike, please.
Test. Hi, good afternoon. Julius O'Bain, Chief Information Officer. So with the prudent replacement of the AMI system, we did go out for RFP, and we did have all the major vendors reply to our RFP. We did a very detailed RFP for basically the current generation of AMI systems. We will be doing a mesh system for coverage. Our backhaul can be anything from cellular to ISP to our internal fiber. So there's very great flexibility in what we are doing with this new system. And you know, the system that you're putting in now isn't the system that was put in 10, 12 years ago. This is brand new. The current technology, you know, when we were talking about Itron and the amount of meters they have deployed, on this current system, they have over 10 million meters deployed. So it's not something that's brand new for us or brand new to them. They have been doing this for a while. I know Mr. Knight mentioned earlier the theft and ability to detect theft, and we'll have some of those abilities that will allow us to improve services. But yes, we will have the customer portal that will allow customers to go in and see their consumption based on, I think residential, we're looking at like 15-minute intervals. So yes, they will have real-time data into what they're doing.
I don't want to mix up testimonies, but I know that the CEO, whether it was last week in our meeting or this today, talked about new meters on order coming into the territory. Are they on island as yet?
Yes, sir. We took shipment a couple of weeks ago of about 2,500 new meters.
So just tell the community now, people who have been waiting, is the authority going to contact them, or should they call and say, hey, I've been waiting? Or, I mean, please help me to help the community.
We know who you are. We're putting priority on those folks that have been waiting for service, that have not been able to get service because of lack of meters. We are putting priority on those customers referred to us by the Public Services Commission that have went through the trouble of formally filing a complaint. So we want to make sure we address those complaints where it requires the exchange of meters. And then we're looking at those individuals that we have estimated for prolonged periods of time, and we're putting them in that priority.
The authority had started something, I want to say, this year. Let's go with this year. Okay. On Saturdays, individuals who have issues with their bills could come in. Is that currently running now, or we limited down to, I don't know, you tell me your time.
Yeah, we did that for a few weekends. We wanted to provide that opportunity because there was such a preponderance of individuals that had billing disputes. We didn't find that the uptake was sufficient to continue it. And we're hoping that we're now making some progress and that there are less people that are experiencing those sort of situations than 8 months ago when we started it.
Thank you. Senator Clifford Joseph, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good afternoon to the public. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to everybody here in the legislature. And good afternoon to the testifiers. I will start with the COE, Mr. Carl Knight. I would like to find out what strategies do you have to address the larger consumers that left the grid and using an alternate sense of power?
Yeah, so one of the things we're looking at is revamping our key accounts program to be more aggressive in not only retaining our key accounts, but also recruiting folks back to the grid. Those are one-on-one conversations depending on the needs of that large power customer, but technology now affords us the ability to produce microgrids, to provide battery backups if reliability is the issue, to provide on-site microturbines, there's a number of things that we can do in that regard. So I'm building a team that can really have those conversations with new developers. I'm a little bit late on the Hampton Inn and some of the newer stuff, but we want to catch any new developers coming in and make sure they understand what WAPA can do for them. If it's reliability is their issue, that's certainly something that we can resolve for them.
Okay, thank you for the answer. As far as on PH3, when you say it was consolidating and refinancing, are we moving, or do we have to get to a stage in order to get to consolidate most of our costs? So by consolidating, we should be able to, again, all of us are working on our way down. We're helping each other at this point to help the cost of electric to go down. So if WAPA get to consolidate all the bills, how far out are we from sitting down with an institution that might be able to help us go to the market, get some money, and start afresh as far as paying our bills?
So, last year when I came on board, my first priority was to kind of stabilize things and to really focus on reliability. Now that we're starting to see some progress on that front, my gears are shifting. I just brought on a municipal advisor to help us lead those conversations with banks, investors, lending institutions, and see what is possible. So we're not quite there yet. Maybe by the next time I update this committee, I'll be able to give you some more specifics on what that looks like. But certainly we're working with our outside consultants and looking at what is possible and how we can get there. So we know broadly what the strategy is, but we haven't necessarily got into the weeds of executing.
Okay, a few states on the mainland are going through putting in battery backup to allow, when they do have an outage, that they have coverage. How feasible is that for us here in the Border?
Very feasible. Last year, we put online the very first battery energy storage system in the Harley plant that at full charge allows us to back up to 9 megawatts, which is coincidental, the same size as one of the Wärtsilä Phase 2 units. So if one of those units was to go down, we wouldn't skip a beat. We've also included batteries in our solar contracts. The way those work is really just smooth out the fluctuations that happens when we have cloud cover that comes over. And those are working as advertised. We are now getting ready to ramp up exponentially our reliance on battery technology. We have a project we're doing with the Roy Snyder Hospital to put battery backups for Roy Snyder Hospital. We're very excited about that. And we're going to be adding battery backups at basically all of our substations. So that is technology. Over the next 2 years, we are going to really change how we do things as far as using battery technology.
And where are we with the battery backup for the Syncroid generating unit? We planning to put something in the Syncroid plant as well?
Yeah, we actually have a project that we're embarking on for the Richmond substation, putting a battery system across the street where the old track and field was for the Elena Christian Junior High School. So we're proceeding with that project as part of the full replacement of Richmond. The first phase of that new Richmond power plant is actually the battery storage system that we're going to try and put in across the street.
Yeah, okay, because I know last week we had Director Fleming, and he was also saying that should be one of our essential moving forward for energy, batteries. So that's good that you're moving in that direction. Thank you for your answers. The PSC, Ms.
Satori.
Question I have for Ms. Satori. The 35th legislature officially wanted a complaint filed on behalf of the board regarding Liberty Services. Is the PSC on file this? Did the PSC file this complaint as yet?
Yeah, please.
It was a resolution of 1911.
Good afternoon. Boyd Sprain on behalf of the Public Services Commission. We are actually working with the National Association of Regulatory Utilities and the Mid-Atlantic one on that very issue. We have been looking at that, and there are a number of issues that we were concerned with beyond The initial problem with Liberty was the transition of customers from the AT&T system to the Liberty system. And that matter has largely been resolved. But there are a number of other outstanding issues regarding number portability and ongoing customer service issues that we think are a considerable concern, as well as the delays in the broadband VI contract. All of those are issues that are pending before the FCC, and we are trying to do that in a way that gets us the positive response we want from those companies, and getting the FCC's attention in a positive manner is rarely simple as filing a complaint. It requires some legwork, and that's what we've been trying to get done.
So you guys clear on the amount of drop calls and everything else by Liberty and outage? I mean, the people involved now are being shorted. Not only we complain about WAPA, but we pay for a phone service as well that we're not getting.
Time.
We're aware of a number of issues, and we are trying to make those as effective as possible as we move forward with the FCC.
Mr. Chair, I have one more question.
Go right ahead, sir.
Yes, this one is pertaining to waste management. Have the PSC waste management file a petition to access a trash collection to the PSC?
No, if I understand your question correctly, Waste Management has not filed any petitions of that sort with our office recently, no.
Well, thank you for your answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Mr. Turi, Director Satori, on page 6 of your testimony, you talked about the water user fee, the WOOF. If I understand your acronym, the WOOF.
Yes, the wastewater user fee.
Does this have a sunset clause? Does this rate?
Sunset, no, the fee itself does not, but that would be part of the rate investigation that we are commencing very shortly.
So you plan to change your rate?
We don't know. We're in the process of putting the investigation together. Once we begin that investigation and we can gather and analyze the data, then we can make a determination at that time. But it would be almost impossible for us to, respond to that in either the affirmative or the negative.
Okay,
we just don't know.
Thank you for your response.
You're welcome.
So your Knight, to your best of your knowledge, is there a particular reason if a customer comes in and pays for a meter, let's say they pay for water and electric at the same point in time, there's instances where the customer receives a water meter the very next day, but the electrical meter is like maybe 2 weeks out or 3 weeks out. Could you enlighten me as to the reason why?
So one would be the availability of meters, but two, more likely what you're describing is we do have to do an inspection before we install an electrical meter. So depending on what we find, that might cause a delay, or getting someone to go out there to actually look at it. Those circumstances could be dangerous. So before we actually put in a meter, we need to make sure that the meter box that we're installing into is adequate.
Okay, thank you for your response. I'll go now to committee member, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. You're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you. Good day to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, to the testifiers and staff. My first set of questions is to the PSC. We were discussing the fact, my previous colleague spoke about Liberty, but I wanted to speak about the VIA phones. One of the things, I was born and raised here in the territory, and we always had consistent service with the landlines until VIA switched over to these boxes that are electrically run. And one of the major problems we have now is because, let's say there are several outages in our community, the phones die. how do you handle that? Because that's one of the major things, like even with me, because we were having so many power outages, our phone lines years ago kept coming off, completely shutting down, had no access. We just gave up. we just killed the service, and we rely solely now in my household on cellular. How do you deal with that? Because you still have quite a bit of people in the territory that utilize these landlines, and now because they're tied to a utility that's having so many issues, it also affects the phone lines.
So the question is, what is done by the PSC?
Yes.
With the, okay, so these are very specific concerns and situation, and we would really have to know exactly what it is that the customer is experiencing. However, when we get the complaints from the customers, we refer the situation to the utility, in this case, the water and power, via or Liberty.
When you say specific, I am saying that VIA provides a box.
Correct.
That you have to now plug into a wall in order to get service.
Correct.
When WAPA goes out, that box shuts down. It's nothing specific. It just happens across the board to quite a bit of residents that have this box. When that box shuts down, their phone no longer works.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, you're gonna try? Go ahead.
Yeah, Boyd Sprain on behalf of the Public Services Commission.
1 second. Please acknowledge.
Can I testing?
Good.
Very good. Boyd Sprain on behalf of the Public Services Commission. When VIA, it wasn't even VIA then, when Innovative developed the new fiber optic hybrid system that uses coax, the entire system now has to be powered from beginning to end. Yes. It cannot carry electricity like the old two-wire copper systems could. Mm-hmm. So they had to provide an interface at your residence or your office. And that interface box is supposed to have a battery backup in it.
Yes.
The initial ones that, what was then Innovative, installed were defective. Mm-hmm. And they know that. They should all have been, all of the original ones have been replaced. Mm-hmm. My understanding as of the last time we had a discussion with VIA about this is that I think they have 4 different models of those boxes because they keep updating and upgrading them along the way. And if yours isn't working, you should be able to get a replacement. It should provide you 6 to 8 hours of battery backup when the power goes out.
Well, that was the initial statement they were putting out to the public, but that is not what was happening. And so, you know, I'm just bringing that to your attention because it's still a major issue for quite a bit of people in this territory. I wanted to also ask another question in regards to when you referenced the $87 million that you did not approve for WAPA to recoup those funds for. Would there consistent request to say that they don't get any adjustments in the LEAC right now because they're basically trying to recoup funding? Have you verified with them, or can they answer if any of this financial loss they're saying they have to recoup, if any part of that is the monies that you never authorized them to be able to recoup?
No, I think we have, for all intents and purposes, written that off. With the acquisition of the terminal, a lot of that CapEx that had been owed actually went away when we just purchased it outright. So what would have been 10 years of CapEx that we weren't able to recover through rates, that kind of went away once we acquired the asset outright.
So this roughly 375 is just operating and other costs that has nothing to do.
Yeah, I want to be really clear.
Yes.
This has nothing to do with those sort of prior debts. This is really operating deficits.
Yes.
This is deferred maintenance. This is accounts payable that we've racked up over the years. This is not has anything to do with those legacy projects.
Okay, good. And I needed that to be very clear to not only myself, but also the public. You guys talked a little bit about Tantalus. I'm going to be straight up. I'm not happy about that agreement at all. Because I take it very offensive that it was even done, to be honest with you. I see it maybe a little bit differently. I saw that company come in and said they were going to provide us this level of service that never happened. I saw that company come in, reap monies, and basically use this territory as a guinea pig. And when they failed, some of their MLL systems were failing prior to the hurricane. You know, we know all hell broke loose after the hurricane. But for you to turn around now and be like, okay, they've improved on their service, so let's rehire them, I think that's just like slapping me. Because if you use me as a guinea pig, if you came to me and said you could do all these things and then none of this really happened, and there were a lot of flaws, now because they have now figured out after they've utilized us or maybe other options and other places to now say they've improved their system, to now justify that as a reason to come back and say, okay, our service isn't improved. Explain that to me so maybe I could get a warm and fuzzy feeling about this, because how I feel about it, I'm offended, to be honest with you.
All right. So let me be clear, because I've heard you make this statement on the record erroneously before. We are not bringing them back. We did a new procurement. We have a new contractor that we're doing business with, and so we are not just saying they've improved and we're bringing them back. They are our current provider, so there is an ongoing relationship, and we are trying to manage that ongoing relationship. But we have already, and they're aware, that we are moving to a different provider starting July 1st. But there's a period of time that's going to overlap between our current provider and our new provider. I also want to be clear, Senator, that the system did work. It did experience some failures after the hurricane.
Prior to as well. Okay.
Well, the senator made a point as to it never got to 100%, but it was, from my understanding from the reports that I've read, it did get to over 90% read rate. Then came the hurricanes. There was some payment, so if you hear it from their perspective, I think WAPA stopped paying after the hurricanes. Mm-hmm. There were some disputes. They did get it back up, believe it or not, after the hurricanes, back to 90%. That's what I've been told in-house by management that was there at the time. And then it started to fail again, and it was just failing at a rate that was faster than we were addressing it. Okay. So I don't want to say that it was a guinea pig and whatnot, but I do think that there are some lessons that we have learned from that deployment that we've made sure that we've factored into our new deployment.
I guess my personality is a little different, because if you stop me once, I ain't giving you a chance to do it again. It's like that simple for me. But we could have different personalities. There's nothing wrong with that. But I want to ask about these Wasilas. I'm going to be honest with you. I was one of those that was excited for these Wasilas to come online, because the message that was consistently put out to the public is they're going to get cost savings. Mm-hmm. Just put them on. Just give us a break. Just another year, another 2 years. Just as soon as they come on. Now I'm sitting here and hearing they mightn't see no cost savings for another 3 years. I'm feeling like I'm lied to, because that is what was said. Because what was clearly said here earlier is you cannot make any adjustments right now because you're trying to recoup. And the consumer might not see any real savings in any recent time because you're trying to recoup cost and other expenses that went out. So I feel like I was lied to. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. That's how I feel as a consumer. So I understand what you're saying, that you guys have to recoup costs, but I felt I was lied to with the propane, because when we were told when this propane system went online, our bills would have dropped down to 30-something, and that's what the initial message is. We all know that didn't happen. And then now we were excited about these Wasilas, and now I'm being told it might take years to see some cost savings. So I need to feel better. My consumers need to feel better, because every time y'all come before me, I get depressed because I really don't see a pathway to start seeing these savings that I desperately need.
All right, so don't get depressed.
Okay.
You should still be excited. There is a pathway. It's a narrow pathway, but there is a pathway. I wouldn't be here if I arrived and I realized there was no path. There's a path, and we're on the path. It's very narrow. You should be excited about the Watsilas because if nothing else, it's going to improve the stability and reliability of power supply in the St. Thomas St. John district. It is realizing cost savings, but remember, I guess the best way to put it is WAPA dug itself into a very deep hole. It's going to take a while for those savings to help us climb out of that hole. And I think that's a disconnect. It isn't an instantaneous, we save money today. I still owe vendors. I still owe trucking companies. I owe different vendors, that tire shops, you name it, that I provide services to that I have to pay.
I totally understand all of that. But understand my problem. Why y'all just didn't say that up front?
We've been saying it.
But that's not the message that was given to the public. And that's where the problem for me lies. I am a type of person, if you tell me what a deal is up front, I could be prepared for it and know how to handle it.
Let me tell you what the deal is up front.
Yes, because I would like to just hear it.
Let me tell you what the deal is up front. WAPA has already done about as much as it can do to reduce its operational expenses. There's a severe austerity environment in WAPA right now. The large projects like the Watsilas, the new generators that we're hopefully going to bring online, the new solar projects, they still don't close that hole. The only way to ultimately close that hole is we have to do something with the debt that we've racked up, and we have to continue to service. So those things are going to get us from hemorrhaging, which was really, if I said anything publicly, is like these projects help stop the bleeding out of $2 to $3 million now every month, that my expenses are exceeding my revenues. We're trying to actually kind of get back to the fact where we're cash flowing positive, and then we need to work on everybody that we owe and all the obligations that we have out there, including the GRS, IRB, and various vendors that we owe money to. So that's what delays us from being able to immediately pass on the benefit of that positive cash flow to consumers.
Okay. And Mr. Chair, could I just ask one last question quickly?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, I appreciate it. I was looking through your testimony, and you spoke about quite a bit of amendments, and I want to just zone in on one of them, because I don't have much time either, but I try to do all. One of them had to do with amending Tide 30 VIC subsection 105A12, dealing with reconnection fees and initial service connection. Proposal you had to do with modifying limitations on fees for reconnection and initial service, and it's to allow WAPA to recoup associated costs with providing and restoring service. Now, the reason why I would vehemently fight against any of my colleagues trying to change this, and I'm going to tell you why. I remember when Senator Hansen got this particular piece of legislation changed, because we were going through a situation in this community where, with all the reconnections that were happening, there was like a tier system moving up. So if you contacted WAPA by the morning, it was one fee. If you contacted them by midday, it was another fee. If you come home at night, you contacted them. I remember one time I was working so much, I had to pay $125 just to reconnect. Senator Hansen was successful in setting it to a flat rate fee of $25. Right. I remember the then CEO came on this Senate floor, because I worked here for 22 years before getting elected. He sat here and he said to us, don't change it, because that's a way of how WAPA generates money. And I thought to myself, you know, you're really generating money on the backs of people, because sometimes people are really struggling. We're already suffering with all these other things, estimation, overbilling, and now we can't really get cost savings because you guys have to recoup for whether it's mismanagement, lack of maintenance, everything under the sun. But then the one thing that the public could have got a decent deal on, you still turn around you want it back. Because now you're saying you want it to deal with your providing a service and restoring the service. I'm never going to co-sign on that one.
Allow me to explain
Please.
that ultimately I think this is something that we can collaborate and perhaps compromise on.
No, but
I
go
support.
ahead.
No, allow me to explain. Give me a chance, right? I support the legislation. I support what Senator Hansen did at the time. Cost of power was 50-something cents a kilowatt hour. A lot of people were getting disconnected, and they couldn't afford to pay for the bill and the reconnection fee. However, inflation has hit us. My employees make a little bit more than they were making back then. So when I sent out a lineman or a meter serviceman to do that reconnect, it cost me a little bit more than the $25. It was always less than what it cost me, but we just need to adjust. I think fees over time do need to be slightly adjusted. I'm not trying to break the bank. There's also something that I think wasn't well contemplated. Not all reconnections are the same. There are times, depending on the egregious nature of the disconnection, that we disconnect from the pole. And when I send that bucket truck out with a 5-man crew to reconnect you at the pole, it certainly costs me more than $25. So we do want to make a distinction between a normal reconnect, disconnect on a residential versus when I have to dispatch a truck to do a reconnect, which is a different
That I could
fee.
support because that's
I told you we could
difference.
collaborate.
Okay. But I don't plan on moving that $25 anytime soon. But I would support us amending it to add a separate fee if you have to incur additional costs to use the bucket truck to go on the pole. This senator can live with that.
The last thing I would say is goods and services have gone up all around us. $25 now isn't what it was 10 years ago. So we do need to, because it was legislatively done, there's a need for the legislature periodically to revisit those cost structures and make sure that at least it's covering the costs that WAPA pays to provide the service.
And
whether that's $5 more, $10 more, that's a conversation we
and
can have.
inflation has gone up, and me getting still overbilled still ain't changed. So thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time, and I appreciate your answers.
Thank you, Senator Heilega, for your line of questioning. The Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection is going to take a 2-minute recess. The Committee on Government Operation, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, March 24, 2025, is back on the record, and we have a point of information by Senator Kenneth Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was listening to the previous speaker before we went on break, and I too was sitting here saying, you know, I feel like we're constantly being lied to for real when it comes to some of these things. And my mom used to say all the time, the same dog ain't to bite you twice. So you don't go down that road over and over. But my question to WAPA, you know, I'm still trying to figure out why we're still using diesel and why did you all discontinue fuel hedging?
We have a dual fuel plant in both districts. We use diesel when it makes sense to do so. There are periodic outages on the propane terminal, sometimes just for maintenance purposes. We enjoy the fact that we have the flexibility to switch between both fuels. We primarily use propane, that's our fuel of choice, but we do have diesel as a backup fuel. And we do foresee the possibility that would depend on how commodities markets shift. Maybe one day, you know, diesel is going to be the cheaper fuel. For right now, it's been conventional wisdom is that propane gives us about a 30% benefit, but the impact of that can vary over time. So we're trying to maximize our flexibility. And the second part of your question, why did we?
Fuel hedging.
Yeah, we haven't gone away from fuel hedging. There's an approach we might be taking on the diesel side shortly. That's always an option to pull, but you kind of need to have a stable and predictable market to make that strategy work. It is something we can look at, but we would need to. We'd have to have, you know, there is a risk, there is a downside risk, a potential downside risk if we don't get it right.
And before I ask the PSC a quick question, the single payer utility fund, it speaks to all department agencies and even instrumentalities of the government that are supported by the general fund. Does WAPA still send, who do you send the bill to these agencies? Do you send it to finance or you send the bills still to the respective agencies?
We send the single payer bills to finance. There are some entities that we don't have issues with, university, et cetera, but everything else we send to finance. The issues we're still having is that there's essentially the finance approaches a single payer in two tranches. There's waste management and the hospitals, and then there's everybody else. So there's two different billings that we submit to them, and they pay them separately.
You're doing this electronically, right?
Of course.
So what would it be a problem for you to send the bill to finance and to the respective agencies? Because some of the respective agencies are saying they don't even see a bill.
Sorry, media. Ms. Kelly's mic.
The CFO. 1 second.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Lorraine Kelly, CFO. Just to be precise, a point of clarification. When we send the bill, and it is printed, or all of the government agencies, from my understanding, request a printed paper bill, that actually does go to what I describe as the end user. So it does go to the Department of, and then the Department of the Governor, the Department of Defense, etc. But then we do a monthly summarized billing that we send to the Department of Finance. There are actually over 2,300 accounts that are included within that government and grouping of billings, we send a summary of that to the Department of Finance so that they can very easily process the bill. And my understanding is that they match that up with what they receive from each of the departments.
Honestly, all due respect, that sounds like a bundle of confusion to me. I just wanted to know whether or not, because there are agencies that are saying that they don't see a bill.
They should. Please let them know to call me.
Right, they should, but are they getting it from you? Are you sending it to both places?
We do.
Just yes or no?
Yes.
Both places.
And Mr. Albain can expound.
Good afternoon, Julius Obeyan, Chief Information Officer. Also remember, the agencies can sign up online to view their bill at any time.
No. Don't tell me what the agencies could do. Just tell me whether or not you're sending the bill to the agency and to finance. That's it. Thank you. And the last one to PSC. If you, I saw the new ferry here, Spirit of 1733. Is it commissioned yet?
Not to our knowledge. You want to respond to that, Board?
Okay, and if not, do you have any information regarding the ferry that's supposed to be going between St. Croix and St. Thomas? And if so, would that be regulated by you guys?
Boyd Sprain on behalf of the Commission. At the present time, that's not within our assigned jurisdiction.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Point of information, Senator Bolkers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My point of information is for the Water and Power Authority. I wanted to know what is the percentage of the water line loss in the St. Thomas, St. John district and the St. Croix district, the percentage of water line loss.
Good afternoon, Noel Hodge, COO Water. So, St. Thomas, St. John district, in St. Thomas, St. John district, we're averaging around 20-25%, and then St. Croix, just over 50%.
Okay, 50%. So that means you're paying, well, you're losing, I should say, 50% of your investments. That is a shocking percentage. I don't want to abuse my my time. I like to stay within the format, but I'll let the chair drill down more because I don't want to abuse my time, but I really need to know what WAPA plans to do about that percentage and how are we going to get that fixed.
So, Senator Bolkes, I'll flip it on its head. We're operating right now with excessive losses. We have federally funded projects that allows us to replace some of those leaking pipes. The more we reduce that, the stronger our cash flow becomes, because we're paying for water that we can't sell because it's going into the ground. It's probably the lowest hanging fruit confronting me right now. I know exactly where that loss is going, and to the extent that I can start to remedy that loss, that's an easy way to improve our bottom line. So, while it's bad, it actually provides a very clear-cut way of improving our fiscal situation. We need to address the losses. So we're moving full speed to try to replace as many of those pipes as possible, because that's money in the bank once we can do so.
Thank you. CEO Knight, do you know the true cost and the territorial breakdown by districts of what it costs to run the streetlights?
Yes, I just spoke to my team this past weekend about doing a proper audit so we can provide a good accounting to this body and to the other stakeholders as to what that cost actually is. We do send out monthly billing statements. That is our estimate based on the number of fixtures out there, number of poles. And I do want to kind of validate those numbers so that we can all be on one understanding. And that monthly bill is usually street lighting.
So I'm going on the record and I'm going to ask.
635,000 a month is what we bill to the government for street lighting.
In territory-wide?
Territory-wide.
All right. My ask of you this afternoon is, could you give me what it would cost to properly light from St. Thomas, from UVI to the top of Rappoon Hill? The main thoroughfare.
From UVI?
Yes, sir.
All the way to Rappoon Hill?
Yes, sir.
So long distance, okay.
I know.
All right.
All right. Colleagues, that brings us to a day of drilling down and good discourse between WAPA, PSC, and this body. I'm going to ask Mr. Tory to please, Director Satori, to please give us a
Point of information, please.
Go ahead, Senator Johnson. You're recognized.
Thank you very much. My point of information is basically what you asked, but I had a next question. Because there was a company prior to the hurricane that was paid, I think, 100% of the money for lighting up the streets on St. Croix. That was never completed, and I've never heard anything about that. So through the chair, if WAPA could send us that information, what pretty much happened to the agreement with they and this company that was supposed to be lighting up St. Croix with those solar panels that was going to be on the light. But my main question was to ask WAPA how prepared they are. We're coming up on hurricane season. I know they didn't have transformer in stock. If they have transformer in stock, and how prepared they are for hurricane season. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
To your primary point of inquiry, Senator Johnson, I don't think that was a WAPA contract that you're referring to. I think that was actually an Energy Office funded contract. Some of those, I'm sorry, I'm being corrected? Okay, was a WAPA contract? Okay, let's speak to it now.
All right. Deion Sinclair, General Counsel. If I understand your question correctly, the authority did have an agreement with Petra to put street lighting many places in St. Croix. Is that what you're referring to?
You're correct. That's the name of the company. You're totally correct.
Right. So the company was not paid in full, but there was a majority of work that was done before the storms. After the storms, things slid down a slippery slope.
Can I stop you for a minute? Because I asked for that information to be delivered through the chair, so we need a total breakdown of that in writing. I really don't want to accept what you're saying to me based on some information that I had, so I'm asking through the chair to put it in writing what became the total settlement in this company that received money from WAPA, but they never completely delivering the goods of lighting up the island of St. Croix. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
And then Mr. Knight can fulfill the next part of my question in regards to preparedness for hurricane and how many transformers we have in stock at this time.
Well, Senator, to be honest, I was going to ask him to put in a report for us so we could have, where we are today, total hurricane preparedness.
Well, my reason for asking about these transformers is because I know an individual that's been waiting nearly a year to light up his house.
Okay.
Person is building a house and can't get a transformer up to this day. About a year.
Yeah. No,
all right, I'll allow him to respond.
Yeah.
Mr. Knight?
I share your frustrations. We're trying to get transformers in stock. We got in a few. Those are already spoken for. By the time the next batch arrives, they would have been spoken for as well. And so the ability to even build inventory for the hurricane season is not quite there as yet. We are working towards that, though. And Mr. Lavinier is working with his team to get us to that point, including trying to identify a source of funding to build a proper inventory, because we have a need right now. There are folks waiting on transformers. We did deplete a lot of them after Onesto, and we're trying to replace those and still build an inventory for if something was to happen. So maybe that's a conversation I can have with this body at some point. If there's a financial hindrance to us being able to get there, that's something I might be able to talk to this body about.
1 second. Let me recognize point of information, Senator Novel Francis Jr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask the Executive Director, Satori, in respect to the complaints that have been lodged with your office, with the cell phone, Liberty in particular, can you provide an update in terms of the course of inquiries, investigation on those complaints? Or maybe you could just do a general statement in regards to how the complaints are progressing regarding cell phones. But I know that a number have been made in respect to Liberty in itself.
Sure, and we do have complaints on the book, on the log right now, not just with Liberty, but with VIA as well. However, we have been able to reduce the number of outstanding complaints. We've seen a drastic reduction of complaints. We do have outstanding complaints that we are still working with. We are working closely with both the utility as well as the customers, keeping them up to date. But we can provide, in fact, a more detailed report to that regard. But we have experienced a drastic reduction in the number of complaints. The ones that are still outstanding, we are working very, very diligently to close them out.
Thank you.
Senator Potter, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask CEO Knight, and I don't know if this question was asked before, whether or not WAPA has engaged the services of a financial advisor or a debt restructuring expert to help negotiate with creditors to optimize debt repayment structures.
Yes, Sustainable Capital, that was an answer to an earlier inquiry, and I did pledge to provide a copy of that contract.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Mr. Knight, I just want to ask one quick question here, and then we go on. Real quick, on the employee side, how are we equipment? Let's go with the trucks, equipment,
We, somebody must be texting you that. We have, we have a chronic shortage of vehicles that we're trying to fight our way through. Okay. We have a lot of vehicles down for parts and other repairs. Yeah. Honestly, I have more vehicles down than I have operable. And then those that are operable, I have an issue with some of my employees that damage vehicles. Okay. I'll be nice. So we are struggling through that, but I have asked Mr. Thomas to really put, mash gas on getting those vehicles back in service that we can. We've provided some resources. Matter of fact, the GVI, during the state of emergency, did provide me with resources that we've put to good use. So I thank the government for helping us with that. And we're trying, I think we have another 90,000 in parts that we're ordering, and we're trying our best to get as many of our vehicles operable as we can. We try to equip our employees with everything that they need. Tools, equipment. We are putting priority on making sure our employees have what they need to do the job. And that includes PPEs. That has been a high priority of mine. So I'm trying to make sure everybody that does the work is outfitted properly to do the work that they're asked to do.
And real quickly, let me go on the labor side. Let me change my labor hat a minute. I see things are evolving, and in terms of renewable energies and so forth. I just ask you, please, to make sure that the staff is provided with the adequate training, and we start updating and looking to advancing from different things. Mr. Obain talked about the new AMI system. Start sending these people away so they can learn how to fix these things and repair these things as well, and service solar panels and do different things. Let's open other opportunities for them. Mr. Tory, you have 30 seconds to give your closing remarks.
30 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank our staff for their support, as well as being able to put together the information that was necessary for us to testify. And I also want to thank the government operations, Veteran Affairs and Consumer Affairs Committee for the opportunity to come before you and testify today. And we do intend to follow up with the requested information that was asked for.
And I do appreciate you coming here today and providing that testimony. You know, every time I come in your office, it's Hendricks. Sorry, I want Tishon.
We do have a Hendricks and a Hendrickson.
Okay, Ms. Hendricks, the Assistant Executive Director.
That's
right. Got it. And the rest is very friendly. Great. Mr. Knight.
Yes, sir. Well, I want to thank you, Mr. Chair, and the committee for having us here to really update yourself and the general public, the rest of the legislative body on where we stand. I hope we did a thorough job of doing so. We do have the white papers that I spoke about on the legislation that we mentioned in our testimony that we will leave you with to distribute to the members of the committee, and we'll provide that to you at the close. I just want to say that while folks acknowledge my employees, in the public mind, they tend to see the linemen, they tend to see the forward-facing folks, but I really want to say that it's not just the folks that we think about when hurricanes come. It's the folks on the front line in customer service that have to deal with the frustration of our customers. It's the folks in the power plant that have to patch together these generators, knowing that we have a deferred maintenance budget. It's the meter readers that have to bravely go into people's yard to read meters when they're frustrated and angry. It's the dispatchers that work around the clock to answer your trouble calls at 2 in the morning. The operators that man that control room 24/7. It's the engineers that have to figure out these perplexing problems and manage millions of dollars and keep it on budget and on time. It's the whole team that makes this thing go, and I just want to express my thanks to all the hard work that they do. And I appreciate the invitation once again. Thank you.
Thank you. The Committee on Government Operation, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection in Block 2 will be having Department of Tourism, and we'll be taking a 20-minute break. Good afternoon. The Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection is back on the record today, March 24, 2025. Madam Clerk, are there any correspondences to be read into the record for this afternoon for Block 2?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed, Madam Clerk.
In the letter dated March 24th, 2025, to the Honorable Senator Avery Lewis, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, regarding Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection. Dear Senator Lewis, this correspondence serves to inform you that Assistant Commissioner Alani Henneman for the Department of Tourism will testify before the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection on behalf of Commissioner Busholti. The Commissioner is fully committed to transparency and cooperation with the Senate and has authorized the Assistant Commissioner to provide information and address any relevant questions. We appreciate your understanding and look forward to a productive session. Please direct any inquiries regarding scheduling or logistics to Jamila Miller at jmiller@usvitourism.vi. Sincerely, Joseph Busholti, Commissioner, USVI Department of Tourism.
Madam Chair, does that conclude all the correspondences for today?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, colleagues. You know, we're here today with Department of Tourism. Glad to see them. Madam Clerk, could you read the Block 2 agenda into the record, please?
Block 2, the Virgin Islands Department of Tourism will provide a comprehensive update on the following: cutting-edge upcoming events, festival and carnival projects passed by the legislative body, use of government resources to host St. Thomas Festival, services such as the Waste Management Authority and Department of Public Works projects that include trash removal, contractual executions, and road safety projects, diversification of tourism product, and any other issues and concerns relevant to the discussion. Invited testifier, the Honorable Joseph B. Busholti, Commissioner, Department of Tourism. This concludes this section of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Assistant Commissioner Henneman Tadman.
Henneman.
I don't know, we don't got chop off them thing here. How are you doing today?
I'm good, and you, Senator?
Great. Could you put your name and title on the record today, please?
Alani Henneman, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Tourism.
That young man next to you, please.
Ian Turnbull, USVI Division of Festivals Director.
Great. I know you look familiar. Ms. Henneman, are you ready to proceed with your testimony?
Yes, Senator.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection Committee Chairman, Honorable Senator Avery Lewis, committee members and senators of the 36th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands, legislative staff, members of the media, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Alani Henneman, Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Tourism, testifying today on behalf of Commissioner Joseph Busholti, who is unable to attend this hearing. Pursuant to your invitation, I am joined by Ian Turnbull, Director of the Division of Festivals, to provide insight into the Department of Tourism and Division of Festivals planning efforts for the 2025 St. Thomas Carnival. Our testimony will focus on safety, security, environmental cleanups, permitting requirements, operational planning, and interagency collaboration. Following a successful 2024, which saw a year-over-year increase in air arrivals, including a 27% surge in arrivals for St. Thomas during Carnival and a steadily increasing surge around the Crucian Christmas Festival, we are excited to build on this momentum and further establish the U.S. Virgin Islands as a premier destination for cultural experiences. As we prepare for the upcoming St. Thomas Carnival season, we look to utilize key marketing tactics, including social media, advertising, and public relations to continue growing our reach and impact. Since January 7, 2024, the Department of Tourism's executive team, including Festival's Assistant Directors Halverhart III, Leona Smith, and Shamari Haynes, along with Director Turnbull, has convened multiple interdepartmental planning meetings. These meetings included representatives from the Virgin Islands Police Department, the Virgin Islands Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation, the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency, Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services, Virgin Islands Department of Public Works, Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority, Virgin Islands Port Authority, and the Virgin Islands Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. These discussions have prioritized event logistics, community health and safety, and preservation of event locations for all division of festival-led events, including Prince and Princess Pageant, Queen Show Pageant, Boat Race, Panorama, Food Fair, Juve, Children's and Adult Parades, and firework displays. In addition to interagency planning, the department met with the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority to coordinate the installation of utilities for village booths and staging. A confirmed timeline for power connection aligns with other required inspections ahead of the village's opening date. To ensure adequate sanitation facilities, the department secured 2 local vendors to supply and service portable restrooms. These include 11 ADA compliant stalls near the Carnival Village, 7 stalls at the food fair venue in Crown Bay, 15 porta potties along the Juve and parade routes. These facilities will supplement existing public restrooms managed by the Department of Public Works and the Department of Tourism. As we finalize the intricate details of the 73rd St. Thomas Carnival, the Department of Tourism remains committed to collaborating across agencies to ensure a seamless, safe, and organized celebration that honors our culture and traditions. Our focus spans from restroom accessibility and crowd control to managing Juve and boat race access, all while adhering to regulatory standards. Transitioning to forthcoming events, at the Department of Tourism, we are always exploring unique and strategic ways to market the territory. Over the next 2 quarters, our team will be partaking in a number of events that showcase the territory to both potential travelers and B2B, which are return visitors, entities related to the tourism entity. Events include Sea Trade Global, on-site sports partnerships and activations, which in 2024 supported traveler increases from major U.S. hubs, including the New York metro area with a 15% increase, the greater Chicago area with a 19% increase, and a staggering 62% surge from the greater Boston, New England area. Forthcoming partner events include Boston Red Sox, Chicago Cubs, New York Jets, and the New York Mets, Caribbean Hotel and Tourism Association Marketplace, and Caribbean Tourism Organization Caribbean Week. In addition to existing events, the department is actively working to facilitate all legislative mandates, including the feasibility study currently underway. In closing, we extend our gratitude to Governor Bryan, Lieutenant Governor Roach, Commissioner Busholti, our departmental partners, members of the Senate, our dedicated volunteers, and our exceptional colleagues at the Department of Tourism for their unwavering commitment to elevating the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. We are prepared to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Henneman. Colleagues, we're going to go to 4-minute round. And I'm going going to ask Ms. Henneman. Ms. Henneman, this is along the line of festivals, but you're to the head to this. I'm going to ask, before I ask, go to Mr. Turnbull. I always envision when we move from the Carnival Committee over to Division of Festivals under Tourism. And maybe I'm wrong, because I never really had overlooked the legislation. I always envisioned that festivals would be in charge of just what it said, to me, all major festivals in the territory, right? And keeping events leading up to the different activities, we have 3 major, like a friend of mine does say music festivals every year. One in St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix. And I even envisioned that we would take part, maybe not be the head of it, but we be instrumental, we meaning the Division of Festivals, in leading up to that. And I really haven't seen that taking place in the community. I know we do an awesome job with the 3 major festivals. Festival, Carnival, what would I say for St. John? Celebration. And I envision that, when we market, and you all do a good job of marketing, you be all over, you just list out Boston, Chicago, different places. I would imagine that we try to market everything as one or separate, but people want to know, my colleagues could help me, Senator Francis. In St. Croix used to have a jazz festival, right? A jazz festival and so forth. I don't hear about those things anymore. So I'm wondering, what is the role of festivals before we... Please recognize the mic of Assistant Commissioner.
Alani Henneman, Assistant Commissioner. Senator, I think that, and maybe this is on us, to do a better job of communicating where we are within the weeds for a lot of the festivals and different events that take place in the territory. Mm-hmm. Because we are not upfront, and it may be a private event, doesn't mean we're not a sponsor, or we're not a soundboard, or we're not providing support on the back end. So, for example, you mentioned the jazz festivals. Well, we were integral in helping them put on the jazz festivals in St. Croix. We were a major sponsor. Mm-hmm. But like everything else, when we look at cash flow and we look at the funding that's available to festival, we can only do what is within our purview and assist on the other side. So there are a number of festivals, Taste of St. Croix, you have all the ag fairs, you have all these different festivals throughout the territory that we assist, we provide guidance, monetary support, and we're instrumental in helping them organize. We give out collateral, we put them on our website, we market these events. So it's not that we need to be hands-on for every festival, because some of them are put on by private entities, but we are involved.
And here I come to with my next point. How do we know tourism involved? We have to attend the function. Sometimes when the people put out a flyer, you gotta look very, very hard to see the little tourism. Moko Jumbi to the bottom. It should be by way, tourism, our name should be there, just like I would say the same thing for Virgin Island Lottery. Should be in the forefront. We're supposed to know that the government is putting big money in these shows. I ain't gonna call no name. But we don't put no little chump change. We don't put good change.
Understood, Senator.
And the only return we don't get is our gross receipt, which is a big thing. But we need to be recognized. Because here it is now, I am asking you, well, how come we don't hold more than one functions? But you could rattle off that we are part of most of the major functions.
Correct.
Wrong here. Directly and indirectly.
Correct.
Just like the government don't get no credit for some of it. Another way to call it Oh, gosh. No. Like overtime and thing where we don't bill about and...
Calm time?
No, income time the word I want to use. But anyway, it's going to come to me before this meeting out. In-kind contributions.
In-kind contributions, yes. And we offer, Alani Henneman again, we offer quite an extensive portfolio of in-kind service to all of these different...
But the poor government, you know what it'll be? Well, the government late with the check. You never hear, you know, the government deal with me proper. And I'm putting it out there. I'm going to get some blows after, but it don't matter.
That's the truth.
But we got to our hand tourism in the mix. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair. And welcome, Assistant Commissioner Henneman and Ian Turnbull. Couple questions. Okay, so I see the parking lot paved now. You look like you got a nice, good drain and stuff. The Public Works Commissioner was here, testified about the drainage upgrade and everything. What's the total budget for the St. Thomas Carnival?
Our budget for this year is 2.8 million.
That's just the St. Thomas Carnival?
Yes.
Okay. And being that we just had a revenue generating conference, and of course, you were up there, you spoke, the gross receipt taxes for all the major venues, you take that out up front? How do you handle that?
So we don't handle that. In terms of the venues, all of the venues that we use are usually government-owned. UVI is a venue that we use that is not owned by the government, but they would of course pay whatever taxes are due to the government based off of us renting their facilities.
Well, no, I was specifically talking, you had Shaggy on Friday night, the last carnival. You paid Shaggy. Was gross receipt tax taken out of that?
So to answer that question is artists that come into the territory, one of the things that is always listed contractually in their contract is that all taxes are paid by the entity booking them. This is across the board. So I don't care where you are on the planet. That is something that all artists ask for. They ask for the permits to be paid. If there are permits that need to be paid, they ask for the taxes to be paid. So this is something that again, we can't escape. If we were to escape it, then we probably won't be able to get any artists to come to the Virgin Islands.
Okay, so no taxes on Shaggy. And of course, we ain't raising any taxes with the vehicle tax, but that's another thing either. At least not for those under 6,000 pounds and 4 tires. Okay, so what's the name of the village and who is being honored for both the village and the food fair?
Sorry, so we haven't made it. Yeah, Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. Ms. Miranda Isaac is our food fair honoree. We'll be putting out a press release within the next couple of days to list out all of our honorees. But the Pinney brothers from Mandingo Brass are the honorees for the village. So that's Vance, Steve, and Willis. Yeah.
Okay, good. I work with Vance, the architect, for a long time. So now the booth in the village, how much do you charge per booth?
Our booth fee is $2,500 per booth.
25. And you were able to accommodate everybody, or there's still a waiting list?
No waiting list. Yeah, we were able to accommodate all those who were able to. So everybody came back, essentially. Yeah. Okay,
that's good. That's good. So if you want to get a booth, you contact Ian Turnbull or Halva Hart?
USVI Festivals at usvitourism.vi.
Okay, good, because I got that question. So okay, good. So now the budget is 2.8 million. What do you guess Carnival on St. Thomas generates, including all of the A, B, and Bs? What's the overall impact to the economy of the Virgin Islands?
Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. So just based off of we've done some surveys. We did one in St. Croix, we did one in St. John, did one in St. Thomas. The average individual is about 200 individuals per island. Noted that they spend up to $2,000, right, when they're here for Carnival. So we did the average of $2,000 per person that comes in. We look at the air fee, the airline arrivals that come in. So we probably get about anywhere between 2,000 to 5,000 visitors per each Carnival. And then you multiply times that $2,000, and that's how we get an idea of what the revenue that's coming in. So anywhere between 6 million to 10 million can be your revenue. So we are well over being in the black, so to speak.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, can I just wrap up? Okay, so I want to get to one important thing, right? Because the parking lot, the booth, right? After the first night and second night, right, it gets dirty. You have a schedule for like power washing and cleaning up. How often are you going to actually wash down the village?
So that is something that we talk about in our interdepartmental meetings. We've already had the conversation with Commissioner Gabriel. We don't want to mess up his fancy new parking lot at all.
Right.
So yeah, we have spoken to Petulia Stevens and the team over there, Darryl Griffith over at Waste Management, so that they'll be on time in terms of cleaning every night. And then if we do have a need for power washing the village, during the day, we will do so.
Yeah, you will have a need to power wash it, trust me. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Ms. Henneman. keep on your good side. Ms. Henneman.
Yes, Senator.
During your carnival, all your festivals you have, do you survey individuals upon arrival and upon departing?
Surveys are usually done by BER. However, Mr. Turnbull is very adamant about getting information back in real time. So he does do complete surveys, mostly on exit, at the completion.
Let me just put this out. I had the opportunity, when you go different places, even to conference, like we're going to go to see trade in a little while. From time you come, every day they're asking you about the different sessions and the different things. Maybe the division of festivals and even tourism could go down that route of getting an electronic app or something. From time you come, you scan the QR code, you give your input for every activity you attend. We should garner some kind of information, best practices, how we could improve, and so forth. A lot of us go travel to many different carnivals. I know we can't adapt everything here, but it's good for us to start moving in a direction because the data will help us improve our product.
Agreed, Senator. We'll take that back and we'll work with BER to make sure it happens.
Thank you. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon again to my colleagues.
Good afternoon.
I first want to ask a few questions. You said that the budget for St. Thomas Carnival 2.8. What's the budget for St. John celebration?
1.5.
What's the budget for St. Croix Festival?
I think it was 2.2.
Yeah. 2.2. I really hope St. Croix get 2.2. Anyway, I see this testimony mainly focused on St. Thomas Carnival. And as soon as the St. Croix Festival was complete, I heard every single advertisement right after. And I don't bite my lip. I speak as clear as I could speak. But prior to St. Croix Festival, there wasn't a 2 to 3 months in advance advertisement or promotion. Why is this? Why is this the case?
Actually, good afternoon. Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. Actually, we did promote St. John, completed in July. I think we started putting out information for St. Croix in terms of promotion at the end of July. Yeah.
I wonder where those promotion was, because I didn't get any information or saw nothing coming close to St. Croix Festival, not from July, that's for sure. So maybe I've been on a different rack or under a different rack. I want to also ask this question here. You talk about interagency connection and assistance, and we spoke about waste management. What's the cost associated with waste management, picking up the garbage and clean up the facility, and who pays them?
Alani Henneman, Senator, if I may, almost all the entities that are integral in festival get appropriations from the Department of Tourism through the TARF, and as part of their TARF contributions, assisting the department is part of their compensation. It's part of that compensation.
But so what will be the real cost? Does anybody have the real cost of what it was what does it actually cost for cleanup after the festival?
It's an in-kind service between governments, so we'd have to ask each department to give us an analysis.
And my biggest question is, because I know vendors in St. Croix still ain't get paid, what's the status on complete the payment of the vendors in St. Croix?
Good afternoon, Senator. Ian Turnbull, again, Director for Division of Festivals. I know that those vendors that are outstanding, we do have them on a very short list. And we are working to get that completed before, hopefully before April is out. Yeah.
That's correct, Senator.
December, January, February, March, and you said by April?
Correct.
Shaggy went home with all the money. I keep saying to y'all, you know, this isn't fair what we do our local entertainers or local vendors. And I will keep harping on it. Because we're talking 4 months. Some of these folks, that's their livelihood. They do nothing but entertainment. And when they give up their gigs or any other little job saying, well, you know what, I want to play for tourists, I want to play for festival, I want to play for carnival, and the time comes, and 4 months go by, you think they could go to the grocery store and say, well, festival committee gonna pay me. Let me get this credit. That ain't gonna happen. And I urge you guys, I urge you, please be aggressive on paying our local entertainers. Be aggressive with it. Because you're telling me you got a budget for 2.8. And when Carnival done, I expect everybody in Carnival to get paid. The same with festival and the same with celebration. I'm not picking no one over the other. But out of the district of St. Croix, because I communicate with a lot of these folks, I hear the cry. And I'm still hearing the crying that people still ain't get paid on the island of St. Croix for festival. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Miss Henneman, Mr. Turnbull, Director Turnbull, the Division of Festivals, in order to expedite payments, you all entered into agreement with a third party, right?
Yes, Senator.
How is that working out?
It works out great for us. This will be the first complete event where all the funds are turned over to the fiduciary, and then we can straight pay everyone.
Okay, so what's held up with what the previous speaker said?
I'm not aware that we haven't paid any artists, because artists are usually paid the night of the event by that fiduciary. What we usually have lag are people that provide services, invoices that we had to go over, clarify, make sure that all the work was done, or edit to include additional work. And so the last batch of those payments are going down to PMP to be justified, to make sure that we can close out St. Croix Festival and anything else that we may have had between the other festivals.
All right, thank you. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the Department of Tourism for your testimony. Where is the Commissioner?
Commissioner is closing out meetings on the U.S. mainland for some of our upcoming events.
Okay, so he's not on island?
No.
Out of the territory. He missed the revenue estimating conference, so now he's missing this. So
Yes.
he's missing out a lot. Look at you transitioning.
No, listen, I tell people all the time, if your tourism commissioner is on the ground, you're not in the game. There's no place that Commissioner Busholti goes.
I hope that's not the case, because I'm rooting for you to be the next commissioner, you know. And I don't want to have to look for you.
This is home.
All right. So that I don't want to hear that you got to be out and not here, because we need you to be here as well. So I must agree with my colleague that I think that we need to ensure that our local vendors and providers are paid in a timely fashion. 4 months is an extremely long time, especially for these individuals. We know that they sometimes this is the only gig that they have. You know what I mean? Entertainment is what really keep them going, and I think it's important that we're able to pay them. As you know, I've been contemplating a bill where we earmark a percentage of the budget that go towards making sure that we have local entertainment. And that is something that I'll continue to press on. I'm hoping at some point I'll be able to get my colleagues' support, because we just can't keep exporting all of the money. We understand that there should be a shared responsibility. We want to bring in additional artists, but at the same time, you want to make sure that our locals are well taken care of. So that is something we'll continue to look at. So what is the cost for the fiduciary now to administer the budget and paying for the entertainment?
The fiduciary's cost comes up to about 90?
90.
Yes, 90,000 across all three carnivals.
So they'll be doing all three?
Yes,
90.
we have them do it. And again, as Assistant Commissioner Henneman stated, it is so that we can do exactly what you just said earlier, make sure that we play vendors.
Okay, Freudian slip. So they will be administering the 2.8, the 1.5, and the $2.2 million. And how is that being done? They still will require the Department of Finance to cut the check. Are you providing them with the funding to make that happen, or what particularly budget would be going towards Justice Entertainment? Because obviously, I know that you have a lot that you contribute to, and the 2.8 is entirely for the carnival, the St. Thomas Carnival?
Yes.
1 minute.
Okay. So that total amount will be made available to them?
It's being released in tranches based on what we've required. So the process to make sure that we have total transparency and we do all the checks and balances is we have a contract in place for the fiduciary, and the fiduciary contract covers all the wires, all the transfers, and then physically being to every event to assist us with payouts. And that's every event, from the Queen shows to the major nights in the village.
Okay.
And then what happens is we do a justification letter into property and procurement that outlines the budget. And then we do meetings. We conduct meetings with OMB and finance. And based on that 2.8 million, we tell them which monies to release at what time so that we can execute. And so every payment that we make is approved multiple times through the process.
Okay. Mr. Chair, if I might just wrap up with two final points. How much was spent on last year's carnival?
We came in at 1.9. Yeah, about 1.92. 2 million.
1.9?
I would say 2 million.
About 2 million. So we had like we also earmarked 2.8 last year for the budget as well?
Yes, it was around the same, yes.
Okay. And sponsorship. Do we have any other sponsorship, corporate sponsorship besides the GVI?
Yes, this year CC1 came in with a substantial sponsorship, I think about $140,000. VIA has always been a great sponsor for us. Cape Air just literally as I walked in here confirmed. I think
Diageo, Cruise and Rum, Coca-Cola.
We reached out to them. They wasn't able. Well, Coca-Cola is CC1.
The CC1.
Diageo was not able to do. Southland Gaming has came in as well. Banco Popular is about to sign off. So we do have Keswick Insurance. We have a couple great partners this year that are coming in.
So Carnival is when?
April 27th through May 3rd. But there are two or three, well, I would say 4 or 5 events prior to. You have on April 12th, Princess Show. April 19th, Queen Show. April 20th, you have the...
So when, my question is, when are we going to start feeling the effects of Carnival coming? Is there a ramp-up period, and then we finally get to the crescendo, or what? I mean, I'm feeling nothing. I came into the airport, me feeling nothing, like Carnival is on its way. I mean, this is a big money.
Yes, we do understand. We do understand. As mentioned again, we just got our first tranche of money. And so now that we have gotten our first tranche of money, we'll be able to start to ramp up some of the...
Because someone see some flags coming up on Veterans Drive and all this people telling me that Carnival is on its way?
You sure will. You sure will.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your responses. Good luck. And again, let's start to make it feel like we're having Carnival here in the Virgin Islands. At the time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I didn't hear. I listened to the response of Ms. Henneman in your line of question in regards to the payment. And I need to ask this question. What is Soca Monarch? Is there not entertainers? Based on the response that Ms. Henneman gave, my question is, Soca Monarch, are they not entertainers?
Yes, correct.
Yes,
yes, Senator. They are entertainers. Correct.
They haven't been paid.
Yeah, we are aware of that, and I literally spoke to Mr.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Can you please hold a minute? Because the reason why I asked that, when the chair asked about our entertainers, Ms. Henneman responded totally different. And I know Soca Monarch is one of them that haven't been paid, and they're not the only person. And now I'm asking if they're entertainers. And the answer is yes. So our entertainers have not been paid up to today. You could go ahead with your response on the chair time. I don't need nothing else.
Is that normal?
Yes, sorry. Like I said again, we will be able to make those payments in short order.
All right. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you. Kindly, Mr. Chairman, a pleasant good day to everyone, especially a pleasant good day to the Department of Tourism. You play such a vital role in welcoming all our visitors to the beautiful shores. And I want to thank you and your team for all the work you do. Now we need to start to shift gears. And what I'm going to ask you, outside of your testimony, Ms. Henneman, have you been looking at any type of package deals for our visitors, especially during the festival times, with the hotel, even a rent-a-car, and the like? How are you looking at that? Are you marketing something like that?
Good afternoon again, Senator. We talked about this internally before. In order for us to do that, we'll have to go out to an RFP and get individual businesses to do it. As the government, we can't pull the pool, so we can't collect the funds either. But what we can do is put out an RFP and ask businesses within the community to come up with the packages. So, for example, it would be like a DMC where they go to the airline, they do a airline package, a car package, a hotel package, and put it together and then put it out. We've had a few entities come to us, but we can't sole source it. And so we've had the discussion saying that we'll do an RFP. If we do it, we'll have to do an RFP to even the playing field for people to be competitive in the space.
Now, my question regarding that is because I know you have a third-party fiduciary. Is that something that they can do or enter into? Do you know, or have that been explored or discussed?
At this time, based on the way their contract is written, they would not be able to do that because that's a specific scope.
Right.
So we would have to go through the whole process with the Department of Property and Procurement and come up with a scope of work outlining creating carnival packages for the territory.
Right, and that's what my train of thoughts was going to. Maybe that may be another avenue you could explore, and so that it can reduce the cost for your team, and we could also look at them giving a certain amount back to the government GVI as a result of these packages and these deals, because you will surely be supporting them on the promotion of the festivals. Just a food for thought. Now,
thank you.
I love to attend the Sea Trade, but I have, and I wish PFA was at the revenue generating event, because I don't see any of our rum there.
Well, this year. This year.
I'm sorry, I couldn't. This year you will have the Virgin Islands rum. Oh, good. And that is the Crucian rum. Correct. And Diageo.
I think the agreement this year secured by Port Authority is with Crucian rum for afternoon teasers, 3 to 4. The 2 years prior, though, the way they booked, and this is Sea Trade, you weren't allowed to bring alcohol. Some entities did it anyway, but in the contract, you weren't allowed alcohol in the space.
Most of them said, because I went and I polled, Mr. Chairman, most of them I polled personally said that they were able to, even on the food and beverage portion. That's a different discussion because we have our national dish, and I just had some of it today, some fish and fungi, okay? And we are promoting it there. These human beings need to understand and appreciate our culture. And so they have the food and beverage portion as well. And we have food festivals here, right? We need to take it up there so that they could taste our fine cuisine. And I just want to say something else, is that I'm not excited about the rum, you know. I'm not a rum drinker, big rum drinker. But it was because that is how we make our money.
Correct.
That is, the rum excise taxes is what pays GRS, that helps us. And we want to keep that and promote it further.
Totally
I have
agree.
one final question, Mr. Chairman, if I may be allowed to do so.
Go ahead.
Thank you so kindly. I wanted to also ask you, have you been able to see or assess the amount of money that comes in based on, and qualify it and quantify it, how much funding we get as from the advertisements that we put out there?
And for a festival or overall?
For festivals only. Are we able to quantify it?
So, Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals, it's so funny that you asked this question, because I just had this question with my team the other day. They weren't able to give me a number at that time. However, they are working to try to get me a number. So I could probably share that.
Through the chair, I'm requesting that number be, once they have it finalized, be sent to you through the chair. The quantitative number of how much we are able as a territory to see as a revenue for the festivals, all 3 festivals.
Okay.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Joseph, for your line of questioning. Mr. Turnbull, I've noticed that you've the Division of Festival for the last couple of years. Anyway, I was the administrator as well, and we always used to collaborate. You didn't include the administrator in here, your testimony here, but anyhow. The one thing I'll urge you all to continue is boat day, the restrooms alongside the route, parade day, the restrooms alongside the route, Juve morning, and, well, I know food fair, you're going to do your thing down there. But I just want to encourage you on that.
I think we have 15, sorry.
Yeah, it's
15 porta potties. Yeah,
and then
each day.
up at the village, we normally have that DPW restrooms, and still the nice air conditioned one, we want to catch your breath a little better. So I just encourage the team. And I'll also ask that village night that we do have the haulers, the trash haulers, in between the events, emptying the receptacles like we normally do. All right? So put that down. And next, Senator Angel Volquez Jr. Okay, he gone. Senator Vela is not here.
Senate President.
Mr. President, Milton E. Potter, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much.
You don't have to use all if you don't use it, okay?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the folks from the department, the leadership of the Department of Tourism, Assistant Commissioner Henneman and Director Turnbull. A.C. Henneman, I wanted to ask you, you mentioned in your testimony that a feasibility study was currently underway. Could you elaborate on the nature and objectives of that study and what sort of time frame it is expected to be completed?
Good afternoon, Senate President. That feasibility study is for the music festival, the last legislation that was passed in 2024. We are doing a survey that goes out to the mass public so that we can align it and organize it based on what the community would like to see. Since we already have the 3 festivals, we know there's a certain genre that usually covers the 3 festivals, but we wanted to know what additional genres of music they would like to see.
Excellent. What's the time frame for completing it?
It's actually completed. Their contract is going through the process. And so I would say by next month, we should be able to put it out to the public. And it's not just going out digitally. It is going out by hand to some of the more mature people in the community to make sure that we have the full participation of the community.
Not old Assistant Commissioner, more mature.
More mature.
Your testimony outlines the sanitation facilities. You didn't mention anything about security measures. Can you share with us your security plan, generally speaking, for dealing with large crowds like Juve morning and the parades, et cetera?
Good afternoon, Senate President Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. So we are ongoing in those plannings with VIPD and with Vitima. I know in our last conversation, we did a walkthrough with VIPD for food fair. We're going to be doing a walkthrough on Main Street for the parades and on Waterfront for Juve. And then we are going to do a final assessment in the village. The village is a little bit more, it's better looking now. So, we should have ease of execution. We are finalizing the contracts with who our vendors are going to be for security. Mm-hmm. So that should be finalized this week. And then from there, we can involve them in the ongoing meetings and go from there and finalize.
Excellent. I wanted to get from you your take on what a successful carnival looks like. I know
1 minute.
Generally we look at the numbers, like a lot of people came here to the territory for carnival. What, in your view, as the director of festivals, as a commissioner of tourism, What, in your view, characterizes a successful carnival?
Senator, I'll go first as the overall marketing branch, and then I'll let the director dive into the actual festival itself. For us, of course, April is still a busy time for the territory overall. So we look, of course, airlift, hotel, Airbnb stays, just the movement of the people within the community and the overarching message of the brand, the amount of stories that come out of festival and carnival and just the overall coverage for the territory. And so that is the overarching goal, but I know the director has some specific goals that he has to meet for himself.
Yeah, so for me, Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. So for me, just starting with the princess shows and the pageants, making sure that those events go through without a hitch. People get their just due. The person who was judged to win and was supposed to win won. Food fair, making sure that Senator Carla Joseph gets her old wife, and she didn't get sick in doing so. What else? I would say vendors making money. I spoke to a vendor the other day in the office, and I asked her straight up. I said, how did you do last year? And she said, I'm going to buy your lunch. When somebody tell you to buy your lunch, that means they did well. So that for me those are the key things that I look for. Just talking from a basic level. And then of course the last thing is what you just talked about, which is safety. If no one gets hurt, no one gets injured, then I am a happy man. Every night my fingers are crossed. And so I think we've just involved another agency, I can't remember the name, but they are an agency that deals with mass emergency activities. So they're putting a plan together with VIPD as well. It's not Homeland, I just can't remember the name right now. But they are putting a plan together. So those type of things, happy vendors, happy artists,
happy
community,
belly good, and everybody safe, that's success to me.
Understood. Finally, Mr. Chair, if I may, I just wanted to get some insights as to what sort of innovative elements can we expect to see for the 73rd Carnival activities that we haven't seen before?
Ian Turnbull, again, Director for Division of Festivals. So we're definitely going to be elevating the boat race, giving people an opportunity to know what race is. I think people go there and they're like in a lure, like, oh, what's going on? So we want to make that a little bit more programmatic, where people can read who's racing. They can really root for whoever is their favorite. Another place that we're going to be elevating is, of course, just the feeling when you get on island. I too agree with the senator. It needs to feel like carnival. So we are going to be putting some things in place in the coming days and weeks that will make it feel like carnival. And then, of course, the village, we are going to be creative. There's at least one night where we will be creative in what we present. And so that's something that I think will be different. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Honeyman, and to Ian, to Mr. Turnbull, Director Turnbull, I do apologize. We're in the village. We were going down a line of some futuristic planning a minute ago. And I think one of the things the Department of Tourism really should look into is packaging. I know you can't do it. And some things is best that we outsource. And I'm going to just be brutally honest, government ain't good at doing certain things. We just really have to outsource it. But we need to start packaging things as, you come to the Virgin Islands, you want a nature package. You come to the Virgin Islands, you want a sea, marine type packaging. You want a jump up festival packaging. We need to start marketing differently. And then, the outside entities could bring these to you all. And, that's the way how we're going to collaborate together, but not for Department of Tourism to be the wholehearted source of all the action.
Agreed, Senator. Just to shed some light too, we talk about this internally as well. Everybody loves all of the collateral that the USVI gives out during the festivals. And so along with the RFP for packaging, we are looking at doing an RFP for a vendor to do our collateral so that we can sell the collateral and then the government can get some funds as well. So those are two things we will be exploring.
Good. Senator Hubert Frederick, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, colleagues, listening and viewing the audience again. Assistant Commissioner Henneman, it's a pleasure to meet you. I want to thank you and your team. I was looking forward to seeing the commissioner, but please give him my regards.
I will.
I wanted to ask you some questions. Let's finish up with the numbers. I think Director Turnbull said the projected revenues for St. Thomas Carnival is 6 to 10 million.
Correct.
What is it for what was it for festival?
It was around 6 to 7.
6 to 7 million for St. Croix, and for celebration.
Celebration, it comes in around 4.
All right, they're being competitive. Yeah, St. John. That's good. So this is definitely a valuable product that the Virgin Islands does every year. We spend quite a bit of money on this. So we really need to track, is there some type of matrix you use to determine what's the biggest element in bringing talent here, or whatever the draw is, so that we could focus on making sure you get a full experience, but you know where your highlights are, besides these big talent that we always bring.
Good afternoon again, Senator. So this is multifaceted in the steps, and this is why it's kind of hard to break down the festivals. One, St. Croix is in the height of Christmas, height of travel season, so that's a natural flow, and so all that data gets lumped together. St. John is 4th of July. It's another heavy travel time. So only for St. Thomas and even for our carnival, it's still a fluent time for travel to the territory. So we have now gone back to our team, because we do have a digital dashboard that breaks out costs, we geotag areas. So this year, when we come to budget, we will have a holistic picture of each festival, where the media is, what's the return on investment, and what's the overarching return on investment for the whole
This is the first
territory.
time?
When I say first time, it's that we're in the festival season long enough that we know how to place key markers to pull that intricate data.
That's what I needed.
Because it falls under tourism, the marketing falls within the overarching brand. And so, for example, an Uba Soca that promotes the territory for an entire year, promoting all the different festivals, it's hard to pull out
1 minute.
just St. Thomas over St. John.
Okay, I'm going to have to cut you a little short, because I got so many questions. But thanks anyway.
We will give you the data, though.
Okay, you will get it. Okay. Real quick, how do we determine what to pay our local talents?
Good afternoon, Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. So we pay the local talent based off of what the market bears, right? So an artist can say, that they are due $10,000, right? But we know that 2 days ago they were paid $2,500 for the same performance. Are we to pay them $10,000, or are we to pay them the $2,500 that the market shows that their price is? So that's pretty much how we do it. Of course, we pay more than what the standard, promoter around the territory pays. We do pay more than what they do, but that is pretty much how we execute that. We look at what the market is saying.
Mr. Chair, if I may. So the biggest complaint, Mr. Chair, Thank you, sir. I didn't want to overstep. So the biggest complaint I'm having is local talent, they're happy for the opportunity, but their compensation is just not anywhere near where they think it should be. I get your argument about market value, but truly, what's the market value of any talent here? You know, but we know when we bring in these big talent, we pay them, you know, $200,000, $300,000, whatever. So to be fair to our people who helped make Carnival what it is, we got to pay them more.
So I hear your point of you know, we should pay more, right? But let's say, for instance, you were to purchase a vehicle, right? And that vehicle, they're telling you that vehicle costs $10,000, and you know that the Kelly Blue Book value on that vehicle is $5,000. Are you going to pay $10,000 for it? No, you won't. As a fiduciary of the government, we are to pay people more because they say that they should pay more.
Don't forget that they're the ones who pay the taxes for us to have this opportunity. So your analogy about the Kelly Blue Book is different. These are local people that pay that $2.8 million. So, Mr. Chair, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Boy. Senator Milton Potter, you reckon? Senate President, you're recognized for that point of information.
Thank you very much for your generosity, Mr. Chair. No, I just wanted to respond to ask the Director of Festivals a question that someone actually just texted after you were speaking about the boatway. I think everybody wants to hear about Carnival. And they asked about if the Boatways Committee has paid, I guess, the participants in the boat race activities for last year.
Yes, we have.
Okay. Thank you very much for your response.
Mr. Turnbull, you know, I'll wait.
Yes, Committee Chair.
Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Oh, it's 4 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's 4 minutes we got. We got 7 for WAPA. I thought we would get 8 for tourism. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Campamento de jefes sin indios. You know what I mean?
We're gonna all
or Campo de Jefes. You know what I mean?
Boss.
Yeah, man. Camp of Chiefs.
Chiefs.
Camp of Chiefs. But the first one was with no Indians. I'm trying to save some of this for the budget season, but I just want to bring it to your attention so that you could have a little more. ¿Tú no hablas español, eh? Yeah, so that we could get a little more clarity as we get down the road there. But I'm looking at your listing and the budget and whatnot, and I'm just seeing a whole bunch of commissioners, directors of this, coordinators of that, etc. So what the 2 accommodation liaisons that you have budgeted, what are they to do? And where would they be?
Okay. Good afternoon, Senator. You're talking about the personnel listing.
Yes.
Correct. And you're asking about
the accommodation liaison.
Those positions we budgeted within the cycle. Those would be the persons that work directly with the hotels and work with the group, we say MICE, meetings and incentive groups that come into the territory.
Okay, I just want to go a little faster. So are we saying one for St. Croix, one for St. Thomas, St. John
Correct.
District?
Correct.
How soon are you going to post these? Are they posted? Where are they posted?
I would have to double check with admin and management. I know we have them in the budget. I know that internally, some of the positions were being held and unionized positions were being dealt with raises. So I need to just verify.
The assistant director of festivals that's vacant, what district is that?
That will be vacant on St. Croix as Shamari Hain transitions to deputy commissioner.
When would that position be posted to be filled?
As soon as Shamari Hain's paperwork is completed, it is not officially completed as yet.
Still?
Yes.
1 minute.
Correct.
That's more than a year. My goodness. Assistant Director of Communication. And then I see a Marketing Communication Liaison. Who working for who?
The communications is a territory-wide, along with the assistant marketing. So it just depends on what the island will depend on who is chosen. It's not for a specific island.
So let me ask you, you have a Director of Communication now?
No, that's a position to be filled as well.
Okay, I don't see that here, but I see Director of Communication. And they have a staff?
Please clarify, sorry, who has the staff?
These directors, would they have a staff?
They usually work directly with the marketing and PR agencies. So the agencies are there.
Time.
They oversee the agency's work.
Work with me here a little bit, Mr. Chair. Okay, I thought you said no. And then I heard the chair asking about the surveys and the incoming and outgoing. And I noticed that you have vacant here 2 directors of visitor experience. Would they be responsible for doing those surveys that the chair asked about?
They would work with BER to make sure they are done. Unfortunately, BER hasn't done a survey in 2 years due to their transitioning. So it's something that we are working. We met with them at the Spring Revenue Conference. So we're going to work to get it back online.
I think I heard one of my colleagues say it should be you guys doing the surveys. I agree with that. But again,
by law, BER is required to do the surveys.
That doesn't stop you from doing the survey. Exactly. The thing is, and again, I'm looking at this, right? And I'm not going to harp on it, but I'm seeing all these directors, assistant director, assistant commissioner of everything. I mean, there's no Indians. Why is it? Most of these are what you call it, exempt employees. So of course, you could pay them what you want. But then everybody have a title. Who's actually doing the work?
Senator, and I can say this wholeheartedly, I've been in this department for 22, almost 23 years. And it's always been a small group of people who have had director, managers, only the visitor experience, and a few of the union positions don't fall along the line. So it's a matrix and an organizational chart that's been in place longer than I've even been in the department. It's just always been a small, tight department that turns out a lot of work.
So let me just turn the page and end here. So I am definitely pleased with the number of the increase in cruise ship visits that I've seen to the island district of St. Croix. But what's currently being done by tourism to ensure a good, visitor experience so that these individuals could want to come back? Because it's based on their survey, and they ain't dependent on a BER to do a survey for them for sure. They're going to do those surveys by their passengers. What are we doing to ensure that these passengers' visitor experience is one that they would say, you know what, the next time I come to St. Croix, I ain't coming on a ship. I'm going to fly in.
Alan E. Henneman, Senator, we've been working as a team. We've reached out to the taxis. Our team is there for every ship call. We are in the process of creating on-island itineraries for the guests who want to explore St. Croix on their own. We've created St. Croix Vibe Sale, which is going out to the community of St. Croix, to the different vendors, asking them to offer discounts to the cruise passengers to encourage traversing the island of St. Croix. So after you experience Frederiksted, and of course, businesses in Frederiksted would also participate as well, it is to motivate them to get out and explore. It is not an easy task with the increased cruise calls, but we are working to make sure that we sustain and increase those cruise calls.
We got a lot of work to do.
We have work
Let's
to do.
collaborate.
Correct.
Because just the discounts ain't gonna work. People gotta be educated, know what they're gonna be feeding to our passengers and whatnot, what they're gonna tell them about this historic building in downtown, not the old one. My colleague said there's a difference between old and historic, correct?
Right.
So I'm talking about being able to give the history of our towns, etc., getting our taxi drivers to be more professionally attired and just well-versed. We see it time and time again at C-Trade that we have all these other entities that come, not just government officials, but the private sector employees coming out. Taxi drivers, restaurant owners, people selling T-shirts, etc. But when it comes to the U.S. Virgin Islands, it's just the government trying to sell the product. My thing is, and I want to task you guys is for next year, because this is late now, but I've been asking, and I asked Director Dow as well. Please, please start to engage our private sector so that they can be part of C-Trade. You have to have a seat at the table if you want to continue to be part of this market. Agree?
Noted.
Thank you.
In agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Colleagues, we're going to do a quick 2-minute round.
Good.
No, we're going to 2 minutes and he first. So, no.
Don't tell the chair. Chair, tell me he's giving you 2 minutes.
Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your point of information. Give me a second, Senator Johnson.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to follow up on a question regarding Mr. Shamari Haynes, because the previous senator questioned it, and he said it's taken up. What was the challenge in the transition? What is the challenge? Because it has been a long time. What is the challenge? Because it has been some time in completing that transition.
Alani Henneman, Assistant Commissioner. We are working with multiple departments. It was sent to OMB for processing, and then the whole process required that the funding had to be there prior. So now it's just going through the process between OMB and personnel. Internally, there was a slowdown of processing new hires for the government and for our department. So after it left our shop, we were waiting.
Thank you, but I'm not comfortable with it, this response, because this is one government, and if you have made a decision to transition him, then that should have been the work and focus. He needs to be transitioned. He's been doing a really great job, and I think it's about time we pull the trigger on that position. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the leeway.
Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much. My point was to ask Mr. Ian Turnbull if all the local entertainers, contractors, and vendors boycott, festival, carnival, or celebration. Can we have any of those?
I would say that you can't have it because I believe in the local vendors. I believe in the local artists. You cannot have a carnival or festival without them. They are our people.
Good. Then we have a St. Croix vendor that's owed up to $65,000 in approximately a 2-year span, continuously contracting him for his trucks, for his equipment. Owed who could survive being owed $65,000? Small businessman. And that's what I ask you this question. How do we intend to continue building festival, making it stronger, but the people, the backbone of it, continues to get cut short and have to wait years? $65,000 over 2 years plus for different payments, different jobs that he did for festival and can't be paid. These things are wrong. And I'm going to tell you why Mr. Shamari ain't hired yet. He from St. Croix. Have a nice day on that note.
Yeah, I will have to connect with you, Senator, to find out those vendors.
I see the presence of Senator Kurt Vele. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure as to what questions were asked because I was flying back to St. Croix, but Mr. Turnbull, I'm concerned in reference to the Tourism Revolving Fund. And in hotel occupancy tax last year, we collected some $51 million. But yet, the department was very limited in terms of being able to access those funds. How have lack of access to those funds hampered the department or hamper you from being able to carry out your job? Or tourism as a whole, because I know that they also had to do with payment of greeters and some other basic stuff that you take care of on a regular basis. How has that situation improved? Tell me the status. Speak about that a bit.
Well, good afternoon. Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. I don't directly deal with the TARF. I just have my budget that I look at and look towards, but I would pass it on to AC Henneman. She might have better information than I do.
Assistant Commissioner Alani Henneman. Senator, we work within a system, and we work very closely with the Department of Finance and OMB. And we are not an entity unto ourselves within the government. I know that finance was here, the OMB director was here, and they explained some of the shortfalls and some of the reasons, and we are no different within the framework. Yes, funding came into the TARF. It goes into the overarching pool of cash for the government, and just like every other department, we submit our critical lists and we share information with both entities, and they process our payments as see fit by their executive team.
Okay, and you have to answer that way, so I don't have an issue with your answer. But the issue that I have is that tourism is the leading industry of St. Thomas Virgin Islands and generating some money for St. Croix now too, but the leading industry for St. Thomas. Over 1.5 million cruise ship passengers, 800,000 air arrival. And it would behoove me that we make sure that we take care of the basic elements of the tourism product, that we have greeters at the airport, that we have greeters at the cruise port. Every other jurisdiction that's competing with the Virgin Islands, they're doing it on a regular basis. Do you believe that we need to set up some stipulations for use of the Tourism Revolving Fund, which goes into Bank 2, and they're just using it at their disposal?
1 minute.
I think that's a conversation we need to have across the board. I can't make it in isolation and say it would be a good idea because I'm not on the financial executive team. And at the end of the day, we are a part of a government entity.
Okay. What was the cost of putting on the Crucian Christmas Festival, the overall cost?
Yeah, about 2.2. Yeah.
2.2 million?
Yes, correct.
And St. Thomas Carnival last year?
Last year came in around 2.6.
And outstanding payments for both of those, outstanding debt, outstanding vendor payment, what's the amount for the carnivals and festival?
Senator, I would have to get that information for you. I actually have 3 jails that we are currently working on to just close up and clean up any stray costs that may have been mispurged from the system due to transition, late vendor invoicing. So because we have this new start with the fiduciary coming in and transitioning the whole pot to be paid directly, we're just trying to play cleanup. So I could definitely send you an email directly with all the outstanding because we've went through with a fine-tooth comb, we've raked, we've looked under every nook and cranny and asked the team to go out to everybody to pull in whatever was left unpaid.
Okay, and some of those payments are not late vendor payment, they're just payments that were submitted and actually wasn't paid because you did not have sufficient funds and you're not Department of Finance or OMB. But we can't continue to have festivals and carnivals and then we owe local vendors after the event. But we have to pay all of the outside acts because they're not going to come unless you pay them. So we're paying a tremendous amount of money there. And then some of the local vendors in which we owe what I won't consider to be an exorbitant amount, they're not getting the payment. So colleagues, I think that we need to look at what is the overall cost for the tourism department in terms of their budget. I think it's 20-something million that comes directly from the hotel occupancy tax. And then we need to look at the cost of these festivals and the cost of the marketing and advertising. And we need to set those funds aside from the hotel occupancy tax and have some stipulations where nobody could access the money, but they'll be able to access it on a regular basis. So we could have a greeters and all the other services that the tourism department provide on a regular basis. Because right now, you literally have a skeletal crew on St. Croix. I don't think you have 8 people hired. How much you have on St. Croix?
We have 7, 8. Maybe 8. We just did 2 new hires on St. Croix.
Oh, they're on?
Yes, they're on. Both in, well, one reports to Christians, wait, 3 new hires, so it's 8. Correct. 1 reports to Frederickstead and 2 in Christiansted.
So you were at 5 and you're now up to 8?
Correct.
Okay, and I heard a discussion in reference to the director. When are we going to have a dedicated director of festivals of St. Croix? Or somebody over St. Croix? Because right now you have somebody in a shared position. What's the plan to have somebody with the oversight of St. Croix?
Senator.
Similar to what you're...
Sorry. As soon as Mr. Haynes' paperwork is finalized, then we can staff the assistant director position for festival.
So Mr. Haynes has been acting in as what? What's his acting position?
He's transitioning to deputy commissioner.
Okay, he's actually serving in the deputy commissioner position right now, right? Acting?
I can't say that unless I know where it is in OMB. If I know for a fact it was executed, I can say he's acting. But until I have that information back from OMB saying that it's processed through to personnel, he's still between assistant director of festivals, and we know he's transitioning to deputy commissioner. It's out of our shop, so I can't put the stake on the ground for it.
Okay, Mr. Chair, Mr. Haynes has been transitioning now for months upon months. So at some point, that decision need to be made, and you need to name somebody in the festival position for St. Croix. It is only fair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Point of information, Senator Kenneth Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So listening to the good finance guru and asking the questions that I was asking before with these positions, you have any, and I'm not asking you any employee's name or anything like that, but do you have any personnel grievances for where the employee won their grievance and is supposed to be paid out?
Yes, we do.
So with all these, forget the vacancies, but with all the new ones that have not been filled yet, 2 for $65,000 a piece, another one for $50,000, another one for $80,000, and I could go on. Why can't you fulfill 4 for $65,000? Why can't we fulfill our obligations to those who have won their grievances and pay them out to make them whole?
Senator, we fulfilled our obligation as a department, providing all the necessary information to our other sister agencies. The paperwork is in the other agencies. Once it leaves our department, we have to wait for the process.
Listen, let me tell you, I'll tell you on the record publicly, I love you, but please, don't tell me that what was your statement? As a department, it don't stop there. That's your employees.
Correct.
So we got to fight for them.
We make weekly calls. We get updates. If we're being told hold, they're being processed. After we can only do as much as we can within the reach of our department. It's systematic, and we have union and we have classified and unclassified employees, and all of them are going through the same process.
We got to take care of our own.
Correct.
This is exactly the problem that was being discussed earlier. We're paying outside entertainment and then forgetting about our own. Here it is, we have our own employees, classified employees, file grievances, won the grievances, and still can't get paid. But yet still, we're seeing the agency budgeting for more chiefs again, no Indians to work, but more chiefs, and then they're not getting paid. You know what that does to your morale, right?
Correct. But within that budget, you'll see that the money for those raises and the grievances are in there. They're just not within our shop anymore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll talk about this because we can't do our people that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to the testifiers. My first question has to do in regards to the payment of entertainment that come into the territory. Do you know that 5% gross receipts tax is taken off the top, or how does that work? Are you aware of that?
Good day, Ian Turnbull. Good day, Senator. Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. So every contract that we get from each artist states that all taxes due within that location or jurisdiction is going to be paid by the promoter. We are the promoter.
So we also not only pay their fee, but also pay the 5% on whatever they make.
We do not pay the 5%. We do not pay the 5%.
So who pays it?
No one pays that.
Okay. So the contract says that the promoter has to pay it.
Yes,
but
correct.
But you guys are the promoter, so you don't pay it. So basically, they're getting money scot-free without paying any taxes in the Virgin Islands.
Anywhere that an artist is booked, this is the process. I've been in this business for 20 years.
Well, is it here locally or just across the entire United States?
No, across the planet.
And this is standard. I just want to make sure.
This is standard. Yes,
okay.
Correct.
I also wanted to ask a little bit about the tourism revolving fund. I know we hear a lot about this fund on the Senate floor, that it's the amount is an exorbitant amount, but it's basically imaginary. So I'm trying to figure out, how do you guys work around that? Because it's one thing to say the account should have in $100 million in it, just a number, but in reality, it might only be working with 10 million. How do you guys work around that to make sure that you're getting your job executed?
Good afternoon, Senator. We work very closely with OMB and the Department of Finance to execute the payments. We share information when we have big ticket items like Carnival, big payments for marketing. We do the critical list, but outside of that, we share invoices, updates, so that they are aware of what we need for the department.
Okay. And a lot of times when we talk about potential diversification of our tourism product, how much do you guys focus on that in trying to create and promote different avenues? I know that at one point we were distinguishing between the two districts, and there was money set aside to promote St. Croix versus St. Thomas St. John. One was more, heritage. One was more, and just the differences. Have you guys really started to tap into zoning in on niches where not only just Carnival, but different types of niches, like, for example, environmental friendly groups? I know we have a law on the books in regards to us not using certain products in sunscreens and stuff like that. I mean, that is a good potential way of tacking zoning into environmentalists, not only promoting that we as a Virgin Islands, we're trying to protect our coral reefs and our environment, and this is something we did here. I mean, do you tap into stuff like that as marketing and other types of niches that a way to help grow our tourism product?
Yes, Senator, we do. For example, you're talking about sustainability tourism. So when we look at diving, scuba, marine, we encompass sustainability. We just came back from marketing meetings where we took the overarching brands, and within those brands, we looked at specific outside of just like wedding, honeymoon, family travel. We looked at things like active tourism, which is all the hardcore attraction, soft tourism, which is, a spa day, wellness. We also looked at dark tourism, where people want to do activities at night outside of just bars, whether it's night kayaking. There's a lot of niche components that have been popping up, after people come to the territory or come to a destination for a while, they start to look at creative ways to experience the place that they want to repetitively go back to.
Okay, and that's something you're actively focusing on?
We are actively looking into.
Mr. Chair, I heard you say time. Could I just ask my two last questions, if you don't mind?
Certainly.
I appreciate you. He is such a good chair. Okay, my last two questions, I'm going to focus on Carnival. I had someone ask me a question, and this had to do with Road March. And I didn't know how to answer them, and I said I would reach out to you guys, and I said, wait a minute, they're coming right here. I could just ask them. They wanted to know, what are some of the criterias for Road March for Carnival? How do people participate? Is it going to be a more formal entry this year? Because they were hearing little buzzes throughout the community. Do you have to submit stuff? Tell me a little bit about that. And my second question, in regards to Carnival. When it speaks to, in your testimony, you talked about the 27% increase due to the St. Thomas Carnival arrivals. What strategies are you using for this year to potentially even do those numbers or better?
All right, Ian Turnbull. Good afternoon again, Senator Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. So with your first question, yes, we actually do have a JOT form registration that will go out within the next few days, actually. Okay. I literally have it here on my phone that will go out so that people can register their music. Some of the criteria is we, of course, want you to have your music on a DSP, a digital streaming platform. We would want them to have their music there. And then, of course, you would have to be, 70% of the composition would have to be a Virgin Islander. So, sometimes people collaborate with others from outside of the territory. We're asking that 70% of the composition is sang by a local Virgin Islander. And they have there's one or two other requirements that we have, but that will be going out. They can lock in to our Facebook page, USVI Festivals, and our website, usvifestivals.vi, and that registration will be made available to the community. In the past few weeks, we've been posting local artists' music, just trying to get people engaged.
Just to wrap up, when you say like the digital platform, I know a lot of our local artists, when they get a CD together, they sell it locally. Not everybody is on streaming platforms. How do you deal with that? Are you saying those people are locked out because they're not, like, say, on Spotify or some one of those platforms? Give us explain that a little bit.
So I know most of these artists on DSPs. If there is one or two that isn't on a DSP, we are open to taking them. But the reason why we're asking for them to be on a DSP is so that we can, be able to promote them. Our platform is big and wide, and so this is an opportunity for us to leverage promoting their music for them and getting it heard. Yeah. With your other question in terms of, could you repeat the last question?
Oh,
sorry.
You had spoken about a 27%
Gotcha.
increase during Carnival.
So yeah, what we're doing this year is we know that word of mouth is always a good way of marketing. This year we have some creative journalists and individuals that we will be bringing to the territory, or that has already started to promote the territory as a carnival, as a carnival space. We've collaborated again with Uber Soca. We have Blackie, we have Dope Like Blaze, and other individuals. I don't want to name them just yet. Got to make sure the contracts are right? Yeah, they've been promoting low-key on their radio stations in the U.S. mainland. So not just leveraging radio here, but leveraging radio abroad in both New York and Atlanta, which are two big hubs for Carnival travelers.
All right, Mr. Turnbull.
Yes.
Well, if I go to Mr. Turnbull, colleagues, we're going to go to a round of a burning question, and then we're going to have a burning question. Mr. Turnbull, I want to suggest something, and I know I may get some blows for this, but I'm just going to share this with you. Your entertainers, when you hand them the check, hand them a 1099.
Gotcha.
Good. Yeah, you hand them the 1099 because this is about equity now. We all got to pay our fair share around here. I'm going to lay that right there. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your burning question. If you don't have one, we could move on. Your question might be cold.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, real quickly here. The Children's Village, the rides, all of them insured, and also do you collect cash at the door for the Prince and Princess competition and the Queen?
Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. Yes, we do collect cash at the Princess Show and the Queen Show. We also do have vendors To date, we have adult and children parade vendors, 24, boat race vendors, 70, food fair vendors, 157, Juve, 50 vendors, outside the village, 15, and we have 29 booth owners.
Okay, so on the chair's time, so who collects the cash? Is it tourism employee or private?
We don't collect cash. Well, if you call it money order cash.
No, you said you collect cash at the prince and princess and
yes,
queen.
we have about 4 bonded individuals from our team that collect cash at the door, but our lead director of admin, Ms. Jamila Miller, she rallies that team of the collections at the door at these events.
Okay, and you said yes, for all the children rides are insured?
Yes, the rides is a company that we work with year in, year out. They are insured for execution.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. You know, I just catch myself them, Mr. Turnbull. Some of them say filing the taxes here. So the 1099 ain't gonna work. So
yeah,
we're really gonna work with IRB and you. Hand in hand. Anyhow. Senator Valley, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I wanted to say that the entertainment taxes is contained in the Virgin Islands Code. So it's not supposed to be circumvented. And we have had this conversation for a number of years in reference to outside entertainers refusing to pay the 5%. And if it becomes a part of the contract that the government is responsible for the 5%, then the government need to make that payment to internal revenue. But it's not just something that you could say that you're going to meet and then you disregard it, because the local artists and the local bands, they receive a 1099 at the end of the year. And also they have to account for the monies that they are receiving. And a lot of the outside entertainers, they're being paid 3, 4, 5 times more than the local entertainers. So let's really sit down and try to revisit how the government of the Virgin Islands should be paid as prescribed by law. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problem.
Noted,
Senator Franklin Noted. Johnson, you're recognized for your burning question.
It's really burning too.
Yes, sir. Get
because
in the ring.
I have a copy of a check from tourism in 2019 to a vendor on the island of St. Thomas for $11,000 that was bunks. That vendor haven't been paid up to now. Mr. Turnbull, you aware of that?
No, I am not.
Senator, if I may, we wouldn't be aware of that. If a check is returned, it will go to the Department of Finance, and unless they notify us that it was not cleared, we would not know. So if you do have that information, could you share it so we could get the vendor to fill up an affidavit and have the check reprinted? There's no way we would know that.
With the vendor, and in conversation with the vendor, he has come to you guys more than once in regards to this money. So, you know, I don't play cat and mouse game. I don't do it. But I'll wrap up on this, and I'll make sure I send these checks to you guys today, Mr. Turnbull. And Mr. Turnbull, there's a station 91.9. Do you know which station that is?
I don't know the specific name, but I have heard of 91.9. Yes, correct.
Well, it's a Latin station on the island of St. Croix that doesn't get none of your advertisement or information. And he reached out to me as up to today. But he have said this to me in the past, that when festival and St. Croix come, he can't self-inform the Hispanic community here on the island of St. Croix. These things are unacceptable for me and should be unacceptable for the people of St. Croix. Whether they're Latin, Hispanic, wherever you come from. But we have a large Hispanic community here, and you do have one in St. Thomas too. And guess what station they listen to? Because it transits in Spanish, 91.9. It's called Papi Love. Please make communication with these folks if you guys are sincere about promoting festival, carnival, and celebration. But I'm going to send you all copies of these checks. Because this shouldn't be happening to our local people. Because the people that are coming from abroad, they check down bunks. They don't walk off with their money. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. No. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your burning question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to know if you're going to start to infuse some of the other carnival activities that used to bring in funding for the festivals, specifically King and Queen of the Band, Panorama. I mean, I remember the days when I used to be part of Brassarama even. Those were money-making events and competitions. And because we're continuing to offer the same experiences year in, year out, when are we going to shift gears? That's my question.
Great question, Senator. Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. So I know with Brassarama, there's really only two brass groups, right? So there's Wen Band, and the components in Wen Band are a part of other bands, right? So really in hosting a Brassarama, it's difficult. It would have to be an inter-island Brassarama. And again, a lot of the components of each of these bands. We have been internally speaking about hosting King and Queen of the Band. But again, it takes the troops to go and build costumes to that level. It would require them to put on that type of event, to build the bigger costumes. There's probably only maybe 4 of them doing so. So as we work, you know, that these things require what? More funding. Because, you know, as we've spoken with the stakeholders for, say, King and Queen of the Band, they want more. They want our assistance to basically help them build out the costuming material and all of the sorts to put on to build these costumes costs money. And so we could do these things, but it will require more funding, and it will require the stakeholders being interested in wanting to take part.
I just want to close out and mention, because I used to play just a minor role in that. They typically would get sponsors to support, external sponsors, which some of them may not have access to. But the Department of Tourism, you may have access to that. So those are things I think we need to think outside of the box to make it happen. It doesn't necessarily, everything has to come and be underwritten by GVI. Persons can really invest and form a partnership. You say this troupe, their costume for King and Queen of the Band is being sponsored by Sky High, for example, okay? And then you have as an incentive the prize and the bragging rights, all right? And then even, I'm going even to an extended portion of it, let's see how we could get even combined sponsorship to have them come to Sea Trade and show off their costumes. You know, that is part of marketing, I think, because as tourism tagline is, tourism is all of
us.
All of us? Mm-hmm. I would have said we, but all of us.
We is grammatically correct.
Yeah. So I would think we are looking at that from that realm to definitely promote our Virgin Islands and to shift the gears forward. Thank you so much for your responses.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Hebert Frederick. You're recognized for your point of information.
Real quick, I wanted to know, was an RFP issued for lighting, sound, and staging for this coming carnival? Because from what I'm told, no one got any information of such. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct. We did reach out to each of the, I think it's about 5 vendors here locally that provide that level of sounding and lighting, and we did reach out to them with an RFP. Correct.
So we did select one, a local person?
Yes, we are in the finalizing stage of that. Yeah.
Okay. Can you do me a favor, please? Can you submit the RFP to the chair, please?
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Kurt Valley, you're recognized for your burning question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. In reference to collections, have you been able to identify or calculate how much we're collecting as a result of these festivals and carnivals?
Ian Turnbull?
We got booth vendor payment. Yeah, how much are you collecting in vendor booth payments? Is it over 100,000? Do we have an amount?
So each island is different. In St. Croix, we do about I would say 70,000, right, in fees across the board with food fare and vendor and booth owner fees and so forth. In St. Thomas, we are above 100,000, and then in St. John we do about 30 to 40.
And Senator, we'll provide you.
We can provide.
We'll email your office. So you.
Because I'm looking at the amount that you said, 2.2 million in St. Croix, 2.6 on St. Thomas, and how much on St. John?
1.5.
1.5?
Correct.
So that's $6.3 million. So I just want for us to begin thinking as to how much money we're generating for that time period in terms of hotel occupancy, cars, activity in the economy, restaurants, etc. And we're going to have to control the amount that we're spending. I can't see us going above what we're spending right now. We need to look at some cost-effective areas and perhaps try to reduce that amount. Because we're spending over $6 million on the festivals. I mean, if it's bringing in $20 million into the economy, then by far it's worth it. But we need to try to just work out those numbers and as best as possible, control the numbers that we're spending during the season. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Valley.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Valley.
Mr. Turnbull, do we still have, I'm going to be correct, committees like Food Fair Committee,
yes,
Juga Committee, boat race committees, and those still volunteer?
Yes, correct.
Volunteer groups.
Correct.
So when these committees do their planning, then they come with you with they come to you.
They give me a budget.
A budget.
And they give me an anticipated budget. I look through that budget, make cuts as necessary, and then we go from there.
So you're not directly involved in the planning?
Oh, we are. We are very much.
No.
So.
What I'm. Okay, I want to put no words in your mouth.
Right.
What I was trying to ask is boat race day. Right. You decide how the setup going and everything going, or they come to you with a budget and a plan?
So it's a collaborative effort. So we set up like what the the boat race layout would be with vendors, the staging for where the musicians will perform. The boat racing committee, what they basically do is put on the races because they're an association. Yeah. So they put on the races. This year, we're trying to get them to do things that a little bit more, I don't want to say professional, but a little bit more impactful, where people can see.
And I didn't mean to single out boat race.
Yeah,
I just wanted to pick an activity.
That's what it is.
So I just wanted to know the role of the committee versus the role of Division of Festival or the collaborative role.
Yeah, it is a collaborative role. Let's say pageants. Pageants come to me with a budget. We go through that budget, and then they put through like a calendar. They provide us that calendar. We vet to see if these are events that we would want to ensure that the young ladies go to or attend. And then we recently have internally placed somebody from our team that's almost like a pageant liaison, that all information goes to that person, that individual stays on top of them. If they look to try to make a change, they're there to help facilitate the change or bring it back to the broader team to make sure that it follows mandates that we consider important to us and important to the government of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you. Senator Milton. President Potter, you're recognized for your burning question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to ask Mr. Turnbull and Ms. Henneman, our diamond, I guess it would be diamond anniversary of Carnival would be taking place in 2027, 75 years.
75 years.
So I wanted to know if there were plans. I would imagine that this would be something really mega and really special, but it would require, I don't know, you're the events guy, a couple years of planning to have a massive celebration, to have maximum participation from private sector folks, to bring back some of the junior calypso competitions and having a massive prize for the road march, to really build it up to be something special and something grand. Is that something that the festivals division and the tourism department in general is planning for, or is this too early to start that type of planning?
Ian Turnbull, again, Director for Division of Festivals. I wouldn't say it's too early. What I would say is that we do have a lot on our plate, right? Because unlike most territories across the Caribbean, we have 3. So we are never not working. I don't think people give us enough grace for that. But we are never not working. So yes, we have thought about the 75th. We do understand its importance. And definitely, we'll be ready for it.
Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, you're recognized for your burning question. And if you don't need it, you don't have to use it.
No, they want me to? Okay. I learned that I need it, but I want it. So besides parade and food fair, Junior Calypso, the Calypso tent, King and Queen of the bands, those are some of my favorites as well. And we heard of King and Queen of the band earlier. Now, Director, you spoke that it will require more funding. And for crying out loud, I can't understand why. I know where you're coming from, but I can't understand why. And the reason why I can't understand why, I know it's changing times. But y'all see what costume is made of today? Bikini and feathers. So, the feathers very expensive? Yes. Well, we need to raise some more peacock around here. Because I can't understand why it would take so much more money to bring back the King and Queen of the band. That was one of the biggest nights in the village. And I know festival, I know carnival. I served as vice president of the St. Croix Festival Committee with Cord Viale as the chair. And I mean, this was a big, big night. And to see it go away, I just wanted to know, outside of the change in times, what could the division of festivals possibly do to bring back this product? So we could have a good product. We just heard the president talking about us leading up to the
75th.
diamond of Carnival with the 75th. We got to do something big.
Senator, I'm going to take this question only because I have been tormenting the commissioner and Ian about this and looking for ways for us to make it happen. Similar to what Senator Joseph said, we talked about pulling in sponsors, looking at, making it a grand event where you almost have bragging rights and, going out to the sponsors and just asking them to support us in bringing back this event to make it happen, because we do have the conversations with the vendors who say, the different troop vendors who say it's very hard on them to commit to doing such a massive piece because of inflation and the cost of everything going up. So it's something that we're working on. Maybe it will be rebirthed for the 75th. We do have some great ideas in place as to how we can make it happen. We just need some time to flush out the plan. And it won't. And we're hoping that we will be we can put up the price without bearing all the costs.
So let's work on this, please, especially leading up to the 75th. We're in Trinidad. We're the U.S. Virgin Islands. We're where Carnival is and where everybody wants to be. Let's bring back this product, please, and make our 75th big. Remember, I sent it to you, I sent it to the commissioner, even to Port Authority, that when Carnival is coming up and whatnot, the big expo and whatnot they have on the airports with flights coming and whatnot, promoting the event way ahead of time. Let's please look at all this and we're doing it for St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John.
Correct.
All right?
Please
treat the islands equally. We need to be marketed independently, but we have to see that balance. And right now, honestly, as a true Virgin Islander, we're not seeing that equality in the District of St. Croix. So I ask you all to please work on that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator, noted.
Thank you. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your one hot, burning question.
Hi, good afternoon again. I wanted to ask a question similar to what my colleague was speaking about, and I'm going to give you an opportunity to share that because I don't want to really just live off of belief and emotions. I like to live off of facts. So I remember we were here sometime last year and they had a conversation about making sure there was parity across the board between the District of St. Thomas and St. Croix when it came to putting on the festivals. And while I was here listening to the numbers, 2.6, 2.2, I understand the financial differences and how, one brought in more money versus the other. So there are always going to be some little nuances. It's never going to be identical dollar amount, depending on what acts are being brought in, et cetera. But the question I want to ask is about the fundamental basis of how they're put on. Do you still, or since you were able to put on the St. Thomas and the St. Croix one last year, and this conversation took place prior to the the festival in St. Croix, what are your thoughts now on their concerns about parity?
Senator, I'm going to say this. The festival team has done a very good job of releasing all 3 dates under 3 reasons to fit marketing for all 3 of the festivals. What I think that we can do better internally at the Department of Tourism is a lot of times when we mass market the events locally, we don't see it here. Mm-hmm. So, for example, somebody like a Uba Soca we did a partnership with that has multiple events all through the Caribbean, mm-hmm. is marketing all 3 islands all at the same time. If we do a pitch on carnivals and festivals, we include all 3 of them all together at the same time. What I can say that we can do better is sharing that information with the community so that they know that all 3 festivals are being promoted as a unit and as a repetitive B2B, where you come back for each of the islands within the community and within that festival mainstream.
Okay. So basically, from your perspective, the message of you do believe parity is happening, but you don't believe that message locally is being put out so the public will understand that it's being done equally across the board.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for that response. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your time.
Thank you. That wraps up the day. Senator Vele, Senator Johnson, anybody had anything quick? Senator Heiliger Francis, Senator Gittins. Okay, great.
As always.
So I'll just end today by saying, Mr. Turnbull, Ms. Honeyman, as we approach the festival season, which I know you and your team do a great job every year, There's a few little snafus here or there, but hey, we try to improve every year. I just ask, let's make sure that safety is paramount. I don't care what's happening. This year, let's try to have a conversation with our taxi drivers. Let's see if they could extend services a little longer, in the evenings especially. Our vendors, look out for them. Let's make sure they're paid on time this go wrong. And in closing, I'd like to say, let's remember that love, hope, and prosperity are the values that strengthen our community. Love connects us, hope inspires us, and prosperity ensures that everyone has the opportunity to thrive. When we hold these values close, we move forward together, united and resilient. Let's carry these principles with us as we work toward a brighter future. I'd like to thank the testifiers, tourism, WAPA, PSC for coming here today. I'll excuse you at this time. I'd like to say thank you to my colleagues, committee members, non-committee members, and all support staff. I'd like to thank media, the legislative reporters, legal counsel, and the Sergeant at Arms for their assistance. I would also like to thank the central staff for providing additional support for the meeting. There being no further business to come before the Committee on Government Operation, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection is hereby adjourned. God bless these Virgin Islands.
Amen.